Chapter 1055. The Dibor River sparkled under the setting sun. Every time this happened, the sunset glow floating on the surface of the river would shoot into the window, dyeing the hotel hall crimson. Through the window lattice, one could see the imperial capital standing on the horizon. It was a majestic shadow. The high tower and the city walls left a thick shadow in the setting sun. After wiping the last table, Seti stood up and wiped her sweat with the back of her hand. She looked at the door with surprise. The light at the door dimmed, and a few cloaked travelers walked in. They were guests. Seti was surprised that there would be guests at this time of the year. Since the war in Metz, the number of merchants on the road had decreased. The business of the hotel was getting worse and worse. The owner of the hotel even decided to close for the time being. The first person to walk in was a foreigner. He had long dark brown hair that was rarely seen in the empire. His face was somewhat handsome. Although it couldn't be said that one would fall in love with him at first sight, at least his facial features were well defined and handsome. His brown eyes contained a divine light, and his expression was filled with warmth. It was as if one would feel a sense of familiarity at first glance. Behind him, there was a taller man who seemed to be his companion. He looked even more handsome and wore a hood. Although he took it off as soon as he entered the house, revealing his slightly curly short hair that reached his ears. He looked around with a cynical look in his eyes. Behind him were a few girls. Seti could not help but feel strange. Who would bring so many girls with them at this time of the year? She could not help but suspect that they were a group of slave traders. However, she quickly realized that she was mistaken. These girls were obviously not simple. Just the look in the eyes of some of them made her not dare to look at them directly. She had only seen this kind of aggressive temperament from the real big shots in the city. How could they be female slaves? What a strange caravan. Seti noticed the caravan parked outside the hotel. Only traveling merchants would use this kind of caravan to travel to and from the bank district. The people who entered the hotel were Brando and his companions. Thankfully, the old caravan they bought from 11-Leaf Town had safely arrived at their destination before it fell apart. It was the hotel with the name, Cat and Beard, written on the signboard. Not more than 10 miles from Rusta, this old Renaissance building stood on the banks of the Silver Bridge of Holy Waters. It was plain on the outside, except that it was a little too shabby. The paint on the sign and door was peeling badly, and the roof was patched up in many places. But the windows were bright and clean, and there were a few pots of ivy on the windowsill beside the door. They were well taken care of by its owner. The inn's business seemed to be very quiet, probably because of its remote location. Delphine mentioned that this was the farthest inn from the east gate of Rushta. Only some merchants who did not have much money would stay here temporarily. However, this was the reason why they chose this hotel. Seclusion meant safety. The waitress of this inn was actually a mountain girl. Her long hair was as red as fire under the setting sun, and he was a little surprised. But when they went up the stairs, Seal turned back and said with a smile, "It looks like the little girl is suspicious, so it's just as Lady Sydney said, our disguise isn't very good." Brando came back to his senses and replied, "This is what I expected. I thought you would be troubled by this, my lord. I won't be troubled by useless things. I just don't want to do useless things." "What do you mean by useless things?" The Shire sighed, "It's been a while since I heard a new word from you, my lord." Brando slapped his mouth in annoyance, "It's meaningless things." At this time, the Roman who was walking in front was paying attention to their conversation. Of course, she had been eavesdropping on their conversation. She had long forgotten about her anger at Brando in the carriage. When she heard this sentence, she could not help but deliberately fall behind and asked with her eyes wide open. "But how can it be meaningless? If Her Majesty catches us, will she hang us on the gallows? I heard that the nobles treat their prisoners like this. If that's the case, should we disguise ourselves or something?" "Because it's useless." Delphine, who was walking by the side, answered. Ever since she started taking the spring water, the scars on her face had faded quite a bit. At least, she didn't look so hideous anymore. Some parts of her face had even started to shed, revealing the new skin that was as smooth as mutton fat. Most importantly, she no longer needed to rely on the wheelchair to move. Although she still had some mobility issues, at least she could move freely like a normal person. Useless? Brando nodded. When we were on the road, did the patrolling knight not stop to check on us when they passed by us? Isn't that a good thing? The key lies in the frequency. We've encountered too many patrolling knights along the way. As far as I know, such knights would only do a routine patrol around the periphery of the imperial capital in the early morning and before the evening on normal days. This means that Her Majesty the Queen has strengthened the security around the imperial capital, but she did not order them to check on the floating population entering Rushta. Is that so? Yes. Delphian nodded, but she glanced at Brando with some surprise. She did not expect him to be so familiar with this place. After all, many natives of Rushta did not know how the security around the imperial capital worked. The Shire smiled, apparently already knowing the answer to this question. This means that the hospitable Her Majesty the Queen has implemented a method of security. It seems that she is very confident in her tentacles. She is only afraid that we will not enter the city. In other words, as long as we enter the city, she will be able to find us? Brando nodded. At least that's what the Silver Queen thinks. Romaine analyzed what she had learned and could not help but frown. If that's the case, Brando, should we split up? That means, let me bring Brunhilde and the others into the city to attract the Queen's attention. You and Teacher Mephisto find a way to sneak into the city to save Scarlet. Brando could not help but feel angry and amused at the same time. He patted her on the forehead. What are you thinking? Things are not that bad yet. I don't think the Silver Queen will make things difficult for us so soon. Roman hurriedly covered his forehead and dodged backwards, asking, why? I don't know why, Brando shook his head and replied softly, but I have a feeling that the Silver Queen is waiting for us to enter the city. After the sun had set below the horizon, the curtain of night had truly enveloped Rushta. In the darkness, specks of light floated up and down like stars in the distant horizon. Further away, flashes of light flashed across the pitch-black sky from time to time. Only those who lived in Rushta knew that it was actually the ornithopter of the Nazar people. As Rushta was near the border of the Nazar people, both sides had a large number of troops stationed at the eastern border. Even under the night sky, there were still groups of Pegasus night and magic-guided ornithopters patrolling the crisscrossing sky. Vahina stood by the window and stared at the quietly flowing river under the moonlight. She could not help but recall the scene of the last time she came to the imperial capital. Things had changed with the passage of time, and she had fallen from the status that was revered by the people to the clouds. Forget about maintaining the glory of the past, even her father and brother were imprisoned in the belly of this terrifying beast in front of her. But she did not know why, but at this moment, her heart was calm. Knock 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 suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Everyone in the room turned around and saw Medusa pushing open the door and entering the room in her martial attire. She closed the door behind her and breathed a sigh of relief before looking at Brendel. My lord. Medusa, how is it? Brando nodded at her. He had sent her out to gather information, and from her expression, she seemed to have found something. Medusa replied, it's all right, it's not too troublesome. My lord, the engagement ceremony will be held half a month later. At that time, there will be a banquet in the Garden of the White Rose in the St. Cantifer Palace. There will also be a celebration in the city. In fact, Rushta has been preparing for this since a week ago. Brando could not help but snort coldly. Obviously, he was very disdainful of what Cruz had done to Scarlet. It seems that the Silver Queen wants to use this to dilute the atmosphere in the imperial capital. But I don't think it will be effective. She doesn't even think about what she has done before. It's just to get rid of the dissidents. Delphian replied calmly. Medusa could not help but look at the Prime Minister's daughter. She frowned slightly before continuing her report. Countess Lachavois, Scarlet, is said to be living in a castle outside of Rushta. But when I went to see the place, it was empty. Is it fake news, or has she been moved? Brando asked. She should have been moved, my lord. I was worried that the Silver Queen had left some spies in the vicinity, so I did not dare to stay for too long. But later on, I asked around and found out that there was indeed an important person who lived in the castle before, but they moved out a few weeks ago. It seems that the Silver Queen has already predicted our arrival. Otherwise, she would not have to do this. Delphian was indifferent to Medicia's gaze and analyzed with a calm voice. Brendel did not answer, but he did not have any objections. He had already expected this, and Amandina's analysis was exactly the same as well. What about the others? He asked again. Medicia turned her head. Miss Delphian, your father and grandfather are imprisoned in the Moss Castle. The commander of the Azure Army and the Duke of Flower Leaf are also imprisoned. But as far as I know, the higher-ups of the Holy Cathedral are not imprisoned there. As for the whereabouts of the Great Cathedral, not many people know. Many people do not seem to know what happened in the Holy Cathedral that day, nor do they know that the Holy Cathedral of Fire has now been divided into two. Hearing this, the Saintess of the Leo Palace, Sydney, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, frowned slightly. Faina showed an anxious expression. Medicia, the Moss Castle is not a special prison, Delphian interrupted her, that is the palace of the royal family, so they are only under house arrest. After all, my father, grandfather, and the Duke of Flower Leaf did not stand out to openly oppose the Silver Queen. What about that person? Why are they being arrested? Romaine was counting the expenses of the recent days, and could not help but raise her head and ask curiously when she heard this. Because they did not immediately express their stance. The Silver Queen is going to do something too big this time. For safety reasons, she will first suppress all unstable factors to the minimum. Miss Delphine, Medicia's dissatisfaction became more obvious when she heard Delphine's words. According to what you said, I don't see any reason for you to choose his lordship. What the Silver Queen needs is the attitude of the House of Nideven, and you represent the attitude of the House of Nideven. I don't know what you're planning, but if you dare to harm his lordship, the Silver Fairy Princess pursed her lips and did not finish her sentence. But looking at her cold eyes, Delphian knew what she was going to say next. Brando was also slightly startled, and could not help but look at Medicia with some surprise. He knew that Medicia had never truly accepted this daughter of the Prime Minister, but this was the first time she had made her stance so clear. Delphian smiled, and only raised her head to look at Brando with her light purple eyes. She did not answer. Miss Delphian. Brando could not help but speak. Does the Count not trust me? But you do have more choices, don't you? The Shire finally interjected, choosing to side with Medicia. Delphian could not help but gently shake her head. Brando sighed. It's because of the change in the Ivy League, right? The Prime Minister's daughter turned her head with a "you knew it" look on her face. She hesitated for a moment, and then nodded gently, but that is only one of the reasons. My grandfather never supported the late Emperor to pass the throne to the Silver Queen, so His Majesty supported the Pallet family to counterbalance the power of the Prime Minister. They used this method once when the royal family fought against the Holy Cathedral, but this time it was not as good as the last time. The change in the Ivy League, Mephistopheles, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Is it referring to that matter? Everyone's eyes were on him. I just happen to know. Mephistopheles, you're not a revenant from Madara? Brando only then realized that he did not know much about the vampire siblings. He knew about the past of Medicia, the Shire, the Nightsong Tiger, and Falerne. Even Hippamra would occasionally mention some of her experiences in the Holy Cathedral of Earth, but Mephistopheles and Andrique had always been tight-lipped about their origins. Before this, he had always thought that before they became card creatures, they were just ordinary dark nobles from Madara, or perhaps they had some background. But when he heard Mephistopheles' words, he knew that he was wrong. Mephistopheles was not a revenant from Madara. He was most likely born in Metz, or else he would not have known about what happened back then. Mephistopheles looked at him and nodded. My lord, you guessed right. My sister and I are not dark nobles from Madara. We were from Cruz when we were alive, and Metz was our hometown. So it wasn't a coincidence that I summoned all of you out of the tomb that day? Brendel nodded. I don't know much about the laws of the Cards of Fate, but perhaps that is the case. I understand, Brando replied. Since you were once from Metz, then you must have personally experienced that incident back then? Not exactly, but my sister Andrique and I did go through that dark period of history. I only remember that my family and friends died in that turmoil, even myself. That period of history was even crueler than the narration. Sir John Lorison's experience was just the tip of the iceberg. Mephistopheles smiled faintly. I really don't want to recall too much about that period of history. If it wasn't for my lord mentioning it, I wouldn't have even brought it up. I'm sorry. Brando did not expect that he would accidentally reopen a scar and could not help but feel apologetic. It's all right, my lord. Time will heal all scars. Mephistopheles smiled. It was after the Holy War, and the Holy Cathedral of Fire was facing a general decline of faith and confusion. The undead and the cultists took advantage of the situation and stirred up trouble within the empire. The Holy Cathedral of Fire was most heavily infiltrated by All for One during that period, and there are still many historical problems left behind. I remember that during the most chaotic period, East Metz and Mihodafen, which are close to Argean, bore the brunt of the attack. There were even a few dukes who were bewitched. I heard about it, Vahina suddenly spoke. I heard from my wet nurse about the scene at that time. It was said that many people died at that time. Countless people were crucified every day, and the nobles were also full of assassinations and conspiracies. That was the darkest period of the Metz region. The countryside was the territory of the witches and heretics. They pulled out the tendons of the people and skinned them, using the harshest methods to torture the priests and believers of the Holy Cathedral. It was the same in the cities. Every day, there were witches being burned at the stake. Similar scenes were happening all the time. Mephistopheles recalled the scene at that time and could not help but frown. I never thought that such a thing would happen in the Empire. The Shire was a little surprised. Although he had heard of the turmoil, he did not experience it for himself. He could not imagine how serious it was. What happened after that? After that, it was the so-called Ivy League Rebellion. The chaos in East Metz turned into a real turmoil. Several famous nobles died in the chaos, and some of them were comrades and close friends of Nidevans who had fought side by side with him. Sydney spoke at this time. As a person involved in the Holy Cathedral, she could be said to be the one who knew what happened the most. In a fit of rage, the old chancellor was ordered by the Silver Queen to lead the army into East Metz and quell the rebellion in one fell swoop. He even captured 2 of the 12 patriarchs of the tree herders. 2. Brando noticed the number. The Lord of Filthy Blood, Lochlear, and the Withered Whip, Laney. But the latter escaped during the process of being escorted. He escaped, but my grandfather always suspected that Her Majesty let him go. Delphian finally spoke. At that time, Her Majesty and my grandfather had a great disagreement on how to deal with the cultists. In fact, according to the law of the Holy Cathedral, the cultists should have been beheaded long ago. But the last one escaped, and the last one is still imprisoned in the Thorn Fortress. Most of the cultists and fallen Dark Lords were only sealed and not completely destroyed. Sir John Lorison was just one of them. This was the order given by the Silver Queen herself. She sighed. What puzzled my grandfather the most was that the Holy Cathedral actually backed down. This matter sowed a grudge between Her Majesty and my grandfather. But not just because of personal reasons, but because my grandfather saw that Her Majesty had other intentions. Although he was not biased towards the Holy Cathedral, but as a veteran of the imperial faction, he did not want to see the imperial family and the Holy Cathedral truly break apart, and thus lead the empire to eternal damnation. She took a light breath and said, so everyone should understand now. Now that everything has happened, it's even more impossible for my grandfather to stand with Her Majesty. This is also the reason why Her Majesty secretly plotted to make me leave the capital. I should have seen through this long ago, but I was blinded by hatred. Me too. Vahina looked at Brando and gritted her teeth. I can represent Mihodafen, Brando. I will stand on your side. I am the first in line to inherit Flower Leaf territory. I can make this promise. Miss Vahina. Medisha looked at her and comforted her. Don't worry, we are not targeting you. Thank you, Medisa. Her Royal Highness of Flower Collar couldn't help but blush. Delphian ignored Medisha's words. She turned to Brando and asked, So my lord, what should we do next? There is still half a month, Brando replied. Seems like there is still plenty of time. We will do our best to find out where Scarlet is being held. I will only consider launching an attack on the day of the celebration if there is no other choice. But before that, we need to find a way to invade Tessberg. On one hand, we need to save your and Vahina's loved ones. On the other hand, we need to gain more allies. He glanced at Sydney. It would be best if we can find out where the Holy Cathedral's higher-ups are being held. Will they be killed by Her Majesty? The Shire suddenly interrupted. She will not do that, the Lion Palace's Saintess finally spoke. Before we obtain the Holy Sword Odorfice, then let's do that. We will split up and investigate, Brando replied. Even though the Silver Queen is confident that she will be able to find us, we still have time to play hide-and-seek with her. He paused for a moment. I will give her a surprise. Chapter 1056. P.S. If you want to hear more of your voices and receive more of your suggestions, please search for Dread on WeChat and follow it. Give more support to The Amber Sword. Brando and the Shire walked aimlessly on Fragrant Street. It was the busiest commercial district in the imperial capital. The high-rise buildings on both sides of the street were hung with curtains representing the celebration. The craftsmen were making tables full of flowers and fine wine from the manors in the suburbs. The entire street seemed to be immersed in the atmosphere of the upcoming celebration, but upon closer inspection, one would notice some incongruous details. Few smiles could be seen on the faces of the pedestrians. Apart from the carefree children, almost everyone's face was more or less filled with sadness. It seemed that the heated discussion about Countess Latch's marriage had not really made people forget the war on the front lines. For those with a certain amount of assets, the war showed that their money was decreasing, but for those who lived in the imperial capital, or even the entire Bankel area to the Cloak Bay area, the war made their already poor lives even more difficult. Prices skyrocketed, supplies were reduced, men were forcibly transferred to the army, and the remaining people were almost unable to get by. The cost of the war was inevitably passed on to these people, and only a few could reap benefits or realize their ambitions. It looks like Her Majesty the Queen of the Kurlutzians isn't having a good time either. Charles looked around and couldn't help but comment. Brando nodded silently. But they were not here to comment on the Silver Queen's situation at the moment. Under his suggestion, everyone began to act separately. Vahina, Delphian, and the Roman disguised themselves as merchants. The Mehotafen family had a lot of influence in the imperial capital, and their remaining forces in the dark had been trying to rescue the Duke of Flowers in recent months. Vahina's task was to contact these people. Delphian's situation was similar. The Nidwin family's enemies were all over the court, but they also had many staunch allies. Some of these allies had suffered losses in the war, while some had avoided the limelight but were not trusted by the Silver Queen. There were always people who could be trusted among them, and the Prime Minister's daughter had to identify them one by one. Their mission was to distinguish between friend and foe, and rope in potential allies. This mission had a certain degree of danger, but if it was done well, they would not be deaf and blind in this huge city. As for Medisha and the rest, their task was to contact the Antaburo Duchy's envoy that had entered the city a day earlier, and confirm if Princess Magadal had already contacted them. This was a hidden move. Erewhon's envoy had sided with the Crown Prince in this civil war, so their mission was declared over after the war in Metz. But this had nothing to do with Princess Magadal. She was the representative of the Antaburo Duchy, and at least for now, the duchy was still on the Silver Queen's side. So after the war ended, she still had to go to the imperial capital to meet up with her envoy. However, the Nun Princess did not support the Silver Queen in her heart, because she was a staunch traditionalist. With the direct descendant of the Great Sanctum, Sydney, on Brando's side, she would naturally side with Brando. Not to mention, the latter was her savior. Of course, she would not betray the interests of her country, but on this basis, she could provide some help to Brando and the rest. At least, she could be another eye for them, to prevent the two-faced nobles of Cruz from deceiving them. At the same time, she could also provide cover for them to enter and leave the city. Even though it was impossible for the Silver Queen to not keep an eye on the nun princess who was close to the people of Awin, that was not important. This city was filled with her spies, and if she was afraid of being discovered, she would not be able to achieve anything. In fact, Brando, who was very experienced in this kind of infiltration mission, don't ask where his experience came from, knew very well that it was not terrible to be discovered by Her Majesty. What was terrible was that the information was not equal. As for his own mission and the mission of the Shire, he did not mention it, but it was very important. He first walked around the city by himself, exploring all the places with hidden events and items in his memory. After all, it was rare for him to come to Lushta, and it was uncertain whether he would come here again in the future. He did not intend to leave the hidden places and treasures for the people of Cruz. After half a day, he had obtained a lot of things. Among them, he had obtained dozens of bottles of holy water number 2 and holy water number 3. Because most of the hidden places near the imperial capital were tombs or shrines, the easiest things to obtain in these places were all kinds of holy water and holy items. Although he inherited a lot of holy water from Amon's inheritance, after going through many battles, he had used up most of the high-end goods. This time, his harvest greatly supplemented his high-end collection. After all, the imperial capital was also the center of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, so the holy water produced in these places would not be ordinary. As for holy items, they were relatively rare in the Holy Cathedral of Fire, so most of the things he obtained were the most common goods, such as blessed prayer beads, holy bones, and similar things. These things could provide a lot of bonus to holy spells when fighting against demons and undead, but they were not useful on normal days. The only thing that pleased Brando was that he obtained the armor of Gundo and angelic wings from the tomb of Saint Fortuna. Saint Fortuna was a famous saint in the history of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, but the location of his holy body was a mystery for thousands of years. This mystery was finally solved by a Cruz player from Cloak Bay, who accidentally found the tomb of the saint in the public cemetery of the Lion's Sacred Palace. From there, he obtained the armor of Gundo and the angelic wings that the saint used when he was alive. This discovery was also a widely circulated anecdote in the Amber Sword, because before this, most of the hidden treasures and discoveries were found in remote places. Very few people would look for lost treasures under the watchful eyes of the novice village. After all, most people's first impression would be that there would be no hidden treasures in their birthplace, or even if there were, it would only be some trivial Easter eggs. However, the discovery of the armor of Gundo and the angelic wings taught everyone a lesson. It proved that in the Amber Sword, the location of hidden treasures was only related to their history. In other words, in theory, as long as the game's historical background was in line with the game's history, you could even unearth the Azure Lance at the birthplace. After that, there was a wave of historical investigation and background exploration in the game. It was also at that time that players like Brando began to deliberately record a lot of history and information. It was worth mentioning that the tomb of Gerald in Butchie was also discovered in this context. The reason why the tomb of Fortuna was so famous, other than the background, was because of the armor of Gundo and the angelic wings that the player found. Of these two holy items, the lower value of the armor of stiffness was a fantasy-grade equipment, while the angelic wings was a genuine ancient artifact, even close to the quality of a divine artifact. Although the armor of Gundo was called armor, it was actually a pair of gloves made of an unknown silver metal. In addition to the amazing attributes of this pair of gloves, strength plus 35, constitution plus 40, 10% light resistance, as a fantasy-grade armor, it also had a special effect that made everyone envious. As long as there was light, the wearer could activate the special ability Gundo's Shelter. This ability was actually an invincible barrier that lasted for 5 seconds, had a radius of about 10 meters, and could not be moved. That's right, it was immune to all damage and control effects, lasted for 5 seconds, and took about 4 hours to recharge. Although it could not be moved, if used well, it could be used to turn the tide of battle. At that time, when the Amber Sword was still in the era of major dungeons, this item was once recognized as a bugged equipment. The player who owned it was in a guild that was far ahead of the world in terms of PvE progress. This caused many protests from players, but later on, as more and more fantasy-grade equipment appeared in the world, various bugged special effects emerged, and the voices of controversy disappeared. After all, bugged equipment was called a divine artifact when one person had it, but when everyone had a divine artifact, it was just a so-so. But if the armor of stiffness was just a so-so, then the holy robe of angelic wings was a little hard to accept, especially when it was in the early stages of the game, and was obtained by players almost effortlessly from a newbie map. This holy robe on the surface was a typical robe of a priest, but because it was discovered in the version where the ancient robe was not released yet, its attributes that were far beyond the standard of fantasy-grade equipment, will plus 21, bloodline plus 110, light affinity plus 10, were shocking to players at that time. Although the players of that era were not clear about the existence of higher-tier equipment after fantasy grade, they still gave this holy robe an appropriate title, Super Fantasy Equipment. Later on, when the ancient robe was released, the angelic wings was directly promoted to ancient robe. It could be said to be the only ancient robe in the whole of the Amber Sword that players had witnessed the promotion process, and its fame in the Amber Sword was imaginable. But that was not the main point. The main point was the special attribute of the angelic wings, Feather of Light. Your light affinity attribute can be converted to wind affinity attribute. This attribute was unknown to players for as long as 3 versions, because in the early version, elemental affinity was in fact a kind of attribute enhancement. In short, it was to increase the proficiency of casting a certain type of spell, including damage, casting speed, elemental penetration, and so on. It sounded very powerful, but the actual effect was very deceptive. Because the affinity attribute was calculated according to the affinity level, and the affinity level had an EXP slot. The affinity level would increase according to the proficiency of the EXP slot, and the affinity level would increase according to the elemental affinity provided by equipment or skills. In this way, the 10% increase in damage, casting speed, and elemental penetration for each affinity level seemed to be of little value. After all, a player could not pile up thousands of elemental affinity points. If that was the case, what other attributes would they have? Because of this reason, and in addition to the fact that most of the wearers of the holy robe were priests, how many of the priests' holy spells other than the Holy Cathedral of the Wind Empress required wind affinity? Even the priests of the Wind Empress spent most of their time dealing with the light element. This was the basic principle of holy spells. Although the priests of the Holy Cathedral of Fire used all kinds of flames, it was actually just the light element's representation of the doctrine of the path of metal and fire. In Wand, as long as it was a holy spell, it would definitely not be separated from the light element. Because of this, most players thought that the Feather of Light was just a useless ability, and that the only reason the angelic wings had this ability was to balance out the high basic attributes of the angelic wings. In fact, until the end of War and Chaos, players still thought that the main strength of the angelic wings was its superior attributes. After all, the title of a blank divine artifact was not just for show. However, with the appearance of the heirloom, more heirloom items began to appear in the eyes of the players. Gradually, the players began to realize that among the many heirloom items, the angelic wings attributes were actually just a so-so, and not even first-rate. Because of this, it was inevitable that the players would question, if the basic attributes of a piece of equipment were only average among the same tier, and its special attributes were trash, could it really be considered an heirloom item? Some players thought that this was a bug in the game company, while others began to suspect that there was something more to the Feather of Light. In the end, they really did research on it. In the era of the Slate War, the players began to grasp the power of extremity. After entering their own world of laws, the players began to be surprised to find that the laws were inclined towards the elements. This was actually very normal, after all, the entire Wand was built on the basis of the elements. Martha and the 4 great elven kings made a contract to use the elements as the foundation of the world, and then used the laws to restrict the flow of mana to create this world where all living beings lived. Therefore, the entire world and the laws that were built on it would inevitably be inclined towards the elements. Just like the Holy Cathedral of Fire built by the Flame King Gretel, and the Holy Cathedral of Wind built by the Wind Empress, their doctrines were all closely related to the elements, and the beliefs of the four great holy cathedrals were all one of the most fundamental laws of this world. Therefore, the laws that were inclined towards the elements were, in fact, shown in the background of the game from the very beginning. This was not surprising, but what shocked the players was that elemental affinity was also effective in the world of laws. And this effect was not only reflected in the strength of the elements, it could even change the nature of the elements. In other words, if a player's element power was a breeze, or a similar law that leaned towards the wind, under the influence of elemental affinity, it could even become a gale or a hurricane. This increase was not only a quantitative increase, but also a qualitative increase. Under such circumstances, the wings of light was extremely terrifying. This was because it could turn an element that leaned towards the light into a pure element that leaned towards the wind. Unfortunately, most of the cleric's elements were more or less inclined towards the light. In other words, with this holy robe, it was equivalent to having mastered two elements at the same time, one leaning towards the light element, and the other leaning towards the wind element. This was simply heaven-defying. It was equivalent to saying that if Brando's spacetime element leaned towards the light element, after the conversion of this holy robe, he could completely obtain a similar element that leaned towards the wind element. For example, the element of nirvana, which was not inferior to the spacetime element. Although these two elements belonged to the same level, their effects were completely different. For someone who mastered these two elements at the same time, the increase in strength was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. As soon as this fact was exposed, the angelic wings immediately returned to the throne of godly equipment, and even received the title of godly equipment. The reason why it was not a godly equipment was that it had extremely high requirements for the wearer's own quality. This was very easy to understand. A guy who only had the most secondary element wearing this holy robe could only be a rookie no matter how much it was converted. Therefore, this equipment was icing on the cake, and could not achieve the effect of sending charcoal in snowy weather. In theory, this holy robe was indeed the most suitable for Brando. After all, what element could be of a higher level than spacetime? Could it be more powerful than the spacetime element of the same quality? Unfortunately, the spacetime element being a light element was only an assumption. In fact, it was a dark element in wound, so this equipment had no effect on it at all. Brando had actually prepared this equipment for Hipamra. Without a doubt, there was no one under him who was more suitable for this holy robe than Hipamra. Hipamra's element was a very high-level law of light and earth, holy white land. After converting it into the wind element of the same quality, it was almost equivalent to having three elements. Holy white land's main function was defense and support, and most of the wind element was more offensive, so it complemented each other. After getting these things, Brando summoned the Shire. After all, he found a few hidden treasures in every place he went. This kind of bizarre thing was not easy to explain, so he could only find an excuse to send Seal away to do something else. Once he was done with his personal matters, he would summon Seal back. Anyway, the Planeswalker system had almost no distance restrictions. With just a command, he could summon the person with secondary authority to his side at any time. His next destination was Suman Street. At the end of the street, there was a magic item shop called Indulgent Rose, and this unknown little place was the final destination of his trip. My novel, The Amber Sword, will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform, and there's a 100% chance of a lucky draw gift for everyone. Open WeChat now, click the plus sign at the top right to add friend, search for the public account, Dread, and follow, hurry up. Chapter 1057. P.S. If you want to hear more of your voices and receive more of your suggestions, search for the WeChat public account, Dread, and follow it to give more support to The Amber Sword. Brando and the Shire stopped. In front of them was a strange building, which seemed to be a large illegal building made up of many roofs stacked together. A tin chimney snaked up along the layers of roofs, and a lazy black cat lay on the red tiles, wagging its tail and half squinting in the sun. The old white wall was covered with ivy, and a wooden sign was placed outside the door of the shop with a line of words written in italic cruz, Indulgent Rose. Seeing this line of text, Brando knew that he had found the right place. This was 5201 Suman Street. On the surface, it was an alchemy shop with a 30-year history, but in fact, there was a secret underground. Brando knew that this was one of the secret contact points of the Hazel people in the city. This is it? Brando nodded. The Shire looked up and down at the place and couldn't help but say, "It doesn't look any different, but those Hazel people are so well hidden. Do you really think they need to intervene?" "It's not a question of whether it's necessary or not." Brando swept the dust on his chest with his hand and replied matter-of-factly, "It's just a matter of convenience for them, but they can get a lot of benefits, and even if they fail, there's no loss to them, so why wouldn't they agree? But there's no such thing as an airtight wall in this world, my lord. They should know very well that the Cruz people will find out who helped us behind the scenes." "So what?" Brando asked back. "It seems that you don't know the Hazel people, the Shire." "Does my lord know them very well?" "Naturally. In fact, the relationship between the Empire and Hazel was very special. Before that, Hazel used to be a loose city-state. The short Hazel people were naturally good at magic, but unlike the Bugas, they were more interested in research and development of all kinds of storage devices. They believed in the dragon crystal of wisdom, and thought that the spark of thinking and wisdom was the power to inspire everything. In that era, the Empire's strategy towards Hazel was to secretly support some city-states, create conflicts between city-states, and maintain balance, so that Hazel would never be able to form a political and military entity that could threaten the Empire. This balance had been maintained for hundreds of years. But about 130 years ago, a prophet was born among the Hazel people. This sage put forward a famous hypothesis, the theory that the individual is the whole. In this theory, the Hazel people believed that the wisdom of an individual was limited, but the collision of ideas could make wisdom sublimate, thus giving birth to a godlike brilliance. Therefore, the Hazel people believed that in a whole, the wisdom of each individual was crucial. The whole was composed of individuals, so individuals would also be an indispensable part of the overall wisdom. Under the guidance of this theory, the Hazel people carried out a thorough revolution, the revolution of the popularization of magical technology. At the same time, a republic composed of city-states was established like lightning. By the time the Cruz people reacted, they found that a powerful opponent had appeared beside them. The hatred of the past hundreds of years made it almost impossible to have peace between the two countries. On the one hand, the Empire had great power, but the Hazel people's legions armed with magical technology were not at a disadvantage against the Empire. So the war broke out. Although the Empire was powerful, only 1 out of 10 people could be trained to become a qualified knight. On the other hand, although the Republic's individual strength was weak, their ordinary soldiers only needed to be trained slightly and equipped with magic devices to possess power close to that of a knight. The Empire had the Mage Corps. Although the Hazel people's magic shooters were not good at fighting, they had artillery and tanks. The Empire had the Pegasus Knight and the Griffin Knight. The Hazel people also had airplanes and airships. Even if there was a slight difference in combat strength, they could make up for it with numbers. It would take the Empire about 5 years to train a qualified Pegasus Knight, but it would only take the Hazer people 6 months to build an airship. Even if it was 3 or 4 airships in exchange for a Knight of the Empire, it was still a good deal. In fact, after decades of popularization and progress of magical technology, the Hazel people gradually recovered from the situation of losing on the battlefield and even launched a counterattack. If it were not for the outbreak of the demonic wave, the Cruz people were likely to face an embarrassing defeat on the Western Front. In fact, the most recent war between the Cruz people and the Hazel people was 7 years ago. At that time, the White Legion invaded Banlin Valley and occupied Banlin for 3 years, but not long after that, they were driven back by the Hazel people. The Empire did not publicize the defeat of Banlin because of this reason, but in fact, the Hazel people have the advantage on the border at the moment. The war is not over yet. It's just that both sides are exhausted and unable to fight anymore. They can only stand on the confrontation front, which is also the border. Under such circumstances, Brando replied, "Do you think the Hazel people will be afraid of the Cruz people's anger? They can't wait to extend the front to other places. Have they not considered a truce?" The Shire was a little incredulous. Especially since the Empire does not only have the Republic of Hazel as an enemy. Hundreds of years of hatred, how can it be so easy to disappear? Brando shook his head. Maybe one day in the future, the Hazel people and the Cruz people will restore the normal relationship between countries, but that will also be after all the blood has been shed. This is a hatred of generations, it must be appeased with blood. That's terrible. The Shire could not help but sigh. The two of them had only stood outside the house for a moment, but they had already attracted the attention of the people inside the house. A rather respectable young noble from a foreign country, accompanied by his wizard followers, was carrying a sword. The black leather of the scabbard and the silver ornaments on the scabbard were obviously very valuable. One look and one could tell that this was a generous guest. In many big cities, magic shops did not only cater to wizards. Ordinary people were their main customers. Deodorants, insect repellents, and some convenient alchemy products, including all kinds of incense, were all daily necessities. However, the real big customers were the adepts. "Sir, outside the door, don't you want to come in and have a look?" The boss with a big belly shouted from behind the counter. "You don't have the things I want here." Brando smiled back. The boss was unhappy. "Hey, young man, don't talk big. I promise you with the credibility of the 30 years of Addicted to Roses that you can't find a more complete range of goods than here in the Empire. This place has a good reputation, you can go and ask." That's more like it, Brendel thought. Is that so? Then I want the glory of Zell, the unyielding sword, the light of thinking, and the glory of wisdom. The boss's face changed. "I don't understand what you are talking about, young man." "It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Ask Mutt to come out and see me. I want to talk about big business." The boss looked at the two of them with a complicated expression. Although they were far away, he could still see Charles's snow-white teeth as he smiled at him. His face darkened, and his shoulders sank slightly. But Brando opened his mouth. "I know you have a Type 4 flintlock under the counter, but that thing is useless to me. In a quarter of an hour, the patrolling cavalry will pass by here. You won't do anything stupid, right?" The boss froze. After a while, he spoke again. "Who are you?" His voice was a little hoarse. "Foreigners." The county answered with a smile. Brando shook his head. "Who we are is not important to you. What's important is that we have no evil intentions." "I can't guarantee that." The boss frowned. Although the empire is big, Brando glanced at him. "But I can still find Roby Castle." Roby Castle was the headquarters of the patrolling cavalry. Hearing Brando's words, the boss believed him. He put down the gun and carefully looked at the two of them. Then he said, "You guessed wrong about one thing. Mr. Erwin, the gun in my hand is a Type 3 rifle." Brando remembered that in this era, Hazel's Type 4 rifle had just been developed and was not officially installed. And the foreign spy departments naturally changed their weapons even later. Regarding this small mistake, he did not take it to heart and smiled. The boss looked around vigilantly and then waved to them. "Come in and talk, the two of you." Brando and the county walked into the shop. The light in the room was slightly dim. The first thing they saw was a variety of cabinets and shelves on the wall. There was a dazzling array of strange items on the shelves. Most of them were all kinds of potions. There were a few daggers and a light crossbow on the counter. There was also a box covered with velvet. The groove in the middle seemed to be used to store these weapons. He turned his head again. On one side was a huge glass window. From the inside of the shop, he could clearly see the situation on the street outside. It seemed that these Hazel people were still very vigilant. The layout of the shop was very conducive to observing the movements outside. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack. The specially arranged messy room was easy to hide weapons. As long as there was an invasion, the people in the shop could defend at any time. The key was that even after such a layout, Indulgent Rose was still the most traditional magic shop. At least from the outside, there was no flaw. Hazel and Cruz had been fighting for hundreds of years. Who knew how many spies there were in their respective territories? They were already very experienced in this aspect. "Two sirs, please wait for a moment. I have to ask Mr. Mudd's opinion." "As you wish." The boss knocked a few times on a piece of metal embedded on the counter. It was sometimes long and sometimes short. There was no pattern to it. But after a moment, he looked up and said to Brando, "Mr. Mudd agreed, but there is one condition. You can go in, but your follower has to stay." "Then I'll stay." The County shrugged and replied indifferently. The boss was slightly stunned. He thought that the other party would hesitate. He did not expect the other party to be so straightforward. And why did the wizard follower not seem to care about the safety of his master? Whether or not there was danger, as a follower, how could he just let his protector leave his side? Of course, he did not know that the County, as a planeswalker card, could be summoned to Brando's side at any time. So, there was no difference whether he left or not. Brando smiled at him. "Since I dared to come here alone, I naturally have full confidence." In that case, the boss's expression changed again. "Then come with me." He opened the door and let Brando in. The two went up the stairs to the second floor. In a room on the second floor facing the street, Brando met the person in charge of this place. It was a hazel man who was half the height of an ordinary human. He wore a decent black suit with a white vest inside. Silver chains hung on his trousers, a pocket watch in his pocket, a cane in his hand, and a hat on his head. His hair was meticulously combed. He did not look like a spymaster. Instead, he looked like a gentleman. This short hazel man had a mustache and wore a monocle. When Brando looked at him, he squinted his eyes and looked at Brando through the monocle. "An Erewhon man," he said. "Why is an Erewhon man here at this moment?" Brando looked at the short man. He only knew that the other party was called Mutt. As for his experience as the person in charge here at this moment, he only learned about it from his personal resume. This meant that this guy was later promoted because only NPCs who had reached a certain level of status would be given detailed resumes by players to facilitate quests and gain reputation. Judging from the bureaucratic system of Hazel, this guy was likely to be promoted to an ambassador or the deputy director of the security department after meritorious service. "I'm here to ask you for a favor." Brando went straight to the point. Mutt smiled. "I think I know who you are." Brando did not mind. It would be strange if Mutt could not guess who he was. As a spy network, if they did not know what happened in the Empire recently, they might as well go home and plant sweet potatoes. "You are Count Tonagel." "Oh, I heard that you will soon be Count Ranner." "You know, I'm very happy to see you here at this moment, because your appearance here means that the Empire is in trouble." Mutt shrugged. "You know, I'm happy whenever the Empire is in trouble. Praise the light of wisdom and thinking. So, Count Ranner, what can we do to help you? Also," he waved his cane, "what benefits can we get?" "What I need your help with isn't troublesome at all," Brendel replied. "It's not troublesome," Mutt nodded. "This is one of the reasons. I know you have more to say, so please continue. I want you to help me investigate the whereabouts of a person. This should be easy for you." "Then, who is it?" "It's her," Brando corrected, "Countess Wallach. You should have heard of her before, right?" "So it's her." Mutt's monocle reflected the light. "I understand now." "Wonderful, it seems like you want to make the Empire lose face." "It's not just a matter of face," Brando said, "it's also about the Highlanders." Mutt took a deep breath. "I have to say, you're right. It seems like this is a good deal." He paused for a moment. "In other words, we only need to help you investigate the whereabouts of Countess Wallach. That's all. I'll do the rest." "Then, what benefits will you get?" "As far as I know, the Empire is the Republic's enemy, but not necessarily Erewhon's. The greatest benefit is to be able to save my subordinates." Mutt couldn't help but take a deep look at him. The Republic never gives up on any of its subjects. Wisdom and glory are one, and the individual is all. He reached out his hand. "It seems that Hazel and Erewhon may not necessarily have to fight side by side on the battlefield, but they can still be good allies." Brendel smiled and shook his hand. It's a pleasure working with you. P.S. I recommend a book, Ghost Hunter in the City. It's quite interesting after reading the first few chapters. Book number is 3443177. The novel, The Amber Sword, will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform, and there's a 100% chance of a lucky draw for everyone. Open WeChat now, click the plus sign on the top right to add friend, search for the public account, Dread, and follow it. Hurry up. Chapter 1058. Then I'll go back now, Mr. Kent. Go ahead. Be careful on the road. It's not safe out there. Old Kent shook his head and watched Seti's figure disappear into the dusk outside the inn. He then closed the door and prepared to close the shop. He was already old, and his hands and feet had become less and less nimble over the years. He slowly turned around, only to find that there was another person standing behind him. He couldn't help but shiver in fright. Then, he found that the other person was the woman in the group of guests. He didn't know her name, but she stayed here with her companions 3 days ago. Her beauty naturally left a deep impression on people, not to mention that there were some regrettable faint scars on her almost perfect face, which left a deep impression on people. Old Kent did not know if it was his imagination, but he felt that the scars on the woman's face had faded a little after a day of not seeing her. He thought to himself, how is that possible? Maybe I'm seeing things. Miss, how can I help you? Old Kent humbly replied. Over the past few days, he could vaguely sense a hint of bossiness in her tone and habits. He had seen it many times in the noble ladies and lords in the city, but he did not want to think too much about why a noble lady would come to stay in his inn in such a remote place. Is everyone hungry? Would you like some supper or something? There are still some ingredients in the kitchen. Is her name Seti? That girl. Delphian smirked. She looked through the maple window on the other side. A few sycamore leaves hung down from the window. They were dyed red by the sunset and swayed slightly in the wind. She stared at the direction where Seti's figure disappeared into the dusk, her purple eyes quietly reflecting the sunset. Yes, she's a poor girl. I heard that her brother went to the battlefield and old Chris was in poor health. She had to take care of her siblings and the chores at home. Old Kent could not help but sigh and shake his head. Old Chris had a good daughter, but she was too unlucky. Lady Luck never shows mercy to the unluckiest. Doesn't she stay here? No, she has to go back every day. I gave her special permission. Her brother went to the battlefield. Is he in the east? I'm not too sure about that, Mississippi. It's probably in the south. In the south. Delphian narrowed her eyes slightly. Who was the person who picked her up? The person who picked her up? Old Kent was stunned. Maybe. Delphian smiled and said, maybe I was wrong. What? It's nothing. I'm just saying that you don't have to bother with supper. If you really need it, I'll ask Ms. Seti for help when she's here. Martha above, thank you for your kindness. Old Kent couldn't help but look at the lady gratefully. Such a kind and beautiful noble lady was rare in Rushta. I hope Jean Yen can stay by her side and take care of this kind lady. He couldn't help but think. And Delphine just smiled quietly at this. Outside the inn, a young man in a short-sleeved shirt grabbed Seti's hand and dragged her towards the St. Mercury Bridge until they were out of cat and beard sight. What's wrong, Al? Seti asked in confusion. Someone's watching you, the young man replied in a low voice. Watching? Me? How? Seti couldn't help but look back at the inn. It was now just a small spot on the road. Uncle Kent would never do that. Then it's someone else. You mean those guests? Maybe. Anyway, be careful, Seti. The young man turned around and looked at her with a serious expression. Seti couldn't help but cover her mouth and smile. You worry too much, Al. I don't belong to the same world as them. But thank you anyway. She blushed and couldn't help but tighten her grip on the young man's hand. She could feel the warmth from his hand spreading to her heart. What do you want from me, Al? Don't forget about the prayer meeting tonight. Of course not. What's so important about it? Why did you suddenly mention it? The deacon said that tonight is the most important day. Seti paused for a second, then a bright light flashed in his eyes. He held his breath and asked, Is it going to start? The young man nodded with a gloomy face. After today, I'll make that old witch pay. Sooner or later, I'll avenge Pebber with my own hands. Thank you, Al, Seti replied softly, but she still felt a little uneasy. But can we really do it? Of course. Have you forgotten what that old witch did? I heard that this damned country lost a war recently. Losing a war means that they need more soldiers. Seti, Uncle Chris can't go to the battlefield anymore. The young man didn't know much about the war, but that didn't stop him from using the deacon's words. Even though he didn't like those deacons, he had to admit that what they said made sense. Those deacons couldn't see so far ahead and had always suffered in silence. Seti's words lit a fire in his heart. He pursed his lips, and the fire of revenge burned in his eyes. Seti fell silent when she thought of her old father. She still had 2 younger brothers and a younger sister. No matter what, she had to stand up and protect her family. By the way, Deacon Miriam specifically mentioned you. The young man suddenly remembered something and changed his tone. He asked me to tell you that you must attend the meeting tonight. Seti was a little surprised. She didn't understand why she suddenly became so important. But when she thought of the strict rules of the church, she knew that she could only obey. I understand. The 2 of them fell into silence. They walked quietly on the path of the sacred Mercury Bridge and watched the sunset leave a golden glow on the river. After a while, the young man spoke again. Seti. His voice was soft and full of emotion. Yes? I have a feeling that those people are not good people. Let's leave after this is over. But I still have brothers and sisters. My father, let me take care of them, the young man interrupted her. Let's take them, take everyone, and leave this place as far as we can. The last ray of light was swallowed by the river, leaving only the clouds in the sky. Seti's heart was filled with sweetness. She held the young man's hand and nodded gently. The innkeeper respectfully bid farewell to Delphian and hobbled away. The Prime Minister's daughter stood by the window and glanced at the magnificent twilight on the main road. She smiled enigmatically and then turned to go upstairs. In the room on the 2nd floor, Brando was analyzing the information he received from Antiburo's envoy group, the Nazar people, and the nobles in the city that Vahina and Delphian contacted. Finally, he had a rough idea of what was happening in the city. Medisha sat on a high back chair with a serious expression. She carefully recorded the information on a piece of parchment with a quill pen. Vahina softly dictated from her side. After she finished writing a piece of parchment, she picked it up and put it aside. Brando then stacked the parchment on the table. The last ray of sunlight was leaving the table reluctantly, and the sky outside the window was already hazy. He turned around and saw the side of the silver elf princess face. The last rays of sunlight fell between her forehead and chin, and under the crisscrossing light, the outline of the girl's face was covered with a layer of thin, almost imperceptible fluff, which made her look especially cute. My lord, it seems that the Silver Queen is not strict with the nobles imprisoned in the Tessberg. At least, from this letter, we can see that, my lord. Medisha turned around and saw what he was looking at. She could not help but blush. My lord, Vahina stopped her narration and looked over. She could not help but frown. Faced with their gazes, Brando finally came back to his senses. He coughed awkwardly and said, that. I'm sorry, I got there. The letter. Brando then remembered the letter that Medisha mentioned. The owner of the letter was no stranger to him. It was the former commander of the Azure Army, Vahina's mentor, Lady Veronica. He had met her twice in the loop of trade winds and ABs. The letter was sent by someone after she learned that Vahina had used her connections in the city to investigate her and the Duke of Flower Leaf. Since Veronica did not know that he was near the imperial capital, the letter only described her and the Duke of Flower Leaf's recent situation in the Tessberg. They were treated fairly well in the Tessberg. Other than having their freedom restricted, they were not punished as harshly as the rumors said. However, from between the lines, one could see that the commander was anxious. In the letter, she mentioned several times that she was worried and uneasy about the Silver Queen's recent actions. It was obvious that she was not bent on opposing the Silver Queen. She and the other nobles in Ludwig were siding with the eldest son of the emperor because she was not optimistic about the Silver Queen's choice. She did not want the Silver Queen's crazy actions to lead the empire into an abyss of no return. Compared to the naked conflict of interests between the northern nobles, the emotions contained in the letter were more acceptable to Brando. It was not something that an egoist could understand. It was a long-term vision, a hope that the country could be stable, and those who lived at the bottom of the society could also enjoy the benefits brought by prosperity. It was a noble feeling, not blind, but just looking at the future. Although they belonged to different countries, Brando could empathize with this wish. The difference was that he had personally experienced this period of history, but Lady Veronica could see the future with her own eyes. It was a pity that the empire was now in the abyss of war, and the commander was in a difficult situation. She could not even protect herself. He thought for a moment and replied, "This means that the Silver Queen has not made up her mind. Some of these nobles can be roped in, but she just can't find the time to do it. If we lost at Fat Tan Harbor," Medisha could not help but mention, "then it's already decided who's going to die and who's going to live. Fortunately, we won. Her Majesty has to find another opportunity to display her power and intimidate the people." Brendel continued. Vahina was a little absent-minded. She should have been worried. Although the news from the Moss Castle was the best news she had heard in a while, it did not mean that she could sit back and relax. Her Majesty did not make a move because she was not completely confident. When the situation in Ludwig was settled, the Mehodefen family would be like meat on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. She would never imagine that her family was part of the nobles that the temperamental queen could rope in. Even if the Duke of Flower and Leaf did not have the intention to rebel, they were inextricably linked to the northern nobles. Brando's words undoubtedly proved this point. But at this moment, the young lady of Flower and Leaf was a little absent-minded. She looked at Brando, and then at Medisha. Her face was a little worried. Brando did not notice the young lady's abnormality and continued to ask, "Did the Zayres contact you?" Medisha shook her head and put a piece of parchment in front of Brando. "This is a message from Princess Magadal. It mentioned a place." "Where is it?" "It's not a confirmed location, but it mentioned that the Silver Queen and Constance had been there twice in the past week. It's the Tulip District." The Eastern Front had just been defeated, and at this time of the year, the Silver Queen obviously would not be in the mood to participate in garden activities or visit insignificant characters. If she still took the time to go there at this time, it must not be that simple. Although it could be a smokescreen, Brando could not help but take it seriously. Just as he was about to look at the map, Faina finally could not help but speak. "I know that place, Brando. That's the old prince's mansion, the former residence of the late king's younger brother, Prince Cyrus." Hearing the name, Brando finally remembered the place. "Is it the prince who died in the Holy War?" "And his two sons," Vahina added. She stared at Brando and bit her lower lip. Medisha looked at the young lady of Flower and Leaf strangely, and then looked at her lord. Her silver eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of understanding, and the corner of her small mouth lifted slightly. She could not help but feel a little amused. But she did not show it on her face, and continued to speak seriously. "There's a place near this old mansion that is heavily guarded. Even if Antoinette's envoy passes by that place every day, they will be strictly interrogated." "What is that place?" Brando frowned. Why is it getting more and more complicated? Could it be that Her Majesty set up forbidden areas everywhere in the imperial capital? Cold Dew Manor. Chapter 1059. Frostdew Manor? Brendel tapped the table with his fingertips and replied thoughtfully, "Delphine hasn't found out where Vala and the conservative faction of the Holy Cathedral of Fire are being held. If the Silver Queen isn't deliberately deceiving us, assuming that one of the prince's old residence and the Cold Dew Manor is where the prison is, then the other. In fact, ever since the Silver Queen split the Holy Cathedral, the faction represented by Vala was known as the Conservative faction, while the other faction was naturally the Reformist faction represented by the Scholarly faction. Scarlet is there. Medicia's silver eyes lit up as she understood what he was trying to say. My lord, should we make a move? She immediately asked. Brando shook his head. It's best to investigate first, he replied. Although the place seemed very likely, he could not rule out the possibility that the Silver Queen had deliberately set up a trap or a diversion. The best way was to sneak in and investigate first. Tonight, Brando, let me go. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Vahina, who stood beside him. She blurted out almost without thinking, and then seemed to realize what she had said. She saw Brando and Medicia looking at her in shock, and her face turned red as if it was burning. I'm very familiar with that place. But Vahina, you don't seem to know how to sneak in, right? Brando could not help but ask. My master has taught me how to sneak in and perform secret operations, but... Vahina replied in a small voice. You just don't have actual combat experience, right? Vahina's face turned red, but she insisted, even if I don't have actual combat experience, I can still do it well. This is not an outing, my lady. I know. Vahina blinked lightly, and her voice became weak. I can stay at the periphery. I know there are a few unknown paths there. That won't do. Brando shook his head. It's not safe. According to our plan, non-combatants should avoid participating as much as possible. Vahina had no choice but to shut her mouth, and only glared at Brando with her blue eyes. Just when Brando thought that she was going to throw a tantrum again, she bit her lower lip and replied softly, I understand. The contrast surprised Brando. In his mind, this lady was still the unruly little princess of the loop of trade winds. He was prepared for her to throw a tantrum, but he did not expect her to only say, I understand, in the end. It felt like he punched a ball. He couldn't help but look at her cautiously. He saw this kind of attitude from one person the most, Miss Merchant. Usually, when the Roman girl had to bow her head, she would say something nice, but in reality, she would do the exact opposite. She would not change no matter how hard he tried, which gave him a headache. Fortunately, he knew that Vahina would not be so shameless. She had her own pride, and would not play such petty tricks. Medicia, who was watching the conversation between the two, smiled mysteriously at Vahina, and suggested to Brando, My lord, in my opinion, it might be better to bring Miss Vahina along. Brando was startled. He did not expect Medicia to suddenly change sides. Medicia? He turned to look at her, as if to make sure that she was not joking. Vahina also raised her head and looked at Medicia, who was sitting on the chair, in shock. Because Miss Sydney is not suitable to enter the city. Her target is too obvious, Medicia replied with a smile. She could be said to be the one who had followed Brando the longest outside of the Shire. She could see through her lord's thoughts at a glance, and thus could speak with assurance. If this is a trap set by the Silver Queen, then her target might be Miss Sydney, and not Miss Vahina. She has plenty of opportunities in the past few days, so why bother? Brando suddenly understood. This was reverse thinking. If the Silver Queen used Vala as bait, then her target would probably be the Lion Palace's Saintess, as Medicia said. She also had an urgent motive. Obtaining the sacred sword Odorfice was the most important step for her to integrate and control the Holy Cathedral of Fire. In his camp, other than himself, the successor of Odin, Sydney was probably the most important person to the Silver Queen. Relatively speaking, the ownership of the flower domain was not that important to her. If Sydney could not enter the Imperial City, he would need to choose between Delphian and Vahina, who were familiar with the Imperial City, as a replacement. In comparison, Vahina was slightly more suitable. Although the two of them did not have the ability to protect themselves, at least she was Veronica's student and had excellent swordsmanship. Vahina, on the other hand, was no different from an ordinary person after consuming the Spring of Spring that had side effects. In fact, in this era where the magic tide was beginning to affect the entire world, Vahina, who had no power, was worse than an ordinary person. With this in mind, Brando could not help but look at Vahina. "Are you sure?" "You'll have to ask Miss Vahina if she's ready," Medisha replied seriously. "This is a dangerous job." "I'm fine. I'll take care of myself." "Don't forget whose student I am," Vahina hurriedly answered. Brando looked at Vahina and actually wanted to complain about her teacher. He was currently imprisoned in the Tundra Castle, but considering his respect for the Legion commander, he could not bear to tarnish her reputation. Hence, he held back his words. He sighed. Although this might not be the best choice, at least it wasn't the worst. He thought that this was the only way. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. Brando subconsciously looked at the sky and guessed who it might be. Vahina turned to open the door and saw Sydney standing outside with a serious face. Because Brando had promised to help this lady repair the holy sword Oderfice, she would appear at this time almost every day. She would not appear a minute earlier or later, and as time passed, the others had gotten used to it. But today, in addition to the lady with the statue of the Lion Palace, Delphine, who had just come upstairs, was also standing outside the door. The Prime Minister's daughter had a faint smile on her face, but the unapproachable look in her eyes made Vahina uncomfortable and she subconsciously took a step back. "Miss Sydney, Delphine, you're here." Brando greeted. Delphine smiled, indicating that she was just passing by. Brando turned his head and looked at the expressionless Sydney. "Miss Sydney. Sorry to disturb you, Count Brendel." The lioness' voice was as calm as water. "Can you spare some time?" Brando nodded. He had promised her when they were at Fathom Harbor that once the battle at Fathom Harbor was over, he would help her repair the holy sword Oderfice. Now that they had won the battle at Fathom Harbor, he naturally would not find any excuse to go back on his word. Besides, he was also very interested in the legendary flaming blade. Medisha quickly got up and gave Vahina a look. She then led the young lady of flower leaf collar out. Although Delphine was still standing outside the door, she did not intend to enter. It was as she said, she was just passing by on her way upstairs. After Miss Sydney entered the room, Medisha closed the door and looked up at Delphine. The Prime Minister's daughter was slightly startled and asked, "Do you have something to say to me, Miss Medisha? I thought that you would betray us as soon as you returned to the imperial capital." Medisha said softly. "But I didn't," Delphine smiled. "We worked well together at Fathom Harbor. Miss Medisha, why don't you choose to continue believing in me?" "Because I can't feel sincerity from you," Medisha replied. The elves can distinguish the hearts of those with ulterior motives. This is actually referring to the silver elves. "I can't guess what you're thinking, Miss Delphine, but I know you're up to no good." "Are you really a silver elf, Miss Medisha?" But Medisha did not pay any attention to her. Delphine sighed. "That's why I don't understand what you're trying to say, Miss Medisha. You should understand that what I'm doing now is not disadvantageous to you at all. My lord thinks that the conflict between you and him is just a misunderstanding. He admires you very much, just like Miss Mithril. But that doesn't mean that I will be soft-hearted." Medisha's face turned cold. She rarely showed this side of her in front of outsiders. "I just want to repeat what I said last time. Don't give me the chance to pierce your heart with my spear." She stared coldly into Delphine's eyes and said word by word, "Tazlagim. Eternal enmity, by any means necessary. I swear by the ancient proverb of the Silver Elves." You should have heard of this proverb. Eternal enmity. Delphine's purple eyes flashed. Outside the window, it was already late at night. The room was lit by candles. Sydney chanted an incantation, then stretched out her right hand, as if she was holding a sword hilt in the void. She slowly pulled to the right, and pulled out a sword covered with cracks and scars from the void. The body of the sword had long been broken, and the shards that were flickering with a metallic luster were suspended in the air. It still maintained the shape of a sword, and the edge of the blade occasionally flashed with a dark red light. This was the holy sword Oderfice. Brando had seen this scene many times, but he was still shocked every time. This was the shape of the holy sword. It had died with the departure of the Flame King, so the craftsman could not reforge its body. The shards of the flaming blade that Sydney brought out from the Holy Cathedral were actually more memorable to the believers of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. After all, it was made by Gretel, the Flame King, but it was essentially no different from an ordinary shard of a sword. He had only recently learned this secret, which made him wonder if the Halran Gaia in his hand was the same. Although Halran Gaia was more complete, Sydney told him that if the flaming blade's physical body was still intact in the material world, its power would not be inferior to the Halran Gaia. With the passage of time, the faith of a legend seeped into the sword, turning it from an ordinary item into a powerful ancient sacred sword. One had to know that Yak's Lionheart's sword was once his most ordinary sword. The hearts of the people gathered to form faith, and the legend was cast. The powerful hidden desire and the magic in the words engraved the objects of this world in the world of laws. Therefore, the ancient sword could exist. Sydney let go of her hand and motioned for him to come forward. Brando was already familiar with the process. He reached out and took the hilt of the holy sword from the lady's hand, and a familiar feeling came from the sword. In fact, back in Fathom Harbor, he had used the recognition of Odorfei's soul to inject it into the fragment of the holy sword. At that time, he had established a faint connection with the law of the flaming blade. However, it was not that simple to repair Odorfeis. The soul of the holy sword fell into a deep sleep because its projection in the world of laws was fragmented, and the reason why its projection in the world of laws was fragmented was because of the lack of faith, which meant that it had lost its support in the world. Now, although this ancient soul had awakened and recognized him, its form in the world still had no support. The formation of a faith, the birth of a legend, was not something that could be supported by a single person. Even if Brando had the soul of Odorfeis, he could not give the flaming blade a new life. What he needed to do was to restore its glory. He held the hilt of the flaming blade, and the ancient soul in his body immediately resonated with its remnant form in the world, forming layers of illusions in front of him. What was it that created its own legend, that caused its name to travel across the land, that caused everyone to praise it, and that caused this holy sword to exist in this world? Then, where was the pride of the sword? It was once the holy sword of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, and the Flame King used it to start a new era. The pure flames separated the dark thorns and burned a path out of despair. However, what Brando saw in the illusions was not the Flame King's most glorious moment. On the White Plains, he announced the end of an unprecedented empire. From that moment on, all injustice and oppression were announced. The flaming blade Odorfeis was in his hands, and under the sunlight that pierced through the dark clouds, it shone brightly. What he saw was everything burning amidst the raging flames. The palaces and cities, this scene seemed familiar. Pairs of unyielding eyes, burning with anger, what was burning in the flames and turning into ashes? What was laughable arrogance? What was the unyielding flame that gave birth to the resistance under oppression? Its existence announced that everyone could firmly grasp their own fate. This was the golden flames, symbolizing resistance, and an oath that would never compromise. Therefore, I will give it, and not the empire, to the world. This was the path of the golden flame. Chapter 1060. The Roman rested her chin on her hand and looked at the hazy night sky outside the window in boredom. The way she rested her chin on her hand made the merchant girl look a little chubby, giving her a lazy and cute feeling. She was different from the other Erewhon people. Her dark brown pupils reflected the brilliance of the stars, weaving a story with the dreams of a young girl. It's so boring, Hippamra. Do you like crabs that much? The cleric girl standing at the side blushed and replied, but Miss Roman, don't their carapaces look very cute? They are firm and thick, just in line with the teachings of the goddess. Now that you mention it, they do seem a little cute. The merchant girl's eyes lit up as if she had found something fun. She subconsciously turned back to look at the crabs that Hippamra kept in her precious fish tank. Since the last batch of pets were killed by the little fat dragon Sheeta, Hippamra changed these crabs, because these things might not die so easily. But perhaps because she turned too quickly, the Roman actually leaned back and lost her balance. She screamed in fright and waved her hands, thinking that she would fall immediately, but she suddenly felt someone supporting her from behind, allowing her to regain her balance. The Roman was startled and looked back with lingering fear to see who was supporting her from behind, but found that there was no one in the room except for her and Hippamra. The door was open, and outside was a dark corridor. Hippamra, did you just support me? Miss Roman, are you okay? Hippamra seemed to have just reacted. Seems like it wasn't. The Roman looked around suspiciously. Brando? White mist? She called out twice, but no one answered. Her little eyebrows furrowed slightly, as if she didn't quite understand what had happened. She thought carefully and finally ran to close the door. Brando looked at the broken holy sword Odorfice in his hand and seemed to have understood something. History would never repeat itself. Empires would decay, but this time, their people had flames and sharp swords. Prometheus brought fire to the human world, and from that moment onwards, humanity possessed light. Resistance? Is this the belief you carry? Brando sighed softly and tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. Then, let me inherit your will. However, all of a sudden, a sense of resistance came from the sword. Brando was caught off guard and almost dropped his sword to the ground. What happened? The sword is resisting me, why? The illusions in front of him suddenly changed. Like a slideshow, Brando saw many people and many scenes in an instant. Finally, a figure stopped in front of him. It was in the royal hall of St. Cantilever Palace. The Silver Queen, Constance, stood on the throne with a cold smile and looked down at her. This is arrogance? Then all the illusions disappeared, and the scene in front of him returned to the narrow room of Cat and Beard. The dim light of the candle flickered, and a spark occasionally burst out from the wick. Sydney looked at him with concern. What's wrong? I failed again. Brando frowned and shook his head. He felt that he had clearly understood the belief of Holy Sword Odorfice, but why did it still reject him in the end? This made him a little discouraged. It's okay, this is not an easy thing to begin with. The Saintess of Leo Palace was more open-minded than him and comforted him with a calm expression. I can see that you are making much better progress today, don't worry too much. That was true. Brando was not someone who was easily discouraged. He had experienced much more painful failures than this. In that failure, he and they had lost almost everything. He quickly adjusted his state of mind and replied, let me check again, I seem to feel some progress. He still felt a little incredulous about the previous scene and was eager to find out what had happened. Sydney nodded quietly. Brando immediately calmed down and began to check the holy sword Odorfice in his hand. After checking, he was immediately shocked. Because the holy sword did not change, the one who changed was himself. The soul of holy sword Odorfice, which was the power of the flame orb, had been hidden in his body all this time. He had not been able to feel the existence of the other party, but at this moment, he could clearly feel that it existed in his body. The flame orb seemed to have transferred part of its power into his body. The most direct result was that his 2 fire elemental pools had expanded by more than a third. After a series of battles and the growth of his strength, his fire elemental pool was originally at 32 points and 81 points respectively. Now, it had increased to 44 points and 123 points respectively. And the expansion of the elemental pools was accompanied by a substantial increase in his own strength. His strength, which was originally at the peak of the elemental enlightenment, had faintly stepped into the peak of the law. At this moment, he was only a hair's breadth away from touching the top of the sky-reaching white tower. But what shocked him the most was that he found that he had gained the authority of a planeswalker. What's going on? What had happened before? Why did the previous scene have such a change? If he had completely gained the approval of the holy sword Odorfice, why did the sword reject him at the last moment? While he was puzzled, he suddenly heard Sydney's somewhat stern voice ask, "Who's there?" Brando immediately woke up and raised his head. He found that the Saintess of the Leo Palace was looking at a corner of the room with a serious expression, but there was nothing there. No, it wasn't completely empty. Brando immediately sensed the abnormality there. The corner of the room was disappearing, the floor and walls seemed to be swallowed by an invisible force. After collapsing and withering, only a void was left. And the void was expanding infinitely, quickly covering the entire room, spreading over the table, chair, and desk. Finally, the whole world fell into a boundless void world. This was the world of dreams. The 11th kingdom, the realm of formlessness. This was the world of nothingness, Castrinia's domain. A silhouette appeared out of thin air. She wore a dark purple witch robe, and her face was hidden under the shadow of the hood. As such, it was impossible to see her face clearly, and there was no way to determine her age. The only thing one could tell was that she was a young and mature woman by looking at the tip of her chin. Brando saw the other party's faded star at a glance. The star of confession, the main star of the bewitchment constellation. You're a witch of the Moon of Cups. You're Anwei's successor. Sydney was about to attack, but after hearing Brando's words, she stopped. The Saintess of the Leo Palace coldly stared at the woman hiding her head and tail, as if the other party made the slightest move, she would mercilessly kill her. But the woman only humbly bowed to Brando. My lord, we witches only inherit the power of the 12 moons and constellations. This power never comes from a single person. My lord, you may be talking about my predecessor, but that is not important to me. The woman's voice was hoarse and mature, full of the charm of a mature woman, but it sounded familiar. Brando could not remember where he had heard such a voice. Logically speaking, a voice with such obvious characteristics should have left a deep impression on him. He shook his head, not knowing if this was one of the witch's magic. He only frowned and asked, "Are you clarifying your relationship?" He was not in a hurry to attack, because the witch took the initiative to show her faded star meant that she had no ill intentions. Of course, at least on the surface. Yes, the woman said bluntly, witches are only loyal to the true darkness dragon. My lord, the witch of the 11th moon, a follower of Castrinia, has come to serve you. However, there are 2 darkness dragons right now, Brando replied indifferently. As a witch who controls the domain of change and creation, it would be too ridiculous if I could not see through the changes of fate. No matter how the twin goddesses play with and manipulate the threads of fate, I can clearly see the clear answer behind the messy threads. That is you, my lord. Brando wanted to say, your predecessor, the Lady Anwei mentioned earlier, although she is also a witch of the Moon of Cup who controls the domain of change and creation, her choice is completely opposite to yours. Moreover, even he himself could not be sure whether he was the darkness dragon or not. At least, he had never thought of himself that way. But he thought about it and did not say it out loud. What is your name? Tyr. This is my real name, named after the Moon of Cup. It was not a good habit for witches to take the initiative to reveal their real names, but they would never lie to the moon they belonged to. The other party seemed to be expressing some kind of goodwill, which meant that she did not have any malicious intentions. However, this did not mean anything because Brando knew that there were at least 3 witches who could change their borders. If the other party was not a follower of the Moon of Cup, then all of this was meaningless. Therefore, he did not dare to believe her easily. Probably seeing Brando's unhappy expression, the woman smiled and said, My lord, I do not expect to gain your trust from the beginning, but I have brought some important news. Why don't you listen to it? Brando thought for a moment and nodded. Of course, he would not easily believe information of unknown origin, but even if it was false, there must be some kind of intention behind it. The Buga wizards had a saying, lies do not lie. That was exactly what it meant. St. Cantifer Palace. The Silver Queen stood quietly in front of the French arched window, looking at the cold garden of white roses. The milk-like moonlight poured down on the quiet forest like a dream. Is that person still near Rushta? She suddenly spoke. Her voice was as cold as ice. Behind her, the Witch Queen and the Witch of the Lonely High Moon, Adatrice, emerged from the shadows. Beside them stood another tall figure. If Brando was here, he would definitely recognize that it was the Dragon Queen Gwendolyn who had been missing for many days. But at the moment, she was not in good condition. Her face and body were covered with wounds. It was difficult for a dragon to be injured, but once injured, it was difficult to recover. A layer of black shadows covered the wounds. These shadows squirmed as if they were alive, occasionally causing her to frown in pain. The Silver Queen turned a blind eye to this strange scene and only looked at the two witches. "Yes, Your Majesty, they are still here. He and the girl are still here." The Witch Queen nodded slightly. "That's good." The Silver Queen also nodded. "The spy has passed the message. He must think that my target is Sydney, so he will definitely come in person." She tilted her head slightly. "I will give him a surprise. Are you ready?" The Witch Queen and Adatrice looked at each other and nodded. "What about the city? Is there anything unusual?" Witches could eavesdrop on people's inner secrets from their dreams. With this ability, the Silver Queen had already caught many of her potential opponents in Rushta, as well as those who intended to rebel. But this time, the Witch Queen frowned. "There are some abnormalities," she replied. "What?" "Many people have disappeared from the dream world in the past few weeks, and the number of people who have disappeared is still increasing. It's a trick of the cultists," the Dragon Queen Gwendolyn suddenly said, her face full of disdain. "Don't worry about those bugs. They can't do anything. Our biggest target now is that person. Don't waste too much energy on this." The Silver Queen glanced at Gwendolyn but did not say anything. The cultists were indeed not much of a problem. It was just a disease. But at this moment, the Witch Queen suddenly screamed in pain and opened her eyes. The silver color in her eyes quickly faded away, revealing a pair of beautiful and enchanting ice blue eyes. However, at this moment, her eyes were full of bewilderment, as if she had just woken up from a terrifying nightmare. But the nightmare did not end with her awakening. It was still going on. Who actually solidified the entire Rushta's dream world and completely sealed off Bunasan's borders? Who has such power? What's wrong? The Silver Queen frowned and stared at her. Obviously, she had never seen this side of the Witch Queen lose her composure. It made her feel a little uneasy. Someone forcibly cut off the connection between Bunasan and the real world, blocking everyone's dreams. Although it was only for a moment, but, get to the point. I have never felt such a powerful force. It's like when the former witches were still alive. Only they had the ability to move Bunasan into the real world. The Witch Queen panted and replied quickly. The Silver Queen frowned. Since the era of the War of the Holy Saints, it was an indisputable fact that the power of the mortal world had greatly declined. But this did not mean that she could ignore an existence that could ignore the rules of this era. Who is she? I don't know. Her power is very unfamiliar, and she only isolated the dream world for less than half an hour. I can't track her at all. But I suspect that she may be the previous Witch of the Moon of Cups, that crazy woman Euphkyria. Chapter 1061. The void receded like the tide. The night was dark. The windows were open, and the curtains danced like ghosts. The candles had been extinguished, and the moonlight poured into the room. "Do you believe her?" After a long silence, Sydney asked. Brando was silent. She didn't lie. But that was all. Not lying did not mean good intentions, and lying did not mean evil intentions. A fatal trap could be hidden behind the truth. Neither of them were rookies, and they both understood this in their hearts. "So, what are you going to do?" "We have to change our plan." Brando replied, "I'll call the Shire and Mephistopheles. Miss Sydney, please inform the ladies." The statue of the Lion Palace nodded. Outside the window, the huge shadow of the capital was entrenched. However, it was not the prosperous soil that thrived under the shadow. Since the beginning of the Civil War, the prosperity had long faded from this 1,000-year-old city, leaving only unspeakable wounds. The people living here did not understand why the Empire was fighting. Most of them had never even heard of the name Mardos. Although there were missionaries handing out leaflets on the streets every day, and they were forced to attend weekly worship services to preach Her Majesty's justice and so-called history. But that was all too far away. They did not understand why they were involved in this vortex for an illusory goal. Were the sages wrong? How could that be? The pride of the people of the Flame King was based on justice. How could they inherit the dark empire of the past? What right did they have? They did not understand why they had to kill each other for all this. This was a civil war of the empire, and the blood that flowed was the blood of the people of Cruz. People died every day. They were the husbands of wives, the children of parents, the fathers of children, and the relatives and friends of others. Even more people went missing on the battlefield. There was no news of them. Some people's relatives died at the hands of the lion men of Jorgandi Ridge and Tokunin, but the queen did not give them the corresponding honor. Instead, she called them traitors. For this reason, many people were secretly grateful to the crown prince, and the Count of Erewhon whom they had never met, because these two had avenged them. Later, these people were found out by the witches and hanged because they had betrayed the country. Life was becoming more and more difficult. Many people missed the days of the past. The capital of the empire had an inexhaustible supply of resources, and everyone lived a good life. They were proud to be citizens of the empire, and they didn't have to bear the pain of loss. But now, the glory was gone, and the supplies delivered to the imperial capital every day had to be prioritized for His Majesty's celebration. The circle of nobles was still talking about the upcoming engagement ceremony of the countess, but in the lower levels of the empire, the enthusiasm was fading day by day. Until one day, all the voices fell silent. There was only a silent expression left in the darkness. The path is the goal. After 8:00, all kinds of figures began to appear on the dark and gloomy streets. They were dressed in different colors. Some were poor people, some were tailors, some were candlesticks, cobblers, or butchers. There were even low-level officials and soldiers. But the only thing they had in common was their silence. They were like a group of ghosts. When the two city guards on duty saw this scene, they felt as if they had seen a legendary ghost and shuddered. There are more people today. One of the soldiers whispered uneasily. Where are the patrolling cavalry? Why didn't anyone come to check? Don't joke around. Do they dare to check? Those soft-footed shrimps only dare to bully their own people. But, Captain, shoo, lower your voice. Have you forgotten the guard at the gate? The soldier who spoke felt a chill down his spine and subconsciously shut his mouth. Of course, he remembered that person. He was still a young man who didn't fit in with the crowd. The other party just dispersed these people's gathering. A week ago, his body was found in the woods outside the city. Because the murderer couldn't be traced, the case was left unsettled. He also heard that the number of missing guards had increased recently. Although the news was only privately circulated, the occasional word leak still made a low-level city guard like him feel uneasy. Besides, the captain spoke again, his tone resentful. What's the benefit of us caring so much? My brother died in Anzaruta. What happened to him? His Majesty calls them traitors. I don't believe that he would betray us. Now, that damned palace manager wants to use this as an excuse to investigate me. Do you think I don't know that he just wants to arrange a position for his nephew? He spat angrily. The soldier was silent. He wanted to refute, but he didn't know what to say. Was the captain wrong? What happened in front of him was the truth. He even thought that maybe it was better to lose this job. The atmosphere in the city was getting stranger by the day. Maybe one day he would lose his head because of this. But if he lost this job, what should he do? Life was getting harder and harder. People in the slums were starving to death. If he lost his job, what should he use to feed his family? This was like a dead knot that couldn't be untied. It was suffocating. Why was it like this? What happened to the empire? The empire is sick. A man in a long robe walked past the two of them. He looked back at them. His snake-like pupils made them shudder. The other party seemed to be very satisfied with the resentment in the soldier's eyes. After saying this, he walked away. Crazy. The captain cursed. The soldier hurriedly pulled him back. Don't hold me back. I won't stoop to his level, the captain said angrily. Don't believe him. Although the current situation is bad, these people who hide their heads and tails are even more untrustworthy. The soldier looked in the direction that the man left in. Was the empire really sick? But if the empire wasn't sick, why would it become like this? Seti. The candlestick maker's daughter heard someone calling her name. She turned around and saw Arthas. He was a handsome young man. She liked him. Arthas. Seti snapped out of her thoughts. She wanted to ask Arthas if the empire was really sick. Otherwise, why would her brother die in the south? Why was there a war? But she knew that Arthas didn't want to talk about this with her. He hated those believers, but he hated this even more. The ceremony is about to begin. Arthas waved at her. This way. Seti nodded and squeezed through the crowd to follow Arthas. Today, we are going to end here. All of this, shouts could be heard intermittently. More and more people gathered, and some guys in black robes were giving impassioned speeches. The commotion was like ripples on the surface of the water, spreading through the crowd. Brando and the others walked through the streets and watched in silence. The Shire, Brando, Mephistopheles, Andrique, and Vahina were in a group of 5. They all wore long cloaks and pulled up their hoods. They looked similar to the people giving speeches. In fact, they had been mistaken for those people many times along the way. The people around them were all respectful to them. It was an unexpected coincidence. So this is the capital of the empire. It's amazing, the Shire praised. It really lives up to its name. Those people are really good at persuading people. They're almost as good as my charm magic. It wasn't like this before. Vahina didn't look too good. Even though she was born in Mehodafen, she grew up in this city. She didn't feel good seeing the city that was once the pride of the empire turn into this. I'm afraid something bad is going to happen. The Shire couldn't help but shake his head. Brando also had the same feeling, but he was curious as to why the city guards and patrolling knights didn't do anything. Could it be that the Silver Queen couldn't even control the situation under his watch? Didn't she have the witches working for her? Kill him, he's the Queen's lackey. A commotion came from the street in front of them. Brando and the others were slightly stunned. The crowd in front of them had already gathered together. There seemed to be someone in the middle who was being punched and kicked by the people around him. The Shire, separate them. My lord, there's no need for us to complicate matters. They're blocking our path. Brando replied in annoyance. Charles shrugged. He stretched out his 5 fingers and chanted an incantation. An invisible force spread out from his palm, causing the citizens to move to the left and right. 2 people who were surrounded in the middle were revealed. Judging from their attire, they should be patrolling knights. One of them was in good condition, but the other was lying on the ground on the verge of death. The red-eyed people wanted to surround them again after being separated by the Shire, but they couldn't help but stop when they saw Brando and the others. Speaking of which, who was the one who chose this attire? The Shire couldn't help but admire, it's surprisingly accurate. Didn't you say that this robe doesn't look like a good person? Ah, the Shire suddenly realized, my lord, so this was your idea. Brando ignored him and walked towards the 2 people. The injured patrolling knight struggled to stand up and shouted angrily, you damned cultists, I don't need your pity. You killed the Shire, come and kill me if you can. Pfft, Vahina couldn't help but laugh even though she was in a bad mood. This unlucky bastard has the same name as you. Brando teased. Shut your mouth, the Shire felt humiliated and vented his anger on the knight. Your friend isn't dead yet. What did you say? I said your friend is still alive, the Shire snapped. If you don't want him to die, take him and get a doctor. The knight's expression changed. He no longer cared about cursing Brando and the others. Although he looked at the Shire doubtfully, he chose to believe him and carried his companion on his back and limped away. Brendel looked at their backs, then at the puzzled gazes around him, as well as the faces of those who were twisted by hatred. He could not help but shake his head. Vahina was right. The imperial capital wasn't like this. He had been here before, in another world. At that time, this was a prosperous city. Although it was luxurious, it wasn't as lifeless as it was now. What was it that had caused all of this? He suddenly felt a little gloomy. The Shire, what do you think we're fighting for? Of course it's for Erewhon, the Shire replied matter-of-factly. What's wrong with that? The Silver Queen has her own ideals, Brando replied. What she did might not be wrong, but facts have proven that what she did was wrong, the Shire replied. Isn't this the best proof? But we're fighting for Erewhon, and we're bringing war to Erewhon as well. Brando turned to look at his earliest follower and asked, We've never lost an arm or a leg in war, but there are people who have lost everything in war. To them, is what we're doing right? About that, that's a funny question, Andrique couldn't help but interrupt. She mocked Brando with disdain. There's someone holding a knife to your neck, and you still have the time to discuss whether war is right or wrong? There's only victory and defeat, life and death. War for resistance and survival is indeed just. But Erewhon's destruction may be inevitable in history, but he chose to do so, and did not hesitate to make many people pay the price. Is everything he's doing really justified? Brando couldn't help but ask this question repeatedly in his mind. Brando, Vahina spoke, there's the best answer to this question right now. Brando looked at the young lady in confusion. Just look at these people and you'll understand. What you've done, 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 what you've done. Teacher once taught me that the progress of history, the progress of civilization, is for the pursuit of happiness. In order to protect everything, people are never stingy with sacrifices. Brendel suddenly understood something in his heart. Perhaps this was the true meaning of the path of the golden flames. The original intention of fighting was not to kill or hate, but to pursue and protect something better. The leader of Abes, Tonajal, and Erewhon, does he have the confidence to make this country a better place? Yes. He has the confidence. If that's the case, then it's time to move forward. At this moment, Brando suddenly saw a double in front of his eyes. He suddenly saw the scene he saw in Valhalla. Within the light, Martha put her hand on his shoulder and pointed at his forehead, telling him, I will bestow upon you a pair of wings made of light, that's why I can make you king, one day, I will be glorious because of you, this is glory. He raised his head, completely understanding the faith that the flame sword carried in its heart. Let's go, Brando replied, the Frostdew Manor is right in front of us, let us meet that empress. Chapter 1062. The Cold Dew Manor was shrouded in darkness. This was a villa with an obvious architectural style from the Year of Radiance. The architect who built it was Bolt, the most famous architect in the Empire 150 years ago. The villa's gorgeous curves were hidden in a sea of trees, and the railings on the outer wall extended 2 to 3 miles away. It was said that 2 dukes, a count, and the famous hostess, Madame Belisa, lived here until she passed away. Now, it was a private property of the royal family, and had no owner. In the woods near the manor, there was a large rose bush, and Brando and the others were hiding in the bushes. The dense leaves perfectly concealed their figures, and their aura was also concealed by magic. Brando observed the building under the night sky from afar. Just a few hours ago, the witch of unknown origin had only told him one thing, and that was that the Cold Dew Manor was a trap set by the Silver Queen. Her target was neither Ina nor Sydney, but himself. In this manner, the Queen did not order Countess Latch to guard, but the long-lost scepter of fire of the Empire. That was the part of Oderfeist's body that was divided into 3 parts. It was also the origin of the name, Scepter of Fire, a weapon of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Brando couldn't help but look at his chest. Because of the fire orb in his body, as long as he got close to the scepter, Oderfeist's soul would naturally resonate with it, and thus be discovered by the other party. If what the woman said was true, then according to the initial plan, he would indeed suffer a loss tonight. He didn't think that Her Majesty would actually find this thing. He remembered the woman's words again. The real Countess Latch is imprisoned in Mulberry Castle, and is being guarded by the Scepter of Fire. And near the Cold Dew Manor, there is an ambush of the Flame Knight Regiment. But that woman was definitely not a witch of the Moon of Cup. Brando frowned. The witches' inheritors showed their talents from a young age. How could there be a new inheritor who was just a few decades old? This was simply not in line with the settings of the game. However, since the other party dared to swear to the 13th moon, at least it meant that she did not lie. At least until now, Brando had never seen a witch who dared to make such an oath casually. Most witches were good at deception. They often pretended to be the descendants of other moons, and then pointed to their own moon to make an oath. But this oath was nothing, because the witches were only responsible for the magic moon they inherited. However, swearing to the 13th moon was a completely different concept, unless a witch of the 14th moon appeared in this world. If that was the case, Brando could only admit that he was unlucky. At this moment, Vahina shifted her body beside him. She didn't feel that there was anything wrong with lying on the grass. Even though she was the princess of the Mehodafen family, she wasn't a pampered young lady. She had been to a dangerous place like the Loop of Trade Winds with Veronica before. Compared to that, this situation was child's play. It was just that the mosquitoes in the sky were a little unbearable. In the past, she had prepared all kinds of insect repellent and other alchemy potions to maintain her skin. Obviously, she didn't have the means to do so now. If you ask me, Vahina finally couldn't help but whisper, "Why don't we just attack Mulberry Castle? Didn't you say that the woman wasn't lying?" Naive. Even though she swore to the 13th moon, the truth can also lie. Before I know her intentions, I will never believe a witch's promise so easily. Brando recovered and explained to the noble lady, besides, even if we attack Mulberry Castle and fight with the Archbishop of the Flame Staff, we will still attract the attention of Her Majesty's subordinates. This is the imperial capital. Do you really think we can come and go as we please? From what I can see, the imperial capital's defense is extremely weak today. Vahina pursed her lips. It's already a mess outside. Even the patrolling cavalry hasn't been dispatched. There are only a few of them. Brando furrowed his eyebrows. This was indeed a little strange. When he was outside, even he could see that the current atmosphere in the imperial capital was very strange. In this era, the nobles were extremely strict with the lower class, and it was not strange for the people to complain. There were riots in Awin all the time, but they were all extinguished as soon as they appeared. This was a world of magic, and those who had power often became the upper class of society. How could it be easy for the commoners to resist? This was why Grodin dared to act so unscrupulously in Abi's castle, and why Yuta and the other mercenaries dared not speak up. Only a freak from another world like him dared to challenge the old rules of this world. If Erewhon was like this in a small country, Cruz was even more so in the heart of a huge empire, the capital of the empire. Even though there were traces of the cultists behind the gathering of commoners, to be honest, the cultists were not worth mentioning in the eyes of the empire. All for one might be able to infiltrate the empire and the Holy Cathedral, but in a direct confrontation, 100 all for one might not even be a match for the empire. Could it be that Her Majesty has gathered all the power in the imperial capital just to deal with me? He could not help but have an absurd thought in his mind. But he immediately shook his head and threw the thought out of his mind. It was simply a fantasy. The imperial capital's defense system was roughly 4 layers. First, there were the city guards and the patrolling cavalry. Rushta's city guards and patrolling cavalry were about the standard of the Empire's second-line garrison, and their individual strength was around the peak of Iron ranked. These two armies were maintained at around 33,000 men all year round, and when mobilized, they were a powerful force. Then, he left the imperial capital and headed west. The White Corps was stationed in the southern part of the Wild Wolf Mountain Range to guard against the Nazar people. However, this legion had already been defeated by him in East Metz and was replaced by the Azure Legion. But because of Veronica, Her Majesty would never allow this legion to enter the Bankel region at this time of the year. The third line of defense was the Imperial Guard. The Imperial Guard was actually the Empire's 5th Legion, and its strength was a level higher than the 4 major legions. This was because the basic officers of the Imperial Guard were composed of the Flame Family Knight, and the soldiers were the elites from the various legions. However, this legion guarded the palace all year round and was basically not used to maintain law and order in the imperial capital, so it was normal that they were not seen at this time. Finally, there were the core forces of the Empire, the Flame Family Knight Regiment, the Scepter of Fire, and the Silver Pegasus Knight Regiment. These were the core forces of the Empire, or rather, the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Originally, Brando thought that the Scepter of Fire had not been controlled by Her Majesty because this secret force had always been controlled by Vara. But from the unknown witch, he knew that this powerful force had changed sides so quickly. The human heart was indeed fragile. Brando could not help but shake his head and sigh. In this way, with the addition of the Flame Family Knight Regiment and the Silver Pegasus Knight Regiment that were originally loyal to the Queen, the imperial capital was not impregnable at this time, but it was not something that ordinary people could shake. Historically, the cultists had instigated riots many times, but what was the result? It was just a riot. However, these people dared to do something under the nose of the Silver Queen. This was too arrogant. Logically speaking, the patrolling cavalry and the city guards should have been dispatched long ago. This was what puzzled Brando the most because the more the Queen's movements were unclear, the more he worried that the other party was hiding something. At this time, the Shire looked at the time, and the hour hand of the pocket watch was faintly pointing to the agreed time. "My lord?" Brando nodded. Although the opponent's intentions were confusing, this had nothing to do with their operation tonight. What he wanted to do was beat them at their own game. If the woman's intention was to lure him to attack Mulberry Castle, then he would do the opposite and use the Cold Dew Manor as the battlefield. He did not expect to win in one battle, but at least he would make the other party flustered. Then he would arrange for others to find an opportunity to attack Mulberry Castle. And if the woman was telling the truth, then it would be even better. Since Her Majesty the Queen had chosen the Cold Dew Manor as the battlefield, then she must have a card up her sleeve and would definitely go all out. He would accept the challenge here and attract everyone's attention. Then that woman would have a better chance of saving Scarlet from Mulberry Castle. No matter what, this was a foolproof choice. Even if the worst happened, they would just go to Sacred Cantifer Palace and fight. This was something that they had prepared for a long time ago. Since they had prepared for the worst, there was no need to hesitate. Brando immediately used his authority as a planeswalker and summoned the Fireclaw Lizard Man Lord Ropar. Space rippled and Ropar silently appeared beside him. In fact, he had already summoned this old subordinate back at the inn, but this fellow was too conspicuous and was not suitable for moving around outside. So he simply waited until they reached the Cold Dew Manor and then used his authority as a planeswalker to summon him. After all, the effect was about the same. Ropar was still the same as before. When he saw Brando, he first bowed. The Fireclaw Lizardman clan had a strict hierarchy, and the hierarchy was extremely strict. Furthermore, Ropar was the clan's warrior captain. Humility and loyalty to his leader had long been engraved in his bones. However, its vertical pupils still flashed with a glimmer of brilliance. The Fireclaw Lizardmen were a race of warriors. Battle was their life, and dying on the battlefield was the highest honor for a warrior. It had been a long time since it had been on the battlefield, and it had long been unbearable. "Hey, old man," Brando looked at this old subordinate and couldn't help but laugh. "I understand that you can't wait to taste the blood of the enemy and the sweet taste of victory immediately, but you should also be aware of your current situation. I'll give you a task: protect this lady." At this moment, Ropar was no longer a creature card in the traditional sense, but a planeswalker card. Moreover, it represented Brando's original profession, a warrior. And of course, its strength had greatly decreased, and it obviously had no chance to participate in the upcoming battle. Brando knew very well what kind of enemy he would be facing next. The Flame Family Knight Regiment, the legend of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Under the elemental awakening, there was almost no room for them to fight. A trace of regret appeared on Ropar's face, but he still bowed meticulously. He glanced at Vahina, and the latter was obviously sizing him up. It wasn't that she had never seen Ropar before, but she was a little curious about where he came from. Could it be that Brando was really a summoner? But he was clearly a sword saint. The daughter of the flower leaf leader wanted to say that she didn't need anyone to protect her, but she also understood that this was not the time for her to be willful. She could only nod to the fire-claw lizard man lord as a sign of agreement. Fortunately, Ropar didn't care about the feelings of his protector. He was a warrior, not a knight protecting her royal highness. In fact, Brando didn't want to summon Ropar so early. After all, the planeswalker's authority was extremely precious. He originally wanted to wait and see what profession he needed before summoning. But now it was obvious that he didn't have the opportunity to be picky. In the face of the behemoth that was the Empire, even a little more power was a glimmer of hope. In fact, in addition to Ropar, he also summoned a few other cards to add to the deck of each profession. One of them was the Fire Giant, who had always been unlucky, and was assigned to Ropar, who had the same attribute. But probably because this guy was too unlucky, after being modified by the Planeswalker's rules, he actually changed from a creature card to a boundary card. Rage Outbreak Valor II Fire 10, Boundary, Aura, tap the target creature and clear all wrath counters. Deal damage to the target that is equal to the amount of wrath counters cleared. Maintain. Rage Outbreak is a permanent boundary. Endure the silence for a strike of vengeance. Rage counters were the special ability of Ropar's card. Every time Ropar was injured, he would accumulate a rage counter. He could accumulate a maximum of 10 counters. In other words, this card could deal up to 10 times the damage when it was dealt. The most important thing was that this card didn't have to be attached to Ropar himself. It could even be attached to the Planeswalker himself. With his current strength, he could deal 10 times the damage, and with the Berserk ability activated, even his teacher, Greysword Saint Mephistopheles, wouldn't be able to kill him head-on. It was a pity that it wasn't clear what the effect of tapping the card would be. Presumably, he would lose the ability to fight for a short period of time. If it could be maintained for 2 hours like other cards, then the side effect wouldn't be ordinary. Then there was the Platinum Angel. This card was quite memorable for Brando. Before he officially became a Planeswalker, this card was one of the strongest cards in his hand, but it was always out of reach. When it was finally unlocked, at that time, Brando had already understood his own Planeswalker's rules, so he couldn't use this card for a while. Until today, when his deck had been greatly expanded due to the expansion of the Fire Elemental pool, he finally had the opportunity to convert this card into his deck. Originally, Brando thought that this card would eventually become a secondary card in Metasha or Hipamra's deck, but he didn't expect it to have a shocking reversal during the conversion process. It was directly assigned to Andrique and Mephistopheles' deck. Loyalty Eternal Death II Dark 30, Divine Artifact, Armor, the target of the pledge is not a Black Angel creature. Immediately return to the battlefield and obtain 5 battle counters. Indestructible, anti-all protection ability. Even if the creature is removed from the battle or in the graveyard, this ability will still take effect. Maintain, 1 stage. Loyalty is not limited by place and time, life or death. This card could be said to be a pain in the ass for Brando. This didn't mean that it wasn't strong enough. In fact, it could be regarded as one of the few powerful cards in Brando's hand. Unfortunately, its original card, the Platinum Angel, had a huge restriction on this card. It could only attach to non-Black Angel creatures. If this restriction was placed in the past, Brando still had the pristine Archangel card in his hand. But now, this card had been converted into the Avenging Angel in the Faith deck. This was a magic card, so naturally, it couldn't be used to gain loyalty. Although he still had resources on hand and could create his own rules, he might not really be able to create an angel creature. Secondly, he still needed a powerful card to change the situation. For example, cards at the level of the Grimoire of Life or the Impasse Trojan Horse. It was impossible to invest limited resources into illusory hope. Moreover, with his Planeswalker level, it was still a problem what kind of creature he could create. He was afraid that the summoned creature would at most be at the peak of the silver level or at most at the lower level of the gold level. Even if he added 5 battle counters and a series of abilities, it would just be an unkillable cockroach with no attack power at all. Therefore, the loyalty card was of little value to Brando for the time being. It belonged to the type that could be seen but not eaten. It was exactly the same as its original position in Brando's deck. For a moment, Brando couldn't help but be full of resentment towards the Platinum Angel card. She used to have this attribute before she was unlocked. He didn't expect her to still have this attribute after she was unlocked. You're just messing with me, aren't you? Because of this card, Brando didn't convert the last card in the end. First, he was afraid of encountering the same situation. It turned out that after the conversion, a creature card might not necessarily be a creature card, so he couldn't guarantee what the Grimoire of Life and the Impasse Trojan Horse could convert into. It was better to be safe and observe the situation before summoning. At least he would have something to remember. Just when Brando and Ropar were giving out tasks, the Shire closed the lid with a click, then reminded Brando, "My lord, it's time. Then let's go." Brando also immediately stopped talking, pulled out the Halran Gaia and ordered the others. The goal is to lure out the Flame Scepter and the Flame Family Knight. But before we meet up with Medisha and the others, try not to make too much of a commotion. Understood. The Shire, Andrique and Mephistopheles nodded together. Chapter 1063. There were 2 entrances to Frostdew Manor. According to Mephistopheles' investigation, each entrance was guarded by a small team of city guards. However, the manor's long borders and iron railings could only protect against ordinary people. Although there were a few patrols, they were all made up of city guards and had no defensive ability against elemental realm opponents. On Brando's side, Mephistopheles and Andrique had improved by leaps and bounds after the battle at the Evergreen Walkway. They had already reached the middle level of the elemental realm. The Shire, Medisha and Hippamra, who had been summoned earlier, had improved further and had the strength to reach the elemental enlightenment. With such strength, Brando did not even need to attack these ordinary people. He could directly pass through the garden in the middle of the courtyard. To these soldiers, it was just a blur. When they looked back, there was no trace of him. They just thought it was an illusion. The main road in the middle of the courtyard led to the main entrance. There was a fountain in the square, and there were 2 patrols here. They seemed to be more powerful than the city guards outside. Through their uniforms, Brando recognized that they were Rushta's Imperial Guards. However, in the garden on both sides of the fountain, there was a bush maze. Other than a few hidden sentries, there were no spies at all. And these few hidden sentries could not monitor the entire man-made maze. There was such an obvious loophole in the defense line, but these people ignored it. Seeing this, Brando couldn't help but believe the words of the witch of unknown origin. The Silver Queen was obviously inviting him into a trap, afraid that he would not be able to enter the central area of the manor. However, the other party had underestimated him. Even if the defenses were doubled, these people might not be able to stop him. Her Majesty the Queen was really petty. This trap seemed rather obvious, but Brando did not have any intention of retreating. He had originally come for this trap. If he was lucky, he might even be able to take away the bait in the trap and give the Silver Queen a surprise. Of course, even though they were going deep into the wolf's den, they couldn't be unprepared. They still had to plan their escape route. According to the plan, Brando took out a fist-sized gray crystal from the dimensional space and handed it to the Shire. The latter immediately cast a spell to wrap up the explosive crystal and threw it into the bushes. Next, the group continued to move forward under the cover of the bushes. Along the way, they set up several explosive points. When they reached the last section where there was no cover, the Shire cast an invisibility barrier to cover everyone. Her Majesty deliberately let down her guard, which saved them a lot of trouble. Brando originally thought that they would have to waste at least a dozen spells here, so he specially prepared several types of MP potions for the Shire, just in case there was an awkward situation like not having enough mana in the game. Unexpectedly, the Shire had only cast a few spells so far, including the effortless guiding imprint that he had cast on the gray crystal. As a result, all his preparations had been rendered useless. However, this was a good thing for the battle that followed. When they arrived at the gate of the villa, the security here surprised Brando again. There was not a single wizard among the guards here. Although there was a small knowledge barrier on the door, this kind of thing was no different from a toy for the Shire, who had activated his elemental energy. In Wonde, a wizard who had activated his elemental energy was called a Great Wizard, which was a very honorable title. It was much more difficult for a wizard to activate his elemental energy than a warrior. Other than the crazy Bugas, there were not many true great wizards even among the wizards of the tower. If the Shire returned to Karsuk with this identity, he could easily enter the upper ranks of the wizards of the tower and compete for the position of Seven Heads. The power of a great wizard and an ordinary wizard were almost like heaven and earth. An ordinary wizard would have to spend a lot of effort to break this knowledge barrier, but for a great wizard, it was just a matter of raising his hand. Did the Silver Queen think that he did not even have a great wizard with him who had activated his elemental energy? In Brando's impression, the Silver Queen was not such a mediocre person. Obviously, the other party was afraid that he would back off, so she left enough loopholes in her defenses, so much so that in his opinion, it was a little too much. However, Brando also knew that some of the doubts at the moment were because he had been warned by the unknown witch in advance. If he did not know, perhaps he would be full of joy now that the villa's defenses were simple and crude. However, since Her Majesty the Queen was so generous, Brando also gave up the idea of directly teleporting into the villa through the power of the law. After all, every time he used a law point, he would have less. The door of the villa was not closed all the time. There were maids and people dressed as housekeepers coming in and out from time to time, as if the villa was not heavily guarded by the staff of fire, but by Countess Wallach. These people gave Brando an opportunity. When the maids opened the door, they directly followed in. The Shire did not even cast any spells, and the so-called knowledge barrier did not react at all, as if it was blind. In fact, this was the effect of the Shire's elemental energy, the disassembly spell. This was the superior performance of the law of Spellbreaker. As long as he could identify the spell, he could disassemble the lines of law that supported the spell behind it. This was an extremely terrifying ability, directly turning the Shire into a real wizard killer. One must know that the law sorcerers were originally known as the enemy of the sorcerers. In addition to the disassembly spell, the Shire was basically in an invincible position in the battle of spellcasters of the same level or even those of a higher level. As soon as they entered the villa, the density of the defense suddenly decreased. This was logical. After all, according to the settings, the villa was where Scarlet lived. How could there be such a situation where there were sentries every few steps? Was this to guard against external enemies or to monitor the Countess? However, although the density of the defense decreased, the level of the defensive power increased by a lot. Brando found several hidden sentries of elemental rank and above in the dark. Listening to their unique breathing rhythm, Brando could distinguish the identity of the other party. He could not help but recognize it because the other party was an old acquaintance of his. It could even be said that the other party was his colleague, a Templar Knight. Brando himself was also an advanced Templar Knight, so he naturally knew the unique breathing rhythm of these people because they cultivated the blood of the scorching sun. He had to admit that Her Majesty the Queen's choice of these people as the internal defense force was a stroke of genius. If she used the Flame Knight as the armed force here, it would be too abrupt. After all, the Flame Knight was a secret force of the Holy Cathedral, and they rarely intervened in the affairs of the mortal world. However, if she continued to use the Royal Guards, Brando could not help but doubt the intelligence of Her Majesty the Queen. Avoiding the sight of the Templar Knight, Brando secretly caught the tongue of a maid. This detail made Brando secretly praise Her Majesty the Queen for being very good at setting up scams. Although the security outside was a little too deceitful. This maid obviously did not know the inside story. She was scared half to death by the sudden appearance of Brando and the others. Endrique put a shiny curved sword on her white neck, and she almost fainted. After a series of questions and answers, Brando found out that the villa was divided into two areas. The maids could only move around the outer area, and Countess Latch lived in a few rooms in the central area of the villa. She almost never saw outsiders, and only a few people, including Her Majesty the Queen, could see her. As for the others, they had never seen the Countess' face. This statement confirmed Brando's guess. There was no doubt that the person living in the villa was not Scarlet at all. He was almost certain that the flame scepter was placed in one of the rooms in the central area. As for the butlers mentioned by the maid, they should be knight captains in disguise. However, he did not know if they were Templar knight captains or flame knight captains. The difference between the two was huge. The Shire used the sleep spell to make the maid fall into a dreamless sleep. He turned around and asked, "What do we do next?" "Naturally, we will act according to the original plan." Brando used elemental magic to project a simple map according to the information provided by the maid. This map lacked the environment of the central area, but the periphery was still relatively clear. He pointed to a few of the corridors and said to the Shire and the others, "We will act separately and enter the central area through these corridors. The target has been determined. After that, we will break out separately and meet outside the manor." The Shire immediately nodded to show that he understood. Although the main purpose of this battle was to attract the attention of the Queen, they did not intend to foolishly act according to the other party's arrangements. After all, this was the home ground that the Silver Queen had set up. It was obviously not wise to start a war with the Empire here. Brando had already decided that this time, he must make the Silver Queen go for wool and come home shorn. The flame scepter reacted to the soul of Odorfice, but the Shire and Mephistopheles did not have the flame pearl. His plan was to lure a few knight captains away and let the Shire and the others steal the flame scepter. Then, they would meet outside the manor. This way, when Her Majesty reacted, she would not be able to decide the battlefield. Of course, there might be real masters guarding the room where the flame scepter was, but in the case of 3 against 1, even if the Shire was a supreme existence, they could still fight. The Shire, Mephistopheles, and Andrique were not only planeswalkers, but also the Shire, Mephistopheles, and Andrique, so Brando was very confident in them. After the task was assigned, the 3 of them immediately took the order and left. After the few of them left, Brando found that he was actually alone again. The state of a lone ranger was in line with his usual state in the game. After transmigrating to this world, he had not acted alone for a long time. In his memory, he seemed to have 2 subordinates by his side. If it was not the card creatures of the Planeswalkers, then it would be his senior, Nemesis, and Roman. That's good. Otherwise, I would have forgotten my instinct to take risks. Brando shook his head and laughed at himself. Something seemed to have sprouted in his heart, and this long-lost feeling made his blood boil. This was the instinct to take risks. Although it had been dormant for a long time, it would never disappear. It could even be passed down from generation to generation. Once there was a chance, it would be awakened again. For a moment, Brando even had an illusion that he had returned to his heyday. Everything around him seemed to have returned to the dungeons and dungeons of the game era. Everything was under control. He walked towards the depths of the dark corridor. Although the maids in the villa could not see Scarlet, they more or less had to deal with the few housekeepers in the villa. According to the maid, a housekeeper named Chernan lived in the outermost room. Usually, he was the one who gave the maids daily orders. Although there would be another housekeeper occasionally, most of the time, this person was in charge of the daily life of the manor. In addition, she also knew that the housekeepers liked to meet in a small living room on the first floor. According to the other servants, that was the housekeeper's lounge, and also a restricted area for the servants. Through this, Brando could already guess that this housekeeper named Chernan, or rather, the knight, was in charge of external affairs among the several knight captains. He might also be in charge of the outer defense. And that so-called lounge was probably the temporary command and alarm center of the night. His target was the former. Brando did not guess wrong. The housekeeper Chernan's real name was Prydian. He was a great knight in the Flame family knight order. His strength was below the level of the elemental truth. Because he was mainly in charge of logistics in the Knight Order, he was in charge of the daily operations of the manor in this mission. At the same time, he was also in charge of the outer defense of the entire manor. On this day, Prydian had been informed early that the long-awaited enemy might appear tonight, so he did not go to bed early as usual. As an ascetic knight, Prydian had a very regular schedule. Every night, he went to bed before the star of the Snake Queen rose, and he got up before the moon set the next day. He put his sword on the table, lit a candle, and sat quietly on a chair, waiting for the enemy to appear. As for the outer defense line, in fact, he had never paid attention to it. Because of Her Majesty the Queen's request, the outer defense line seemed to be full of loopholes in his opinion. It was better not to have it, so that he would not be annoyed. Therefore, every day when the Templar Knight below came to report the daily patrolling situation to him, he simply turned a blind eye and did not hear it. It made no difference whether he heard it or not. But it was at this time that he suddenly felt that something was wrong. After the 13th breath of the two Templar Knight outside the door, a full 12 seconds had passed. Although people with improved physique could breathe longer than ordinary people, no one would hold their breath for no reason. Moreover, there were two of them. Prydian subconsciously reached for his sword, but before that, a dazzling black brilliance had already pierced through the void. It was the blade of the Halran Gaia. P.S. After being reminded by a book friend, I found that there were two bugs in the front. One was the pristine Archangel. In Book 4, Act 55, it had been transformed into a magic card Avenging Angel, so there were some omissions in the description yesterday. The second one was in Book 5, Act 169. Brando had reached the peak of the elemental enlightenment after he was injured by White and was unconscious. I wrote two places wrongly as the peak of the elemental enlightenment. I am very sorry. Now these places have been corrected, but because of the intermittent updates in the middle of the amber, occasionally there will be problems with my memory of some of the previous details, resulting in bugs. So I hope that you can help me point out the bugs when you find them, so that I can correct them. My QQ is 982407208. You can add me as a friend by stating that it is a bug in the book. Once again, I would like to thank Random Hero, Millennium Sealword, and other enthusiastic book friends who helped me find the bugs, and those who helped me summarize the previous information. Thank you very much. Chapter 1064. As soon as Prydian moved, Brando immediately saw that his strength was above the elemental enlightenment. The Knight Captain of the Templar Knight was definitely not at this level, so his identity could only be that of a Flame Family Knight. The battle above elemental mastery was earth-shattering. Brando did not want to raise the manor to the ground now, so he knew that this battle could only be ended quickly before his opponent could react. It was a pity that a maid would not have the opportunity to know what elemental mastery her butler possessed. Otherwise, this battle would be much simpler. Brando struck with all his strength as soon as he drew his sword, but almost all of his strength was bound to the sword, so it had little effect on the surrounding environment. In a battle between gold and silver ranks below elemental mastery, the airflow set off by the two combatants would often affect an area of dozens of meters. However, in a battle above elemental mastery, the battle was much more subtle. This was determined by the degree of control of the power. Of course, it was another concept for two elemental mastery to fight to the death. The range of the impact was absolutely unimaginable for gold and silver ranks. Although it was a little exaggerated to destroy dozens of miles with one strike, it was not a problem to destroy a few miles. Above the Supreme Realm, the battle was a different scene. Once the extreme planes began, it might not have any effect on the main material world, but it could also cause the earth to shatter. Faced with Brando's full-strength strike, Prydian instinctively fell to the side. Halran Gaia cut into the desk, cutting it in two like cutting tofu. A silver brilliance that was as fine as fish scales appeared on the surface of the desk. Then, the whole desk seemed to be weathered into bits of gravel, disappearing into space. This was the lethality caused by multiple spatial oscillations. However, the Flame Family Knight's sword, which could be considered a rather powerful magical weapon, was not annihilated by the spatial oscillations. Instead, it fell from the disappearing desk. Prydian thought that he had dodged the attack. He fell to the ground, twisted his body, and tried to grab his sword that had fallen from midair. However, he saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. He found himself sitting on the place where the desk had disappeared, and the dark blade in his opponent's hand was stabbing towards his chest. What was this? Forcefully changing karma? There was no such swordsmanship in this world. It could only be the power of elements. Prydian immediately understood that he was in big trouble. Any elements that involved time and cause and effect were definitely the top elements in this world. Fortunately, his elements were not simple. Since he couldn't escape, he would strike first. When Brendel saw the silver lines of law appearing around the Knight of Flames, he understood that the Knight of Flames was using elemental power. He immediately became vigilant. The Knight of Flames was not simple, and their elemental power must be extremely difficult to deal with. Moreover, even the most common elements were not easy to deal with. Without any warning, Brando saw his HP bar on his attribute panel suddenly drop by more than half. Then he felt his vision turn black, and a scorching pain spread throughout his body. Damn it, liquid gas phase change, Brando cursed in his heart. This person should be the inheritor of the Flame King's Falcon Knight. He didn't expect that he would be so unlucky as to encounter one of the most difficult inheritances in the Flaming Knights. It had to be said that the taste of this element was not high, and its ability was relatively simple, but its lethality was extremely high. Before the players found a way to restrain it, this element was once called an official cheat. A cloud of blood rose from Brando's body. It was his blood that had been evaporated. He endured the pain and pierced through the fog with his sword, stabbing towards the chest of the Flame Knight. "You're not dead." The knight screamed, and then the blade of Halran Gaia pierced between his second and sixth ribs without any hindrance. Blood poured out, drowning his tongue and white teeth, and flowed down his chin like a waterfall. Blood dripped onto the carpet, and until his death, the Flame Knight stared at Brando with his eyes wide open, as if he had died with a grievance. Brando pulled out Halran Gaia, and the blood on the sword automatically gathered, forming blood beads, and then slid down the sword as if it had been waxed. However, this was actually a manifestation of the law of space. "Idiot, this element of yours would have been useful 30 years ago," Brando blurted out. Then he froze for a moment before remembering that this was not a game. In this era, this element could indeed be said to be invincible. It could only be said that this knight was too unlucky. Many players, including most of the elemental powerhouses of this era, like to distribute the lines of law in a range of 1 to 5 meters outside their body to resist the opponent's element power. This was also the most effective way to use the law. However, the law of liquid gas phase change worked from the inside to the outside. It evaporated blood from the inside of the body, so many players did not understand at first and thought that this element could penetrate the law defense. But in reality, the way to counter it was very simple. Just put a layer of lines of law on the heart. And this was exactly what Brando did. Even though I've never met an opponent who's at the liquid and gas phase transformation stage before, and I haven't even fought against laws a few times, the habits from my previous life are like an instinct, and I don't need to pay attention to them. As it turned out, this also saved his life. However, Brando suddenly thought that even if he did not do this guy would not be able to kill him, because he still had the galloping heart in his body. That thing was not affected by the law of liquid gas phase change. "Everyone has their bad days," Brando sighed, and covered the knight's eyelids with his hand, "so rest in peace." He turned around and picked up the knight's sword that had fallen to the ground. The fact that this sword could remain unscathed under his spatial oscillation proved that it was not an ordinary sword. He opened the interface, and as expected, absolute death, gold, attack, 27-33 plus 14 strength plus 22 dexterity additional skills, words of eternal parting, kill the enemy when you damage him 3 times. Parting gift, it is Elven's Lin Gu, a glass blade, so it is not enhanced by the character's own attributes. 5 swords were placed on the table, the tips of the swords facing each other, forming a radial shape. 5 knights sat opposite each other, red cloak, white armor. Unlike Prydian, the 5 knight captains knew that there would be a fierce battle tonight. They did not have to maintain the daily operations of the manor, so they put on their armor early. These armors were all blessed by the Holy Cathedral of Fire and forged by the hands of the most famous master craftsmen, the best magic armor. The armor was imprinted with the pattern of golden flame, and each pattern was a spell that could be triggered immediately. If Prydian was also wearing his own knight armor, he might not have lost to Brando so easily. However, there were no ifs in reality. The knight's armor could only be worn after a series of rituals and prayers, and the wearer had to pray a day in advance. As the maintainer of the manor's daily operations, he had no choice. Suddenly, one of the knight abruptly raised his head, and like a chain reaction, his companions also looked at him one by one. The knight reached out his right hand, and there were 6 purple gems in his palm, one of which had been shattered into powder. Prydian is in trouble, should we sound the alarm? Then, is there any movement from the scepter of fire? The knight looked at the person who spoke. But everyone understood that there was no, so we can't sound the alarm, the knight ordered the others. There are intruders, you all go and provide support immediately, I'll stay here. The 4 knights immediately picked up their weapons and stood up to receive the order. As Brando expected, this was the temporary command post of the Knight of Flame, and it was also the alarm center. The alarm magic that was permanently stationed here could warn the Knight of Flame stationed outside. As long as the Scepter of Fire reacted, an inescapable net would immediately be launched outside the manor. As soon as the 4 knights left the place, the space in the hall fluctuated, and the Shire appeared in the ripples. The Knight of Flame, who was left behind, immediately noticed the intruder. He raised his hand, and the sword on the table fell directly into his hand as if it had a life of its own. Without any nonsense, the sword flashed, and a dazzling brilliance crossed in front of the Shire. At the same time, the Knight of Flame rolled back and did not pursue. Instead, he pressed his hand on the red orb on the low table beside the sofa. He immediately noticed the strength of the other party. It was only the peak of elemental power. But the other party was a wizard. Wizards themselves were a rare group, and those who had the talent to reach the elemental mastery were even rarer. But there was no doubt that once they became an archmage, they would be the most difficult opponent to deal with. The Knight of Flame could not guarantee that he would be able to defeat the other party, so he had to complete his mission first. Unfortunately, when his hand landed heavily on the pearl, the red pearl actually shattered into pieces under his astonished gaze, turning into crystal fragments on the ground. What's going on? He could hardly believe his eyes. Although the orb was not extremely sturdy, it was still a magic item. How could it break with a single hit? He subconsciously raised his head, but to his horror, he saw that the various magic arrays arranged on the ceiling, floor, and walls in the room were rapidly losing their color. The mysterious runes written with magic ink turned gray, then turned into powder and rustled on the ground. Naturally, the power they originally carried naturally turned into ashes. It seemed that in just an instant, all the alarm systems in the villa had completely collapsed. After losing his last resort, the Knight of Flame calmed down and looked at the young wizard in front of him. He knew that the ones who set up these magic circles were the best court wizards in the empire. Among them, there was no lack of truth elemental wizards. Even Grand Wizard Royale, who once taught the Silver Queen, had participated in the construction of this system. That was one of the only 3 supreme class adepts in the empire, the Supreme Mirror Adept. The young wizard in front of him was not simple. But he still had a chance to turn the tables. At this time, the Shire had already used a spell to eliminate the opponent's attack. He raised his hand, and a silence barrier covered the entire hall. Of course, he knew what the other party was planning. The Knight of Flame wanted to use an earth-shattering battle to alarm everyone. But how could he give the other party this opportunity? Brendel inspected the sword in his hand, then sheathed it. He had tested it earlier, and it was very weak. It was difficult to break through its defense. Even though the stats were frightening, he could not think of a way to use it at the moment. The only way seemed to be to use Halran Gaia to break the defense first, and then use it to attack the wound. But it seemed to be unnecessary to deal with most of the enemies. This sword was especially useful when dealing with the big and high HP bosses. He first put the sword away. At this time, 5 minutes had passed. The Knight of Flame must have some kind of connection with each other. Otherwise, wouldn't it be impossible for him to defeat them one by one? He did not believe that with the strength of the Empire, they would not give the Knight of Flame such a small thing. What he needed to do was to delay the follow-up support and help the Shire, Mephistopheles, and Andrique as much as possible. The candlelight in the room flickered. Brando's eyelids also twitched. He felt the spatial thread he extended tremble 4 times in a row. 4 people. Brando's heart sank. In his imagination, the best situation was for him to face 3 people. The Shire, Mephistopheles, and Andrique would deal with the remaining 2. He did not expect the other party to think so highly of him that they would come out in full force. This was not going to be fun. The other party was a Knight of Flame, the successor of 120 Knights of the Flame King. Their combat experience and standard far exceeded that of the average elemental realm expert, and they often had extremely difficult elemental realms to deal with. Just like the guy he had killed before. Although the other party died in an extremely aggrieved manner, it was because he had the advantage of foresight. If it had been an ordinary person, they would have died immediately under the liquid and gas phase transformation. The Knight of Flame had neglected this point, which was why he was killed by him. If it was a normal confrontation, although Brando had absolute confidence in winning, it was not possible to kill him in one move. In addition, the Knight of Flame should also have his own exclusive armor. With the buff of this armor, the increase in his combat strength would not be just 1 or 2 levels. Brando immediately realized that this battle could not be fought like this. Otherwise, even if he won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. There were more enemies outside, how could he waste his energy here? He took a step back, and the power of a few hundred energy rank instantly exploded. The wall behind him collapsed under his impact. Behind the wall was a small hall, and there were a few maids busy in it. They were obviously frightened by Brando's sudden appearance. They screamed, then turned and ran. Brando did not even look at them. He was already prepared to be discovered. After all, it was impossible to fight with 4 Knight of Flame without alerting anyone. At this time, the alarm magic in the villa should have lost its effect. Even if these maids notified the people outside, it would take at least 10 to 15 minutes for the Empire to react. In other words, this was the time they had left. It was basically enough. The Shire, I'll give you 12 minutes. After 12 minutes, whether you succeed or not, you must retreat immediately. Understood, Sir Lord. On the other end of the telepathic connection, Charles and the others immediately responded. Chapter 1065. Brando took a step back, but before he could regain his footing, a cold light flashed in the dust fog formed by the collapse of the wall in front of him. 2 long swords pierced through the flying dust towards him. Before the tip of the sword reached his face, a scorching hot aura rushed towards him. A golden flame was reflected in the depths of Brendel's eyes, and he actually saw a fire bird flapping its wings and flying out from behind the dust cloud, heading straight for him. At the same time, the floor beside him roared, and the bricks below broke out of the ground and stacked on top of each other, instantly forming a concave wall that surrounded him. Fire of life, elemental earth. This was the inheritance of the Blue Knight Carmen and the Earth Knight Devereaux. However, forcing him to fight them head-on, Brando thought that the other party was really thinking too much. They probably thought that he killed their colleagues by means of a sneak attack. In that case, it would be good to teach them a painful lesson. Just as he was about to draw his sword, a thought flashed through his mind, and he abruptly stopped his sword. The crystal implanted in his right arm made cracking sounds, almost shattering because it could not withstand the power of the feedback. Brando had a new idea at this moment. These battle instincts were like instincts, engraved in his bones. He raised his sword, and with 2 clangs, the 2 swords were forced back. Every time he blocked a sword, a phantom stepped out, following the trajectory of Brando's sword to pursue the flame knight in front of him. Brando's figure flashed and appeared directly outside the earth wall. He rolled on the ground, seemingly very embarrassed to avoid the firebird that flew towards him. 9 luminary sword art? A muffled scream came from the fog. He was recognized. Brando was slightly surprised, but soon calmed down. After all, the Flame Knight was not an ordinary person. They had inherited the ancient memory and inheritance of battle skills. It was not surprising that they could recognize the sword skills of the War of the Holy Saints. At the same time, the loyal Flame Knight also saw that Brendel had the space element. The space element was one of the best abilities to use in a sneak attack, not to mention that he had mastered the 9 luminaries sword art, which allowed him to appear and disappear unpredictably. When he rolled backwards, it meant that he was only strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and did not have the strength to fight 2 people at once. "Stop him, don't let him run away." As soon as the knight's voice fell, Brando heard footsteps behind him. He looked back and saw 2 flame knights appear outside the door. This was the reason why he chose to do this before. The enemy in the light was always easier to deal with than the enemy in the dark. If he had shown too much strength at the beginning, these 2 flame knights would not have appeared so easily. They would not talk about knight spirit. They would definitely hide in the dark and wait for an opportunity to sneak attack. But the flame knight present did not know that Brando's previous 2 swords were not more than 30% of his strength. Although he was only at the peak of the elemental enlightenment and had not crossed a level compared to these flame knights, his explosive power had always been far superior to ordinary people because of his equipment, skills, and element enhancement. Not to mention, at this moment, Brando was very insidious in suppressing his strength to the level of the elemental enlightenment. This level of strength was very deceiving. It was not only a level higher than these flame knights, but also not enough to make these knights feel threatened. The key was that it was even more deceiving. This also sowed the root of the following misfortune for the knight. Brando pretended to be desperate and swung Halran Gaia at the 2 knights behind him. The 2 flame knights thought that he was going to kill his way out, so they cooperated tacitly and attacked without saying a word. Silver lines of law appeared around the 2 flame knights. One of them had a layer of bloody light on his sword, while the other had a domain similar to the extreme plane. This domain was like a space without light at all. It was endless darkness. This was the fantasy element, the inheritance of the Dark Knight. Brando was in this domain and could not help but secretly rejoice. Fortunately, he had lured these 2 people out. One had a bloody light, and the other was dark. 2 fantasy elements. If they really attacked him in the dark, it would be really difficult to deal with. But now it was different. The Halran Gaia in Brando's hands suddenly showed a ferocious face. The surging power was amplified by the crystal, and the law of space on the sword also burst out in an instant. The peak power of the elemental enlightenment was undoubtedly revealed at this moment. The 2 flame knights' faces showed surprise at the same time. They realized that they had been fooled and subconsciously wanted to retreat. Brando's piercing strike formed an invisible ripple in front of them. The 2 flame knight raised the swords in their hands and tried to block it, but the explosive power stacked more than 10 times directly made the swords in their hands break inch by inch like fragile glass. They could even see the law of magic on the sword distort under the pressure of space, then collapse, turning into countless lines of law, dissipating in the air. Then the power spread to their bodies. The armor of praise shone brightly, and it also cracked. But before that, the 2 flame knight flew out like cannonballs, accompanied by a rumbling sound. Who knows how many walls were knocked down. The destructive power of this blow was so great that a corner of the villa completely collapsed. The smoke and dust in the air became thicker, almost to the point where one could not see their fingers in front of them. But Brando knew that these 2 people were not completely dead, because there was no kill notification in his battle record. The armor of praise blessed by the Holy Temple was indeed worthy of its reputation. Ordinary low-level elemental enlightenment had no possibility of surviving after taking a full blow from him. His power completely shocked the remaining 2 flame knight. This was not the level of the peak of the elemental enlightenment. Even the peak of the law was not so terrifying. The 2 could not help but think of the scene when they faced another man decades ago. That man was called Mephisto. In the face of Brando's terrifying power, the 2 flame knight could not help but hesitate for a moment. But Brando did not have time to be in a daze with them. Although the 2 flame knights that he killed were not dead, they should have lost their ability to fight. Since he had nothing to worry about, he did not hesitate to activate the element of space. His body flashed and his body flashed out of the corridor. Damn it! The 2 flame knight finally reacted. A layer of light appeared on their armor of praise, and 2 spells, Angel's Speed and Heaven's Strength, were cast. Then, they chased after him, one in front and one behind. In Wond, every element was subdivided into many levels, and the element of space was no exception. From the lowest level of teleportation ability to the highest level of spacetime ability, each level of law had a different degree of freedom. For Brando, who had mastered the highest level of element of space, teleporting to the outside of the manor was not a problem at all. But he still strictly controlled the distance between him and the two flame knights behind him. In fact, even so, he did not use his element of space most of the time, and from time to time, he had to pretend that he was blocked by the earth element that the two flame knights controlled to form a stone wall. Only then would he have the opportunity to stop and fight with the two flame knights. Just like that, Brando attracted the attention of the two flame knights. While fighting, he approached the outer area of the manor. At this time, the battle in the manor had already alerted the people outside, and the maids had already fled. So, the few corridors were empty, and the two parties did not have to be cautious. After the two flame knights stopped looking down on Brando, they cooperated with each other and avoided a direct confrontation with him. Brando knew very well that the two flame knights were stalling for time, but this was what he wanted. So, the two sides fought all the way to the outside of the manor. Here, the palace guards who had discovered the abnormality in the manor were already on standby. They surrounded the building with 3 layers of guards. But when Brando saw these people, he could not help but shake his head. He suddenly raised his sword high and drew a crimson sword light from the sword blade to the sword tip. The sword light diagonally cut the ground, along with the wooden floor and half of the wall and the corridor, into 2 halves. In the midst of the wood chips flying, the two flame knights did not dare to fight head-on. They retreated again and again, feeling a chill in their hearts. What kind of power was this? It was at this moment that Brendel sheathed his sword and turned around to face the incoming Imperial guards. He put down the Halran Gaia in his hand, and his body's center of gravity slightly moved forward. A huge force passed through his right foot to the ground, and his whole body shot out like an arrow towards the palace guards. The two flame knights didn't even have time to react. In fact, they did not want to react at all. They stopped and watched as Brando's whole body turned into a flash of silver light. This silver light pierced straight into the palace guard's formation, and then flashed forward again. A wave of blood was set off. There was only one voice left in the minds of the two flame family knights, the sword skill of the Flame King, Flash Strike Sword Art. Where Brando's sword passed, a vacuum area was plowed between the palace guard's formation. There was only blood flowing on the white stone floor. When he stopped, he was already in the middle of the army. He looked around coldly, and the palace guards coming from all directions were reflected in his eyes. In the forest around the manor, there were already faint figures. The red cloaks were bright and dazzling, and the white armor was neat and uniform. It seemed that the battle in the villa had alerted the flame knights that were lying in ambush outside. I have to enter the next stage. He was about to contact the Shire and the others to prepare to retreat, but the planeswalker's telepathic voice sounded first. Sir, we succeeded. Brando was happy and waved his hand. In the next moment, the Shire, Mephistopheles, and Endrique appeared beside Brando. The planeswalker's authority was Brando's biggest reliance. How are you? Are you hurt? Not bad. Our luck is not bad. There is indeed a supreme class expert below, the Shire replied. Willock, you should know this person. So it was him. Brando suddenly understood. This person was the former commander of the palace guards. He was different from the current Pallet family's idiot who relied on the queen's favor to get to his position. He and another palace sword saint were known as the twin jade annulus of St. Constantine Palace. They were both supreme class experts of the Empire's royal family. The Shire then calmly explained the course of the operation, as if they were not under siege at the moment, but still in the Cat and Beard Inn. It turned out that after they got rid of the remaining flame knights, it did not take them much effort to find the room where the Scepter of Fire was. The one waiting there was Willock. Fortunately, Mephistopheles' element played an unexpected role in the battle. His element was called the Silver Moon, which was similar to the Grey Realm and the Dark World's fantasy element. This type of element had a huge characteristic. which was that it could establish its own realm below the supreme class and pull the opponent into a space similar to the extreme planes. This realm was naturally not the real extreme planes, and it would not cut off the connection between people and the material world. However, Willock did not expect that it would be able to fool him and prevent him from acting rashly. This bought the Shire precious time to display the magic refraction card. The magic refraction card in the Card of Fate was not only used against the magic of the material world, but also all abilities and supernatural abilities. Willock's swordsmanship was naturally included. As a result, the former commander of the palace guards took a full blow from Willock and was flustered. This first move determined many things. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Andrique decisively broke the seal on the Scepter of Fire's defense and took it in her hand. Then, they were summoned. The whole process was flawless. Perhaps the Sword Saint had not realized what had happened until now. "Well done," Brando praised. "Now that we have the prize in advance, it's time to get down to business." Hearing this, Charles looked back and noticed the environment. The Flame family knights came out from the forest in all directions, and almost surrounded all directions. If they were not close to the periphery of the manor at this moment, they would be in the center of the ambush at this time. He could not help but secretly praise his lord's foresight. "Are we going to make a move, my lord?" Brando nodded. The gray crystal that was previously placed in the manor immediately detonated. In a dazzling roar, the historical and cultural relics of the Empire were completely turned into ashes. Brando even saw the fountain at the main entrance of the manor being lifted up by the expanding surface and flying into the sky. But since the Silver Queen did not care about this, Brando had no reason to feel sorry for Cruz. The Imperial Guards and City Guards in the manor were suddenly unlucky. Not only did they suffer heavy casualties in the explosion, but they were also blocked by the sea of fire that followed. The Flame family knight regiment who arrived later had to stop, so a huge gap suddenly appeared in the originally complete encirclement. P.S. As for the problem that some readers have mentioned about the Shire's elements, I will explain it later. It is not a bug. Also, today, Warship N finally opened a 5-to-5 event, so it took half an hour to clear the stage from 5-to-3 to 5-to-5. In the end, the Royal Yacht Lady announced the end of the mission with a single shot. Recently, I happened to see several articles about the Black Warship N in the 3DM and other places. Hee, some people don't make games properly and only have these despicable methods left. That's why it's said that despicable people have their own despicable ways. Chapter 1066. The night in the capital was not going to be a peaceful one. While Brando was sneaking into the Cold Dew Manor, another battle was taking place in the Tundra Castle. The commander of the attacking side was a delicate little girl, but her battle prowess and tactical prowess were enough to strike fear into the hearts of the city guards. Medisha stood alone on the suspension bridge of the castle. The battle was almost over, but the air was still filled with the smell of gunpowder. She held a silver spear in her hand, and a winged helmet protected her slightly childish face. Under her resolute silver gaze, the gate of the Moss Castle was already wide open, and the enemies who had tried to stop her were lying in the hole of the gate, lifeless. This was part of Brando's plan, and it was just one of the many scenarios. After a while, the vanguard of the White City finally took down the last tower. The Nightsong Tiger poked half of his body out and waved at her. Medisha nodded in satisfaction. "Well done, Uncle." "It's all thanks to you, Miss Commander." The Nightsong Tiger replied with a smile. The members of the mercenaries of Lopez had changed their weapons. The leader of the mercenaries, the Nightsong Tiger, was clad in heavy armor, and his weapon had been changed to a long halberd. There was a line of words engraved on the blade of the halberd, and it was actually a saying passed down in the countryside of White City: "Courage gives victory." The inside of the tower was a mess. The corpses of 7 or 8 Imperial soldiers were scattered around a table and a window. There were also a few broken bows scattered around, and the small space was filled with the thick smell of blood. The Nightsong Tiger looked at the scene and shook his head calmly. He took out his pipe and lit it with a match. The darkness flickered, and a cloud of smoke rose into the air. It was a moment of peace after the battle. The men were still immersed in the aftertaste of the massacre. The smoke seemed to form an illusion, and behind it was the mythical Hall of Gold, the home of the warriors, and the Temple of Valor. Falerne frowned and pulled her sister out of the building, causing a wave of laughter. There were a few people hiding in the shadows of the city walls who wanted to sneak attack the two sisters. However, Falerne's hand flashed with a cold light, and half of the wall was covered in a layer of frost. The few Imperial soldiers were also frozen into ice cubes. The level of the mercenaries of Lopez summoned by the White City Vanguard card was only 10 levels lower than the Felon Knight. Now that Medicia had touched the enlightenment of truth, the strength of the original mercenaries of Lopez naturally rose as well. They all activated their elemental activation and became holy knights. Inside the castle, the remaining city guards were defending the castle's main gate. Hippamra, her iron golems, and gargoyles' attacks were thwarted time and time again. In a fit of anger, Miss Priestess went into action herself. She raised the mountain hammer and slammed it on the gate. The gate, which had been reinforced by the wizards behind the gate many times, was undamaged. However, after a series of tremors, the entire wall of the castle collapsed. Almost everyone was stunned by this shocking attack, but Miss Priestess did not feel anything. After all, it was fine as long as she achieved her goal. Hippamra pushed the gate open, covering her nose with her hand and coughing violently. The wizards and soldiers behind the gate had long been killed by the tremors, and only the frame of the gate was left standing in the flying dust. With one wall down, the moss castle looked like a gaping black mouth, and the gate was its erect front teeth. The gate creaked as it was pushed open, and the bricks behind it fell like rain. At this time, Hippamra suddenly felt a sense of danger. She raised her right hand, and a ring of light spread out from her finger, forming a hemispherical curtain of light. Song of Blessing, a giant axe swung out from the darkness, followed by the sound of the wind. The axe landed heavily on Hippamra's curtain of light, but the curtain of light did not even ripple. It only flashed slightly, and then disappeared into nothingness. The shockwave of the explosion directly smashed the gate on both sides, and the frame of the gate broke with a loud bang. The two gates slowly fell down one after the other. Suddenly, a fist reached out from the darkness and smashed the gate into pieces. Wood chips fluttered in the air like butterflies, and then fell down one after another. Then, a bare-chested man walked out from the darkness, holding a giant axe upside down. The man's pants and leggings looked like he was not a city guard, but a knight of the Imperial Guard. He looked at Hippamra, who was unscathed, and looked at her with surprise. Even the corner of her clothes did not move, and asked, "What is this ability of yours? How can a mere peak of the elemental enlightenment block my attack unscathed?" "This is the Song of Blessing," Hippamra answered seriously. "It is the faith that the goddess gave to me. It is indestructible, like a mountain, and like the heavy earth." "Is that so?" The man chuckled and raised his axe. "Then I would like to see how firm your faith in your goddess is." Facing the opponent's attack, Hippamra immediately became serious. Although she was a little naive, she was not stupid. The opponent was obviously a supreme-class power, and even with the help of the mountain and river, she could not win. She had to find a way to hold on until Medicia and the others arrived to help. Just as the man was about to attack, he suddenly took a step back. With a soft clang, an arrow burning with pale white flames was embedded in the place where he was originally standing. The place was originally a marble floor, but the arrow was not only firmly embedded in the ground, but the tail feathers were still shaking. It was enough to show how powerful the arrow was. The burly man raised his head and saw that 3 women had appeared in the sky at some point. Or rather, female creatures. They looked more like 3 sets of female armor, riding on white Pegasi. The Pegasi rode on the wind and stood in the air, while under the women's armor, white flames rose and rolled, forming into human bodies. Under the winged helmets, the eyes were especially bright, like a pair of stars. They held longbows woven from moonlight, and the arrows on the bowstrings were made from white flames of the underworld. They aimed at the man from above. Valkyrie? The man was shocked. This was a legendary existence, and he never dreamed that he would see one here. "Very well, The burly man's eyes glowed brightly as he raised his axe. I've heard that the Valkyrie are true warriors, that they live for battle, that their every action is based on their instincts for battle. Today, let me see what the so-called instincts of a warrior is. He was full of fighting spirit and was about to attack when he heard a voice behind him. Stop, Talia. You're the captain of the Knight's Guard. Don't you find it embarrassing to show off in front of a little girl? The burly man was slightly startled. He turned his head and saw a person walking out from the shadows of the hall. His long green hair was particularly dazzling in the darkness. His calm eyes contained a vast amount of wisdom, and they were as clear as jade. Veronica? He then saw the others standing behind the female captain. The master of the Mahodafen Principality, the head of the Kirk family, the Grand Duke of Flowerleaf and his eldest son, the elder of the Royal Council, Gerd, Grand Duke Freeland of the Whalen family, Duke Cecil, and, it was an old man with a hunched back, but his aura was still as dignified as the empire itself. When he saw this old man, he almost instinctively knelt down on one knee to greet him. During the era of Grand Emperor Grantodi, some people said that the Grand Emperor represented the will of the empire, but there was only one person who represented the empire's dignity, and that was the Prime Minister, Naidivan. Although he had left the political scene for many years, one could still see the glory of the era when the empire's power was at its peak. He did not need to speak. He was already a living legend. Some people hated him. They were the nobles under the Holy Cathedral of Fire who had lost power in the power struggle. Some people respected him. They were the veterans of the empire who had witnessed an era and witnessed their glory as soldiers. Although the captain of the Night Brigade, Teriel, was not promoted by him, but in the era of Prime Minister Naidivan, he was only a captain at the lowest level. He had long heard of this great man's illustrious reputation. He did not dare to speak to the old Prime Minister, so he could only ask Veronica, Veronica, are you planning to leave? Leaving this place means betraying Her Majesty the Queen, Veronica sighed. But now I have no choice, Teriel. These people outside. What is their relationship with you? The captain of the Night Brigade frowned and questioned. These people are not from the Empire. I saw at least Fanzan, elves, and Buga war machines among them. Don't worry, Teriel, Veronica replied. We will not betray the Empire to outsiders. As for these little guys outside, at this point, she could not help but smile. Who would have thought that fate was so strange? She and that little guy named Erwin had only met once in the loop of trade winds, and even had a hostile relationship. But because of her kindness, she did not expect that one day she would really be benefited from this appreciation. Although she knew the purpose of Brando's visit to the Empire, in her heart, she still felt that she owed him a great favor. This little guy who likes to cause trouble is getting into more and more trouble. She could not help but sigh in her heart. Very well, I respect your choice. The captain of the Night Brigade raised the axe in his hand. Lady Veronica, but if you want to leave this place, you have to ask my old friend first. Are you serious? Veronica could not help but shake her head. Teriel? Of course, can't you see the burning fighting spirit in my chest? Is that so? At this time, a cold voice suddenly interrupted, as expected of the Empire's courage. Then you should be ready. At this time, the captain of the Night Brigade saw another person beside Veronica, and he could not help but widen his eyes. St. Saint Sydney. The last person to walk out was the statue of the Lion Palace's Saintess. She looked at the captain of the Night Brigade with a cold face and replied, I am the one who led these people here, and now I am taking them away. Do you have any objections, Teriel? I. The captain of the Night Brigade looked as if he had seen a ghost. What, do you want to ask your old friend as well? No, of course not. The captain of the Night Brigade coughed. I suddenly remembered something. At this time, he knew that the Moss Castle must have a secret passage. This kind of secret was not a secret to people like Sydney and Vala who had once stood at the top of the Empire. What did you think of? Is there another lady from the capital waiting for you? Why? Where did the burning desire in your chest go? Sydney asked unreasonably. The captain of the Night Brigade had a bitter expression on his face. He could not help but ask Veronica for help, but she ignored him and dealt with it as if nothing had happened. He had no choice but to beg, "Please let me go, teacher." "Very well, I have no intention of making things difficult for you. You may leave," Sydney replied. The burly man hurriedly bowed to the old chancellor as if he had been pardoned. He then carried his axe and hurried out of the ruins. Facing this scene, the people present couldn't help but laugh, but they didn't have any strange expressions. Who didn't know that this guard commander was once a proud student of the Lion Palace's Saintess? "Lady Sydney," the Duke of Flower Leaf finally spoke, "please convey my gratitude to your friend from Aween. The House of Kirk owes him a favor." Jared and Duke Freeland also expressed their opinions. With them taking the lead, the other nobles who were rescued also joined in. Only Duke Cecil remained silent. Of course, this was not because he had a grudge against Brando for killing his son. It was because House Cecil had always been a vassal of the Holy Cathedral. Sydney had already told him privately about the relationship between Brando and the Holy Cathedral, so it did not matter if he expressed his opinion or not. However, the noble's statements were basically meaningless to the Saintess of the Leo Palace. It was only when the eldest son of the Duke of Flowerleaf asked if his sister had arrived at the imperial capital that the Saintess reacted a little and nodded. She then turned to Veronica and said, "Mr. Brando is currently attracting the attention of the Silver Queen at Frostdew Manor. He is no match for Her Majesty alone. Come with me to support him." "No problem," Veronica quickly replied. She did not wish to see Erwin's son get hurt because of her. "Bring me along, I will go too." At this moment, an old voice suddenly sounded. Everyone turned around in shock to look at the old Prime Minister who had spoken. "Her Majesty's mistake is not the fault of one person," Nidwin slowly said. "All of us should be responsible for this. Take me to see her. I will persuade her to show mercy to your little friend." Veronica looked at Sydney with uncertainty. The latter slowly nodded. "What about the others?" "Continue to act according to Mr. Brando's original plan." Sydney turned to Hippamra standing outside and said, "Miss Hippamra, please send these people to the west of Rustle." At this point, she suddenly stopped talking. Rustle, 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 rustle. The ground trembled slightly, and the gravel in the ruins seemed to come alive. It was as if magic had been injected into it. "This is earthquake?" That was the first thought in everyone's mind. They immediately rejected the idea. The entire castle was shaking, and the air was emitting a whimpering sound. It was as if something was shaking. Wave after wave, clear ripples appeared in the entire space. Some small pebbles floated up from the ground and floated into the air. The entire hall seemed to have lost a part of its gravity. The stone pillars creaked and broke from the middle. The scattered pebbles also floated up and floated in the air. Veronica's expression changed. Hippamra also felt that something was stirring up in the other world. The change of the laws had caused such a huge reaction in the prime material plane. What kind of earth-shaking change was happening on the other side of the world? What was it that was calling? Sydney suddenly raised her right hand. Everyone saw the right hand of the sacred lady of the Leo Palace, from her wrist to her elbow. A golden rune lit up repeatedly, and finally formed a mysterious pattern. "This is, P.S., many thanks to Shanghang for helping me organize the deck." This one saw it. "It was very well made and very useful to me. Thank you. I have to say that although this one is lazy and often breaks chapters, the readers have always been very helpful. This makes me very touched." Chapter 1067. A quarter of an hour ago, in the Cold Dew Manor. The flames from the explosion lit up the entire hill, illuminating the forest around the manor. Amidst the flames, the Imperial Guards were either dead or injured. Brando leaped over the manor's iron fence and landed in the forest. The siblings followed closely behind and landed safely on the ground. Seal flew behind them in the air, and when he left the manor, he threw out a force field wave behind him. The invisible force field wave that was 1,000 meters wide shot out from his hand and crushed the outer walls of the manor into pieces as soon as it touched them. The iron fences on the outer walls curled up and broke, making ear-piercing screeches. The solid ground below also formed layers of ripples under the force of the huge force. The soil was unable to withstand the surface tension and instantly cracked open a few holes that were dozens of meters wide, blocking the city guard patrols that were chasing after them. After entering the forest, Lin Sanjiu could see the lights of the Crown District clearly through the shadows of the trees. Only a river separated the Tessellate District from the Count Chef District. However, it was not an easy journey. As soon as Brando landed, he saw more than 10 flame knights emerging from the forest. The leader had a white wolf's mane on his shoulder. He was the successor of the wolf knight, Hillman. The wolf's mane on his shoulder was one of Hillman's spoils of war from the Battle of Homan Valley. However, the original had long been lost when the 13th knight died. The one in front of Lin Sanjiu was a fake, and not even the first generation's. The wolf knight's element was bloodlust. Once they saw blood, their combat power would increase exponentially. Hillman's successor naturally inherited this element. He was full of confidence as he strode forward and swung his sword. In his opinion, his opponent was only at the pinnacle of the truth realm. As long as the battle lasted for a while, he would be able to hold his own. Not to mention, he had several companions behind him. This was the first time in the history of the Flaming Knights that they had mobilized so many people. Nearly half of the 140 Flaming Knights were lying in ambush here. This plan was filled with unparalleled pride and confidence. No one would think that there was anyone in this world who could fight against half of the Flaming Knights. The Flame Knight swung his sword at the Halran Gaia. What a fast sword, he thought. This person must be at least a sword saint. However, the person suddenly took a step back and left an afterimage on the spot to block the Flame Knight's sword. Then, the person raised his sword and stabbed at the Flame Knight. It was an ordinary strike, but it was enough to make the Flame Knight's successor tremble in fear. This strike was called 9 Luminaries Sword Art. With the Wolf Knight's successor as the center, Brando moved 3 times in a row and attacked with his sword 3 times in a row. Every time he took a step away from his original position, he would leave an afterimage and attack from different angles with different sword skills. The 4 afterimages and Brando's original body attacked almost at the same time. The Hillman's successor tried his best to block 3 of the attacks, and his sword pierced through the throat of one of the afterimages. But at the same time, a cold light flashed, and his head flew high into the air. The severed neck flashed with blood, and an arrow of blood shot up to the sky. Brando's eyes were as cold as water, and his tense face was full of blood. He casually pushed the headless body of the Hillman's successor into a tree, and his expression didn't change at all. He continued to face the next Flame Knight. The Flame Knight behind him was stunned. This wasn't to say that the knight's mental fortitude was too weak. In fact, with 1,000 years of memories, every Flame Knight had a fighting instinct and experience that ordinary people couldn't hope to reach. Not to mention, these knights who were able to inherit the Flame's blessing were the best of the best in this era. In the era of the War of the Holy Saints, the Flame King Gretel's knights had experienced the most tragic battles. Those who were able to survive were all used to life and death. The death of their companions and enemies didn't cause any waves in their hearts. Even in the most bizarre situations, they were still able to maintain the necessary calmness. But in the end, it was already 1,000 years later. The experience of the Flame Knight of this era made it difficult for them to reach the level of the first generation of Flame Knights. They had unparalleled fighting experience, but they didn't have the coldness to see through life and death. Therefore, the knight was only stunned for a moment. By the time he reacted, the demon-like Brando had already appeared in front of him, bathed in blood. Only then did the knight realize that he had made a fatal mistake. He made the correct decision at the last moment, raising his sword to meet the enemy. But Brando only took a step forward, and the heavy black blade of Halran Gaia was like the tip of the spear, piercing through the knight along with his sword. The knight's heart was filled with regret before the world fell into darkness. But regret couldn't change his fate. The second one caused everyone present to be stunned for a moment. Was this really the battle of the Flame Knight? Brando continued to move forward. His next opponent was a middle-aged man with a thin face. He was quite handsome, and the white feathers on his cloak proved that he was a knight captain. Brando immediately recognized this person. It was Steve, the Flawless Spear. The Flame Knight only had 7 knight captains, and none of them were unknown. The man in front of him had the strength of the law, and was on par with Veronica during the Battle of the Loop of Trade Winds. He was one of the 7 strongest knight captains of the Flame King, and his elemental indestructible was a rare elemental that didn't have an active effect. He was immune to 90% of damage. There were also 2 great knights beside him. They were the inheritors of the Dragon Knight Samuel and the Light Knight Robin, and their strength was also at the peak of the elemental enlightenment. Obviously, the knight present also realized that Brando was difficult to deal with. The knight whose strength was lower than that of the elemental enlightenment went around him and faced the Shire and the vampire twins. At this moment, the Shire was facing an earth elemental and a fantasy elemental, and Mephistopheles and Andrique's opponents were 3 people led by the heir of the Steel Knight. In the face of this scene, Brando knew that he had to end the battle quickly. Although the Flame Knight who came from other directions were temporarily blocked, they were not the Praetorian Guard, and should catch up soon. He stretched out his left hand, and another sword appeared in his hand. Absolute death. The Flame Knight screamed angrily, and then realized that their colleagues in the manor might have been killed. For a moment, they were angry and disdainful. They were disdainful that Brando dared to use this sword in front of them, but they knew the flaws of this sword very well. Steve's heart was also full of anger. Prydian was a newcomer that he thought highly of. He raised the long famous spear in his hand. In his heart, he had already sentenced Brando to death. Although Her Majesty the Queen wanted them to stay alive, that was to say, as long as they did not die. At this moment, Brando did not care what his opponent thought. He took out absolute death not to anger the other party, but to frost soil. With his low roar, a glacier appeared out of thin air, and sharp icicles burst out in all directions, like an ice waterfall, instantly covering the space of nearly a kilometer. The biting cold wind mixed with the power of the elements came, and even Steve did not dare to face it head-on. He and several Flame Knight immediately flew into the air, but there were still 2 people who were hit by the crisscrossing icicles and crashed into the forest with the rushing glacier. Wherever they passed, the trees withered and withered, the branches and leaves turned into white frost, and then broke in the middle. Steve punched the icicles that stabbed towards him, turning them into dust. Then he finally saw Brando hiding between the crisscrossing icicles, and stabbed at him with his spear. At the same time, several Flame Knights, including the 2 Great Knights, who had avoided the icicles' attack, also attacked Brando at the same time. But at that moment, Brando suddenly raised his head, and Steve saw a desperate fanaticism in his eyes. For some reason, at that moment, his heart was suddenly full of vigilance. This kind of vigilance was the same as the moment of life and death he experienced in the Holy War. It was the fear of the signs of death. He was very confident in his hunch, and suddenly the alarm bell in his heart rang. "Retreat, retreat quickly," he shouted, but he could not stop the attack, and the sin in his hand had already hit the opponent without hesitation. Together with the 4 long swords. The long spear stabbed at the opponent's body. Brando was only wearing a count's coat, and the coat was easily cut open, revealing a golden-gray breastplate underneath. The defensive power of the breastplate was beyond imagination, and the bright blade of the sin could not do anything to it. A silver light bounced off the breastplate and finally pierced into Brando's shoulder blade. But the spear did not penetrate the body as Steve imagined. The defensive power of the opponent's body was also terrifying. He felt as if he had hit a metal stone, and that feeling was exactly the same as when he fought with several of the top Templar Knights. In fact, it was even better. He looked back and his eyes almost popped out. The long swords of the other Flame Knights could not even get close to Brando's body. A layer of indistinct radiance blocked their blades, causing sparks to fly in all directions as if they had struck a wall of metal and stone when they were only a foot away. Conflict halo. The faces of the several knights were aghast. This guy was a Templar Knight. However, the most troublesome ability of a Templar Knight was not their conflict halo, but their crown of thorns and blood of the sun. The few Flame Knights almost immediately realized that they were in big trouble. At this moment, a white brilliance suddenly burst out from Brando's body. The brilliance was like the vines of a rose, and it bounced towards all the people who had attacked him. Although Brando's defensive power resisted almost all the damage, the refraction of the blood of the sun was not calculated in this way. Even the attribute of the Gate of Law of the Lonia Gap had restored Steve's attack, which was reduced to elemental truth. However, it was so unreasonable, several flame knights screamed. Only Steve was slightly better. The indestructible element minimized the damage he suffered. But the warning in his heart did not go away because it was Brando's turn to attack. Brando extended the Halran Gaia to these people. Cold wind, at that moment, time could be said to pass very slowly because it was almost static. For those who faced such a scene, it was like an eternity. But it could also be said to be very fast because in the eyes of the onlookers, it was a breath's time. They saw a biting cold wind blow out from behind Brando. What kind of wind was that? It was like a blade, plowing through everything in its path. Trees and rocks were all turned into ice crystals, and in the blink of an eye, they were shattered into pieces, flying all over the sky. But this was only the beginning, then it grew so strong that it could not be described with words. It only made people think of the legendary, immortal, world spiral on the mountain where the storm stopped. That was the perfect storm that occupied the entire wind elemental plane. It was not wind, but a sword of divine judgment. It hit the top of the mountain where the Frost Dew Manor was located. Everyone witnessed this unforgettable scene with their own eyes. The entire mountain swelled up and then shattered with a bang. Rocks and trees flew into the air, and the mountain seemed to fall apart, turning into dust. The flow of earth and rocks poured down like a landslide. Even after nearly half a minute, smaller stones and gravel rustled down from the air. This was the power of a supreme realm. Brando raised his head in shock. In the darkness of the night, he saw that half of the Frost Dew Manor that was located halfway up the mountain had already completely disappeared. A terrifying hole had appeared in the background of the mountain. The layer of earth above it had long since vanished, revealing the pale and jagged luster of the rocks. After the hole appeared, a full moon shone on the entire forest. What was going on? He remembered that he had activated Frenzy and used the full power of the Frost Soil Guard. Although the combination of frost soil and cold wind was powerful, it was not to this extent. Saber's full power attack was only this much. "My lord, are you all right?" Mephistopheles had just finished off an opponent and turned back to ask with concern in midair. Brando shook his head. He felt that there were layers of illusions in front of him. He saw the reflection of the white tower in the sky and the spiral peak. Hundreds of millions of lines of law converged into a silver-white plane, and the seed of light was born in the lake of the abyss. He saw the rebirth of the elemental border, the shallow sea was like a dream, the storm stopped, the mountains stood in the clouds, and under the dark stone pivot, the scorching river flowed. These illusions were repeated over and over again, but there seemed to be a voice in his heart. "I was born in the flames." At this moment, he actually felt that his realm of truth was faintly loosening, and the door that blocked his final path was opened at this moment. He was not the only one who felt this. Everyone present felt the same shock. Everyone turned around involuntarily. Steve also got up shakily from afar and looked at Brendel in disbelief. The power of a supreme realm was not enough to kill the commander of the Flaming Knights in one blow, not to mention that the other party had the undying elemental power. Of course, even so, he was seriously injured, and the knight of the Flame family who fought side by side with him had long been reduced to ashes. The peak of the law, this young Count Tonagel was only in his early 20s this year. It was hard not to think of another person who also reached the top of the White Tower at the age of 20. About 1070 years ago, he had a laurel crown called the Flame King. But at this moment, Brando's mind was no longer on this. Because he knew he was in trouble. It was at this moment, 5 vast and unparalleled pressures fell from midair, and Brando immediately felt that he was locked in by several forces. His body felt heavy, as if he was shackled. The Shire, Mephistopheles, and Andrique, who were fighting with the Knight of the Flame family in midair, groaned and fell directly from the sky, landing heavily on the ground. Brando looked up and saw that in the starry night sky, there seemed to be several bright constellations. Those were the titles that he was familiar with, or had heard of. Their names had shined in history for a time, and they were the peak of the power that the players once worshipped and yearned for. That was the head of the Knight of the Flame family, the Empire's Gate, Richard. The strongest wizard of the Empire 70 years ago, the Lord of the Mirror Realm, the Lightless Return, Royer, and his lifelong rival, the wizard who was close to God, the tower-defying Saipan. There was also the strongest of the 11 Holy See besides Vara and Sydney, the sword-bearer, Bradley. Finally, there was Willock, one of the Empire's twin paragons 60 years ago, the Lion Sword Saint. 5 Supreme Realms. Nearly half of the Empire's 13 Supreme Realms were here. The power in the sky was as deep as the abyss. P.S. I wrote the last chapter late. I was afraid that it would disturb my thoughts, so I didn't take the time to write the article. Because it involved a small climax, this chapter took me 6 to 7 hours to write, and countless brain cells died. Also, there was a small problem with the Duke of Flower Leaf. My hand slipped. The Duke of Flower Leaf is Vahina's grandfather, and his eldest son is Vahina's father. I'm also drunk, I'll change it later. Chapter 1068. Brando smiled bitterly. In his original plan, he should not have made such a big move, but he did not expect the power of the law in his body to explode on its own, opening the door to the peak of the law in the middle of the battle. In the eyes of others, this was an unimaginable benefit. Many people were stuck in front of this door for their entire lives. Every time they advanced in the elemental realm, it was an unattainable and precious opportunity. Only true geniuses could walk to the end of this path. Even his teacher, Greysword Saint Mephistopheles, was a once-in-a-century genius, had been wandering in front of the door of the extreme planes for decades. But at this moment, Brando could not appreciate it. The reason was because of the 5 suffocating mountains in front of him. In fact, he had been fooling around in order not to attract the attention of the power of the extreme planes, but he did not expect to fail at the last moment. When he accidentally revealed this level of power, the Silver Queen immediately attacked, but now it was almost a quarter of an hour earlier than he had expected. 5 of the extreme planes, 2 against Mephisto, 2 against Sydney, and it seemed that the Silver Queen had specially prepared one for him. Brando could not help but think that Her Majesty really thought highly of him. Then, he forcefully suppressed the restless seed of law in his body. Once he stepped over the edge of truth, there would be a tinder of law left in his elemental domain. And when he reached the ultimate realm, this tinder of law would form his personal domain, the ultimate plane. This seed of fire was also known as the first light of the wand, because the sage wanted to obtain true wisdom from this light. This was the origin of the Pale poem, where all things were born from water, obtained spirit from light, and gained wisdom from fire. But at this moment, Brando did not dare to accept this seed of law, because with a strong enemy in front of him, he did not dare to rashly break through the realm. But what made him extremely distressed was that this seed of law was unusually active, thousands of times more active than the seed of law that was born in the game. He felt as if something was forming a resonance with it, and it immediately took root and sprouted. He did not know if this was an inevitable reaction of the power of existence, or if he was special. But if this continued, it would be difficult for him to concentrate on the upcoming battle, which was undoubtedly a big problem. Fortunately, the 5 Lemeters did not immediately attack. Brando raised his head and looked at them. He knew that these people represented the Queen's will, and the Silver Queen was most likely watching everything that was happening from somewhere. She didn't let them attack because she still had something to say. Sure enough, an instant later, a voice descended upon the Frost-Dew Manor. A descendant of Darius. The Silver Queen's voice was surprisingly young, almost like that of a teenage girl. Brando was stunned for a moment before he remembered that her age was permanently fixed at 15. However, this voice was filled with an inhuman coldness, as if it was implying that its owner was temperamental. In the manor and the surrounding forest, everyone raised their heads. The city guards, imperial guards, and Knight of Flame all knelt down on one knee, placing their left hand on their chest to show their utmost respect to the owner of this voice. When your grandfather was still alive, Erewhon and the Empire were the closest allies. That was also Erewhon's most glorious era, and the world called it the Anson Revival. But what about your current actions? You've repeatedly obstructed the Empire, and you even intend to support the separatists of the Empire. You've disappointed me. Brando, you've also brought shame to your grandfather. The Silver Queen's voice paused for a moment. According to the Empire's laws, your death is not to be regretted, but Darius and I are old friends. The Earth Sword Saint was once the commander of the Temple Alliance, and the Empire owes him a favor. So, I'm giving you a chance. Submit to me, or die. Brando felt the pressure on him lessen, and he couldn't help but grind his teeth. It didn't feel good to be controlled by someone else, even though the other party was a famous figure in history, and there was nothing embarrassing about being suppressed by them. He raised his head, and his voice resounded throughout the forest. Your Majesty, when the Flame King established the Holy Cathedral, he also established crews. The countries under the Holy Cathedral have always regarded the Empire as the spokesperson of the Holy Cathedral. And Erewhon is the same. In fact, just before you closed this door, Erewhon's envoys and I had already arrived in Lone. Since you've never lacked Erewhon's loyalty, you naturally won't lack the loyalty of a mere count from a remote place like me. But now, Brando asked loudly, is it the Silver Queen of Cruz, the Emperor of the Holy Cathedral and the Empire who commands my loyalty, or is it the Dark Dragon of Mardos who commands my loyalty? Brando's answer was loud and clear. There was silence both inside and outside the manor, causing everyone to look up at the sky. Even the Knight of Flames family wanted to know where their honor and pride came from. Was it the inheritor of the Flame King's bloodline and beliefs? Or was it a reformer who revolutionized the world and corrected the mistakes of the past? But were the people of Cruz really qualified to inherit the honor of the people of Myrna? Other than the Silver Queen, probably no one could answer this question. Her Majesty herself was silent for a moment. She stood by her desk and looked at Brando on the crystal ball with a calm expression. It was almost the same face, the same stubbornness, and she could still vaguely see that person's past glory between his eyebrows. But what she saw on this face was not only the impression that belonged to Darius, but also everything that she had lost. Those things that only lingered in the deepest part of her memory belonged to the past. You have also received Odin's inheritance and fate, and you should understand everything that I have seen. In that case, you should understand who is right and who is wrong. What good is it for us to maintain the lies of the wise ones? To maintain this false peace? She shook her head. I have heard this too many times. The Bugas are like this, the dragons are like this, the silver elves are like this, and in the future that I have seen, our world is so fragile that maintaining the status quo will not help us defeat the dusk. The wind blew from the other side of the mountains, and the forest that had been ravaged by the flames of war made a soft rustling sound. This moment of silence seemed to be telling something in everyone's hearts. What Her Majesty saw on the battlefield of the final battle was indeed the threat of the dusk. Brando understood. At that moment, he felt a voice whispering something in his heart, but when he listened to it, it was illusory and unfathomable. It was like a whisper in the wind. It sighed softly. Mardos had been gone for so long, and 1,000 years ago, the last ruler of the Empire made such a choice. The Silver Queen waited for his answer. Brando was silent for a moment before he spoke again. Your Majesty, you are supreme. On your throne, a single decision of yours can affect the fates of countless people. Your Majesty, countless people live because of you, and countless people may die because of you. It all depends on your decision. I have no intention of changing your will, but I just want to say that there are many paths in this world, and not all of them lead to hatred. The wind and sand ruffled the canopy, and Brando had some kind of understanding in his heart. He seemed to hear the voice that lingered in the forest like a ghost. It sighed. 1,000 years ago, His Majesty the Emperor chose to end hatred. So he was called the Fool. Andrique, who was lying on the ground, suddenly had a look of astonishment in her eyes. She took out the scepter of fire, and circles of golden fire patterns on the scepter lit up. The air was filled with unease, and some unknown factor behind the law world was stirring restlessly. At that moment, the wind in the forest began to grow stronger. That's why Mardos failed, the queen replied coldly. Those beautiful lies are the cancer that spreads in this world, and when you listen to its sweet words, a bleeding dagger has already been plunged deep into your heart. Brando shook his head. Your Majesty, Mardos did not perish because of Odin's choice alone, and the reason he made such a decision was because he could not see any hope. That empire of the past could not save this world. But 1,000 years, could it really erase hatred? The Silver Queen sneered. Odin made such a choice, and what was the result? 1,000 years ago, he chose to end everything, and 1,000 years later, civilization is still trapped by hatred. What did the so-called wise ones bring us? The conquests of the 4 empires? The canopy of the forest near the manor danced wildly, and the knight in the forest looked at the sudden gust of wind with some doubt. Summer had long disappeared. Could it be that there was still a rainstorm at this time of the year? Of the 5 supreme class, only Saipan the tower rebel turned his head slightly, as if looking for something in the void, and then frowned. Brando was also in the midst of this gust, his long hair flying, and he looked up at the Silver Queen. But at least the 4 wise ones ended the harsh rule of the Myrnas, Your Majesty. The Silver Queen sneered, as if mocking Brando's naivety. Harsh rule will not destroy this world, but dusk will. Do you still not understand? There is not much time left for this world, and short-sighted people cannot see the dangers of the future. If we leave them alone, we will only be waiting for destruction. I am saving them, but what you've done has only put more people in trouble, Your Majesty. The Silver Queen did not think much of it. Naturally, in order to return to the path of the past, there will be countless people who will shed blood and sacrifice, but it will all be worth it. Because of the mistakes we made back then, we must pay the price now. You find it hard to understand? Her voice was somewhat contemptuous. Descendant of Darius, you should understand that everyone in this world does not exist alone. You said that the fate of the people of the empire will change because of my decision, but how can I and my people not come to this point today because of the decisions of our predecessors? And it is precisely because everyone has to pay the price for the decisions of others that our civilization can be established. Brando looked at the sky silently, looking at the unpredictable flowing clouds under the night sky. At this moment, a string in his heart faintly touched. Many figures and things appeared in front of him, as if he saw all the past history that Odorphice had once let him see, as well as the illusions that existed in history. He saw the arrogance of the empire. At this moment, the 2 empires were overlapping with each other. The wind carried the scattered leaves into the night sky. They gathered together in a frenzy, like a torrent in the sky. Brando suddenly understood something. My lord. At this moment, Andrique suddenly shouted. He turned around. In the sky, the Silver Queen changed her tone at the same time. She shouted condescendingly. Descendant of Darius. The manor you are now in is called Frostdew. It was built 150 years ago and has had several owners, but the one who lived here for the longest time was Madame Belisa. That woman likes this place because in this manner, she can overlook the entire capital of the empire. When all living beings are beneath her feet, she sees those who are at the bottom of the empire. Do you understand? Those who have been tormented by disasters, pain, war, and all sorts of other reasons, but they do not understand where their sorrow comes from, so they often feel unbearable pain. And us, known as nobles or rulers, we can clearly see our own weakness, see how fate has left a deep mark on us, but because of this, we also feel pain and sorrow. But no matter how the twin goddesses manipulate the threads of fate, no matter how suffocating this world is, no matter how deep the pain is, we will still silently move forward. That is why the empire and civilization will move forward step by step. And this is our resistance, the true meaning of the path of golden flames. Do you understand? If we abandon those who cannot keep up with our footsteps, or let them indulge in illusory self-consolation and escape, or even if we choose to escape from everything that we cannot choose, then, what will happen to this world? The Queen's voice became cold and sharp. When you choose to be alone, you have already betrayed everyone. The nobles' so-called aloofness and detachment is actually just a betrayal of their own class. What I see is no nobility, only indifference and selfishness. And the tragedy of Mardos stems from the fact that the nobles of the Myrnas chose to escape at the last moment. Odin abandoned their faith, causing the blood of the previous generations to flow in vain. So, he is the fool. The forest fell into silence, only the sound of the wind sweeping across the mountains and rivers could be heard. The knights seemed to have fallen into deep thought. They put down the swords in their hands, with a thoughtful look in their eyes. Queen Gao Yongrong's voice spoke to them. That's why, lone knights. The people of Cruz will not collapse because of the loss of a faith. On the contrary, it is because my people are proud enough that they can face their mistakes head-on. And the descendants of Darius, a speck of dust cannot hide the glory of history. Wiping it away will only make the empire more brilliant. The Silver Queen's voice resounded throughout the sky. So, my empire, my people, do you understand your glory? You, because you stand on the side of the truth, glory, the brilliance in the eyes of the people lit up. Only for a moment, all the imperial soldiers present raised the long swords in their hands high. But in the sky, Richard and Royer suddenly frowned. The restless factor in the air was becoming manic. But Her Majesty the Queen did not let them take action, so they could only wait quietly. Brendel looked on coldly from the sidelines. For some reason, he suddenly felt a little distracted. In this fanatical atmosphere, he saw the wind in the forest slowly calm down. And the voice of the Silver Queen also quieted down. The three cheers of the night also quieted down. Brando! Endrique shouted again. She felt that the scepter of fire in her hand was trembling slightly. But this time, Brando did not seem to hear it. He raised his head. He already had his answer in his heart. Perhaps you are right, Your Majesty, he said, but there is a problem. You are full of confidence that you have changed everyone's fate, but what if you are wrong? The Silver Queen fell silent. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Ridiculous. Her voice was full of disdain and sarcasm. The sages used the fall of an empire and 1,000 years to prove this result. How can I be wrong? How can I be wrong? Brando's heart was clear. Arrogance was born in people's hearts, but people often did not notice it. They thought that they were born noble and could stand above everyone else. The Myrnas of Mardos perished here, and today, history repeated the same mistake, closely linking the fate of the two empires. Brando felt as if he was in a world of silence. But there was a voice in his heart that was becoming clearer and more definite. It was the majestic pulse from the long river of fate. It gathered countless times, countless fates, and countless voices. It only gathered into one word: fight. Fanatical blood flowed in his body, roaring, rushing, and screaming, but his heart was extremely calm. He quietly looked at all the strange scenes in front of him. His gaze seemed to pass through the shackles of time for a moment. He saw the Mardos being destroyed in the flames. He saw the Cruz Empire being born from the flames. The replacement of the old with the new did not come from a hero giving his people victory. It was the intertwining of countless people's fates. Everyone threw themselves into it and wrote an epic with flames. So the empire was born. It did not record the legend of heroes, but the struggle that belonged to everyone. Countless individuals gathered to form the vision of history. Brando's gaze met them one by one in the long river of fate. He was so shocked in his heart that he could not control himself. This was a glorious hymn, but it did not belong to one person, nor did it belong to a sage. Even an insignificant individual like him was in the middle of it all. And at this moment, Brando finally understood in his heart why he was resisted by the flaming blade. He gently shook his head and laughed bitterly. I used to think that I never thought of myself as a hero, but I didn't expect that there was such a yearning hidden in my heart. Oderfeis, thank you for letting me recognize my arrogance. A voice immediately responded to him in his heart. The voice was full of kindness. But suddenly, another voice sounded, and it overshadowed the previous voice. Arrogance is the ambition of a young man. Heroism is the romance of a man. This is not something to be ashamed of. This voice was spoken by a man with a rich magnetic voice. Brando turned around and was stunned to see a person walking out from beside him. It was a tall man with a red cloak burning behind him like a flame. His long hair shone like pure gold, and his eyes were as blue as the purest sea. He held a long sword. The sword was engraved with golden flames, and there were small words inscribed on it, Motsvisitarsi, flame hammer forged fate. It was the holy sword Odorfice. The man patted him on the shoulder and smiled at him. Go ahead, I'm with you. P.S. Begging for monthly votes. Chapter 1069. The knight raised the swords in their hands, and the three cheers suddenly stopped. Because everyone felt an inexplicable throbbing in their hearts. They turned their heads one by one, and what they saw was a world of stillness. The wind was still, and every leaf was drooping. There was no sound of wind or insects, and moonlight poured down from the branches, creating a silver brilliance. It was quiet and secluded. Everything in the world fell into silence, as if the world had calmed down, meekly and silently crawling. On the sea of magic, the 12 moons were dim, and there was not a single ripple on the surface of the sea. It was like a mirror, reflecting the color of the sky. Brendel opened his eyes, and his pupils were clear and limpid. But at that moment, everyone felt that the laws were deviating, leaving them in fear. It was as if something was descending, and its unstoppable power was dominating and taking over everything. The knight instinctively looked down and found that there were snakes and insects of all colors under their feet. Countless insects were fleeing from the grass, and the pebbles on the ground were spinning strangely and trembling. Some small grains of sand even floated up and flew into the sky. Among the 5 Lemeters, the sword-bearer Bradley finally noticed something strange. The air was filled with a familiar holiness, as if he was in the sacred hall of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. The sacred image of a sage stood on top of it, watching everyone with a profound gaze. It was also watching him. This is. Behind the crystal ball, the Silver Queen did not notice these minute changes. She only watched Brando, waiting for the young man's answer. After a moment of silence, Brando spoke. Your Majesty. You and I do not know what the future will be like. But my dream is actually very simple. Halran Gaia and Absolute Death both disappeared without a trace in his hands. He crossed his hands and gently pressed them down. Although there was nothing in his hands, everyone felt that there was a sword tip resting on the ground. Dong! Everyone felt their hearts skip a beat. A ripple spread out on the sea of magic, spreading in all directions. At this moment, all the adepts in the Banker region had their connection with the world of laws forcibly severed. In the hundreds of temples of various sizes throughout the region, the evening prayers of the monks echoed in the prayer halls as usual. But the bishops in gorgeous robes opened their eyes in horror as they realized that there was no response from the territory of Tiamat from that moment on. The bell of the holy temple tolled. Countless people woke up from their dreams, drenched in cold sweat. Their dreams seemed to have been swallowed up, and Bunasan, the country of dreams, was closing its doors. At this moment, the witches discovered that the country of witches had disappeared, and they fell into a common nightmare. In the endless darkness, they saw a golden sword burning with raging flames descending from the clouds. It was like a sun, illuminating the entire sky. Rustle, 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 the entire world began to shake. In the Valva Prince district, the gathered citizens saw the statue of the Flame King trembling slightly. The sand on the ground rose and fell, as if forming a layer of waves. The windows of the surrounding buildings creaked and shattered one after another, and the sound of glass falling to the ground could be heard all over the place. Screams of horror rang out in the square, and some people began to hide. It was inevitable that there would be chaos. Is it an earthquake? Seti held Arl's hand tightly, feeling the low rumble under their feet. Arl shook his head firmly. He frowned and carefully protected Seti from the jostling crowd. The sage is angry. Someone in the crowd screamed. There was a commotion. The believers in the center of the square who were holding a ceremony stopped and looked up at the same time, looking in a certain direction. In St. Cantifer's palace, the Silver Queen seemed to have finally noticed the abnormality outside. She frowned and turned to the person behind her. Grim, go out and take a look. The Dragon Queen nodded expressionlessly, turned around, and opened the door to the inner hall, disappearing outside. Then, the Silver Queen turned around. Her face was as calm as water, and her silver eyes reflected the brilliance of the crystal ball as if there was another world inside. There was indeed another world behind the crystal ball. Because in Brando's dark brown eyes, there seemed to be a dazzling golden flame burning in the depths of his eyes. He opened his mouth, and his voice seemed to shake the whole world. I don't care what you want, and I don't care who you are. Her Majesty the Supreme Queen, or the Dark Dragon of the Myrna people. But, give Scarlet back to me. The buzzing in the air was the change of the law. Oh no. At this time, Bradley finally realized what was making him feel uneasy. He immediately unsheathed his sword and roared, "Stop him!" But it was not up to him. Give Scarlet back to me, his thunderous voice reverberated throughout the entire forest. The low rumble in the forest turned into a roar. Not only the gravel and stones, but even the trees and rocks also made a low and ancient sound. They resonated thousands of times as if they were responding to this sentence. They were responding to the anger of the king. The canopy of the forest creaked and shook, as if it would be uprooted at any time. The rocks had already broken free from the shackles of the earth and flew into the sky with the soil. A majestic and terrifying aura rose from the forest. The faces of the Knight of Flame changed drastically. They drew their swords and wanted to get close to Brando, but an invisible force swept across the forest and forced everyone to the ground. It made it difficult for them to move. But at this moment, above everyone's head, the dark clouds under the night sky parted. A dazzling golden light, like the rising sun, illuminated the entire sky above the Banker region. Reflected in everyone's eyes was a fiery red light piercing through the vast night sky and falling straight down from the sky. That was the light of the birth of all things. From the flame, wisdom was given to all creatures. At that moment, there was no other color between heaven and earth. The world of law shook. In the entire Rushta region, in the wilderness around Banker, in the west of Metz, in Cloak Bay, and even on the front line of the Nazar people, everyone saw this fiery red light falling from the sky. These warriors from another country stopped their war machines, opened the cabin doors, and looked up at this marvelous scene. What was reflected in their eyes was the golden sun, the sacred fire from 1,000 years ago that blessed the world forever. Praise the wisdom. The priests of the Nazar people raised their hands and shouted crazily, "Praise the wisdom." The sea of cheers rose and fell one after another. Everything was dim, but at this moment, the constellation of the Flame King shone brightly in the sky above the entire southern part of Wonde. Tens of millions of people witnessed this scene. It was golden red like fire, but so pure. Under this dazzling light, a carriage under the protection of a knight passed through the forest near Mulberry Castle and headed in the direction of St. Cantilever Palace. The girl in the carriage, her eyes reflected the flames falling from the sky. In her sparkling eyes, tears involuntarily flowed out. She had been abandoned by everyone in this world. She had never seen her biological parents. In her memory, there was only the cold dark forest, the roaring beasts, the dark fear, and the pale ghosts in the forest. She had poured all her trust in the hope of having a family, but in return, she was coldly abandoned. She was lowly, not worth mentioning, and did not expect anything. However, the only thing she wished for was to have a little tie in this world. Yet, even such a wish fell through time and time again. Can I really be important to someone in this world? Of course. That person replied with a smile. Everyone in this world has the right to pursue their own happiness. But, this question that she carefully hid in the bottom of her heart finally got an answer today. This answer made her so happy that she almost could not believe it. His Excellency did not lie to her. Give me back Scar Dash, that voice reverberated above the clouds, reverberating throughout the imperial capital. It was not a vow, but it was more beautiful and firm than any vow in this world. Sitting on the opposite side of the carriage, the mountain maids were already moved to tears. They looked at the crying countess, their hearts full of regret and regret. They had thought that there was nothing wrong with their countess marrying the descendant of a mountain hero. They even found it hard to understand why the countess was so against Her Majesty's decision. Was the countess not a mountain person herself? But now they understood. It turned out that there was someone in this world who dared to go against the entire empire for the Countess. If he was not a lunatic, then he must be the most worthy man in this world for the Countess to fall in love with. What kind of hero was this? The maids quietly reached out and held their Countess' hands. Although Her Majesty the Queen was supreme, they chose to stand on her side at this moment. At this moment, the shining pillar of light outside the carriage was like the fire of dawn, the blaze of dawn. It would definitely light up the darkness and bring light. And at this moment, Bradley's sword finally arrived. What kind of sword was that? It was like a bright and narrow line across the sky, dividing everyone's vision into two, and then there was nothing else between heaven and earth. How could one block such a sword? The knight present had no answer. It seemed that in front of it, they could only stretch out their necks and wait to be killed. But Brando gave them an answer. He raised his right hand. There was nothing in his right hand. Clang! A bright line of fire seemed to flash in the darkness. The line that divided the world into two and extended infinitely stopped in front of Brando's outstretched right hand. Then all the illusions were shattered, and the world returned to its original state. The sword in Bradley's hand turned into a silver light in front of everyone's eyes, and heavily chopped at a foot in front of Brando. A long and bright line of sparks was drawn out. Everyone held their breaths at this moment, and some even sucked in a breath of cold air. The Supreme Sword Saint's all-out attack was blocked. It was blocked by such a young man. A few Imperial guards who witnessed this scene couldn't help but pat their faces to prove that they were not dreaming. Then they saw a sword. The sword in Brando's hand gradually revealed its true appearance. It was like a flame burning in the air. Wherever the flame passed, dark red shards with a metallic luster were revealed. These shards were bound together by an invisible force, forming the shape of a sword. A line of small words was engraved on the shards, Motsvisitarsi, that is the appearance of the flaming blade. The Knight of Flame immediately recognized the sword. But in their hearts, there was a voice that roared like a stormy sea. The appearance of the flaming blade was passed down from generation to generation in the holy sanctum through a secret method, but this person didn't have any sword inscriptions on him. How could the appearance of the flaming blade appear in his hand? What did this mean? Wait, look at that girl. At this time, someone finally noticed Andrique next to him. Everyone's gaze turned in that direction. The two swords clashed. Brando looked at Bradley in front of him, and the latter's eyes narrowed slightly. The old man's eyes were burning with golden flames in the young man's eyes. He was shocked. Because this was the inheritance of the flaming blade that had disappeared for thousands of years. The late king appointed him as the successor. How was this possible? But Brendel did not care about his opinion. He only sighed slightly and asked, "What do you think?" "Is this your answer, Your Majesty?" The Silver Queen felt her heart skip a beat, as if she had missed something, but she quickly calmed down. "You're relying on a mere flaming blade?" She sneered, "But Brando, didn't your grandfather teach you how to be a mature man? I am the Emperor of the Empire. How can I easily change my words? Then, there is only one way left between us." The Silver Queen was so angry that she laughed, arrogant. Bradley didn't know whether Brando was arrogant or not, but at this moment, he wanted to tell the Silver Queen that the young man in front of him didn't just repair the flaming blade. But he couldn't say it, because at this time, he saw a golden light in the corner of his eye. Flaming staff. Someone among the Knight of Flame shouted. Andrique finally couldn't hold the flaming staff in her hand. It flew out of her hand and immediately flew towards Brando. Then, under everyone's gaze, it merged into the broken flaming blade in Brando's hand. This scene was something that even Brando didn't expect. Then he felt a powerful force explode in his body. He immediately understood what kind of power it was. It was Odorfi's soul, the power of the flaming orb. In an instant, the gap between the enlightenment of truth and the peak of the law disappeared. Then the seed of law took root and sprouted, and the truth of elements and order left an indelible mark in Brando's heart. At this point, the door of the spiral peak was also crossed by him. It took less than a second. He closed his eyes and felt the shallow sea breeze blowing on his soul. He saw the spirit of all things being born in the water, getting a body in the soil, being protected by the wind, and then being given wisdom by the flame. When he opened his eyes again, the flames in his eyes were already extinguished. Only a hint of golden flame occasionally flashed in the depths of his eyes, in the lower reaches of the law. But his aura was still rising, as if the memories from the ancient times were integrated into the depths of his heart bit by bit. That powerful force grew until it was close to the middle reaches of the law. Then it slowly stopped. Then he heard a system prompt that he hadn't heard for a long time: obtained the key of fire, obtained the holy sword, broken amber. Brando didn't know what the key of fire was, but the second prompt was like a bolt of lightning that struck directly into the depths of his soul. He couldn't help but stare blankly at the broken pieces of odorfice in his hands. He looked at the few lines of words written on the open data panel: amber, damaged, existence, attack, 214-373 additional fire damage, 110-150 plus 575 strength additional skills, key of the world, raises the law's attack by 1 realm. Fire of wisdom, flames of dawn, the wisdom of the wise. The wielder of this sword can display a fire spell from the 1st to 8th circle while attacking. P.S. What Brando wants is to save Scarlet. What do I want? You know, I'm begging for monthly votes. Chapter 1070. Why would it be the sacred sword amber? Brando certainly remembered that this was the only sacred sword that players had the chance to come into contact with in the game, but how could odorfice be amber? His thoughts came to an abrupt end because Bradley's attack had arrived in front of him. Bradley, the sword bearer, was known as the Flame Sword Saint. In the Holy Cathedral, this title was not something that everyone could have. At least it meant that the bearer had mastered an extremely high level of fire element. Bradley was one such bearer. When he was 30 years old, he became famous in a battle. After becoming a Knight of the Holy Cathedral, he was directly chosen by the previous Great Holy See to be the backup of the Flame Blessed. However, he did not walk the path of a flame-blessed knight. Instead, he climbed all the way from the priest and bishop to the highest level of power in the Holy Cathedral. Vatican appointed him as the next Knight of the Flame Blessed. This position was equivalent to the servant of the Flame Blessed, and had supreme honor. Because he had mastered the fire element, which was the same as Gilt's, the people of the Empire often rumored that Bradley was the successor of the Flame Blessed, and that the flame-blessed odorfice would one day appear in the Empire in his hands. However, decades later, this prophecy did not come true. Ironically, Bradley actually witnessed the resurrection of odorfice with his own eyes, but it was not in his hands. If it was 50 years ago, he might have been furious because he was not chosen by the path of the golden flames. However, after half a century of hardships, he had long been accustomed to the changes in power and power. His faith in the path of the golden flames was also firm and would not be easily shaken. What was faith? Faith was persistence. This kind of persistence could even be called stubbornness, but it would never be weakness. Bradley was definitely a stubborn person. Even his sword was called determination. It was said that it was once the sword of a flame-blessed knight of the first generation. The sword was half an arm long, and it could be used with one hand or with 2 hands. It was firm when attacking, as its name suggested, and it was unstoppable. The long sword swept over with fractal flames. Before it reached Brando, Brando felt a scorching aura. This was the power from the fire elemental plane that could burn everything, the power of the ultimate realm. However, the power of the law was immediately weakened to below the peak of the law by the gap of Lonia. The high temperature of the flames seemed to be bearable, not to mention that Brando was holding the sacred sword Odorfice, which was a real fire-blessed sword. He turned around Odorfice's sword. Clang! The 2 swords collided in the darkness. Sparks flew like a bird of fire in the forest, and immediately ignited the bushes and canopy of the trees. As soon as the 2 of them exchanged blows, the forest had already fallen into a sea of fire. The Imperial guards who had chased into the forest immediately screamed and ran out. Many of the Flame Knights in the forest and their colleagues who had rushed over thought that they could stay and help. After all, they were people who were blessed by the fire. How could they be afraid of such an environment like the motley crowd? However, dreams were very plentiful, but reality was often very cruel. As soon as the knights approached the burning flames, their expressions immediately changed. The flames burning in the forest were not ordinary flames, but elemental flames that came from the power of Hell Babatar. This kind of power was one level higher than the flames summoned by the elementalists. Even if it was the magic flame, it was not something that the flame-blessed knight could easily withstand. The flame-blessed allowed them to resist at most ordinary flames. Not only them, but even the Shire, Andrique, and Mephistopheles in the forest were forced to stay away. A battle between two supreme realms was not something that they could intervene in. The flame-blessed knight stood far away from the forest, looking at the young man who was fighting with Bradley with a complicated expression. Whether he won or lost, at least at this moment, he could be called the youngest supreme realm master in Wonde. The supreme sword saint in his early 20s. He was not a descendant of a top noble in a big empire. Although he was a descendant of Sword Saint Darius, everyone knew that this young man did not actually get anything from the Earth Sword Saint. Perhaps at most, he had inherited the excellent bloodline of the Earth Sword Saint. He can't defeat the sword wielder, right? For some reason, at this moment, such a ridiculous idea suddenly appeared in everyone's mind. From an outsider's point of view, Brando's current state was indeed not good. Although he managed to block Bradley's sword, only the physical attack was deflected. The weakened power of the flame still penetrated the protection of the collision halo and slashed heavily on his chest. After the Lonia gap weakened the last part of the attack, the remaining flame still burned his coat to nothing. Brando groaned. The Count's coat that had been pierced by the flawless spear finally died, revealing the golden gray armor and tight-fitting combat suit underneath. However, he did not actually suffer much from this attack. At most, there were some burns from the high temperature. This was because the Templar Knight's defense was too ridiculous, and the Lonia Gap, an ancient artifact, was powerful enough. Brando took the time to glance at his status panel. Seeing that he was still in good condition, he immediately took a step forward and changed from one hand to two. The holy sword Odorfice that had been knocked away by a determination, spun half a circle in the air and slashed at Bradley. Bradley had only gotten one thing wrong, and that was that Brendel, who was only at the middle level of the Law of Pinnacle, was actually not weaker than him in a head-on battle. Therefore, after his attack, he had misjudged Brando's ability to counterattack. When Brando's sword slashed at him with a bright golden flame line, the Flame Sword Saint suddenly realized his mistake. However, he was an experienced sword saint after all. He immediately took half a step back and raised his sword to block. Opportunity. Brando's thoughts flashed like lightning, and a deep light flashed in his eyes. The Flame Sword Saint, Bradley, who was fully focused, happened to catch that flash of light. He couldn't help but be shocked. As a warrior who had been on the battlefield for a long time, he naturally knew what that gaze meant. That was the decisiveness of an opportunity. In Wonde, when a swordsman under the gold rank duel, the difference in personal quality and realm strength would often decide everything. But after the element manifestation, the difference in swordsmanship between the two sides would rise to an extremely high level. The term Sword Saint came from this. But if you were to ask the top sword saints or even the ultimate sword saints what decided the outcome of a battle, some people would say that it was the psychological quality, the state of the battle, and even the aura, these mysterious things. But as a true veteran swordsman who had experienced hundreds of battles and was also one of the few people in Wonde who could see the ultimate realm, Bradley understood that these factors could be summed up in one sentence: experience. In fact, very few people understood that Brando's greatest reliance was not his own extraordinary swordsmanship, nor was it the strength that made people despair at his age. Instead, it was the terrifying combat experience that he had accumulated through the hundreds of years in the game and in this world. Countless battles, countless life and death situations, and countless lessons learned from countless people. Or it could be said that battle instincts. In a battle of life and death, which decision was wrong and which decision was right, it was very likely that would determine whether you would be able to survive the next strike. This was why for many newbies, the experience of walking on the edge of life and death was often the most precious. But how much experience could a person have? It was easier for a person to have such experience to lie on the ground and become a cold corpse. But Brando was different. In this world, his experience was like a monster's existence. Even an old sword saint like Bradley, in fact, unless he had reached the ultimate realm, he didn't care about anything else. Because the scenery I've seen is something you've never even imagined, this was why Bradley was so shocked. Because in such a young swordsman, he actually saw the decisiveness that could only be seen in the most experienced warriors. And the moment he missed, Brando had already struck. The crown of thorns was fully activated, the soul crystal, the berserk talent, and the unimaginable strength of holy sword Oderfice completely erupted at this moment. Brando's longsword moved forward, and the crimson flames that fell from the sky also moved forward. A dazzling light appeared under the clouds, and this sword actually produced an aura that seemed to be able to sweep away 1,000 armies. The opportunity left for Bradley was no opportunity at all because Brando had almost perfectly grasped his mistake. He could only rely on his ultimate realm strength to barely resist this attack. He almost didn't hesitate to open the ultimate planes. But at this moment, what the flame sword saint didn't expect was that determination in his hand actually cracked like a weak wooden sword. It was easily cut into two by Brando's fragmented holy sword Oderfice. Bradley was shocked. Although it wasn't difficult to find praises for the holy sword that the Flame King had once used in the various books of the Holy Cathedral, and even the documents recorded on parchment often used lofty words like radiance, holiness, and supreme. But what made him go crazy was that the previous generation of monks seemed to have unanimously forgotten this matter. They had never described how sharp this sword was. So at this moment, he had to use his own experience to prove that the holy sword wasn't just a verbal praise. After all, the sword was a sharp weapon for killing. No matter how glorious the words on it were, it couldn't change its true appearance in battle. At this time, Bradley's heart was full of regret. He made up his mind that if he returned to the Holy Cathedral, he would definitely correct this flamboyant and unrealistic style. However, at this moment, he could only watch helplessly as the unstoppable sword slashed at the laws around him. It was no different from slashing at him. He was directly sent flying, drawing a golden red line in the forest, and heavily crashed into the mountain behind him. But before the power on Brando's sword could fully erupt, a dazzling golden line with the tip of his sword as the center extended forward, and the entire mountain slope in front of him was split into two. Above the line, the mountain and the vegetation on it were fragmented and turned into fine powder. Below the line, the incision was as smooth as a mirror. At this moment, almost everyone fell into a state of speechless shock for a long time. Bradley didn't die, and he wasn't even seriously injured, but the remaining Supreme Realm powerhouses in the sky couldn't sit still. Richard, Royer, Saipan, and Willock were originally prepared by the Silver Queen to deal with Mephisto and Sydney, who might be hiding in the dark. And according to the news from the battlefield in East Metz, this young man had 3 extremely powerful subordinates who looked like ancient creatures like the Valkyries. But no matter what, for Supreme Realm powerhouses against 2 Supreme Realm powerhouses was a piece of cake. Even if there were a few Valkyries who hadn't reached the Supreme Realm, it would still be more than enough. As for the sword wielder, Bradley, he was specially prepared by the Queen to deal with this young count for insurance. Brando wasn't wrong on this point. But what no one expected was that this plan actually had a problem from the very beginning. Greysword Saint Mephistopheles and the Saintess of Leo Palace, Sydney, hadn't appeared yet, but Bradley, who was supposed to be a butcher's paw, had actually lost to this young man. Of course, perhaps it was too early to say who won and who lost, but anyone could see that Brando's current strength was not inferior to Bradley's. Not only did the latter lose his sword in the previous attack, but he was also seriously injured. Under such circumstances, it wouldn't be so easy to defeat this young count. The top existences of the empire couldn't help but look at each other. Now the question for them was, who would go up? They had seen the previous battle in the sky with their own eyes. Although the strength Brando displayed couldn't be said to be overwhelming, it should be on par with the strongest of them, Saipan and the Lion Sword Saint, Richard. And there was no doubt that the Ash Sword Saint, who was able to escape from the attacks of 2 Supreme Realm powerhouses when he was at the peak of the Law Realm, was probably no weaker than them now. Not to mention the Saintess, who was known as the strongest under the Empire of Vala. At this moment, any one of them could easily suppress Brando if they cooperated with Bradley, but the problem was, if Mephisto and Sydney joined forces later, would the remaining three still be a match for them? In the end, after hesitating for a moment, Willock drew his sword. The twin paragons of the Empire knew that he was the weakest among the remaining four. Although the young man below could suppress Bradley, he definitely wouldn't be a match for two Supreme Realm powerhouses. Therefore, there was no difference whether the weakest or the strongest went down. When Mephisto and Sydney appeared later, the stronger one would have a better chance of winning. However, just as he pulled out his sword, a black sword edge suddenly pierced through the void without any warning. This sword edge seemed to split open space, and what followed was a gray space that unfolded. At that moment, Willock didn't even have time to react as the sword was about to touch his throat. If it weren't for the Lion Sword Saint, Richard, who was at the side, who suddenly attacked and repelled Willock, he would have died prematurely. Willock was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Then, he looked in that direction with a gloomy expression. There was no doubt that he knew who had come. But what made everyone's hearts sink was that the other party's strength was higher than they had imagined. This was already the strength of a middle-level Supreme Realm powerhouse. According to the intelligence, this person had just stepped into the extreme plains from the land of trade winds a year ago. What kind of advancement speed was this? Richard immediately withdrew his sword and said coldly. Long time no see, Mephisto. That's right. A voice in the void replied, so, your opponent is me, Richard. You want to save your student. Richard smiled disdainfully, you can stop me, but who else can you stop? But before he could finish his sentence, Willock's expression changed drastically as he yelled, that's right. Great, great sage. P.S. This volume's outline has been written, and the name of the second volume has been decided. Actually, I want to sort out the main character's data, but it's a bit troublesome. Who knows which of the main character's attributes was mentioned in the previous chapter? Also, continue to ask for monthly votes. Chapter 1071. Richard turned around and saw a door of light open in midair. An old man with wrinkles all over his face stepped out, wearing a gray linen robe like an ascetic. It was the former Holy Cathedral of Fire, Great Seigneur Vala. Vala glanced in the direction of the forest and narrowed his eyes when his gaze fell on the broken longsword in Brando's hand. He then turned around and looked at the four people in front of him. A sacred and majestic aura instantly filled the air. Richard, Royer, Saipan, and Willock's expressions changed slightly when they came into contact with this aura. They knew in their hearts that this person was already the strongest in the Holy Cathedral 40 years ago, and now it seemed that he had already stepped into the last step of the forbidden zone of men and gods, the peak of the Supreme Realm. And just as Vala stood still, the gray domain in the sky in the other direction retreated like the tide, revealing the hidden figure behind it. It was a middle-aged man with gray hair and carrying a huge sword. His appearance was not conspicuous, as if he had been through a lot. Only the crow's feet at the corner of his eyes could vaguely see that he used to be a distinguished and elegant man. But the aura exuding from his body was extremely shocking, silent and heavy, making people feel as if they were facing a mountain. This person's appearance alone was not special, but the people of the Empire still recognized him at a glance, Greysword Saint Mephistopheles. Mephistopheles. Richard said this person's name in a deep voice. His brows were tightly knitted, and his heart sank slightly. His opponent was already in the middle of the Supreme Realm, and was on par with him. The next battle was going to be even more difficult. The forest suddenly quieted down because of the sudden appearance of Great Seigneur Vala and Mephistopheles, leaving only the crackling of the flames. The Knights of the Flame family were a little confused, partly because they did not know what to do. Some of them finally recognized the holy sword Odorphice, and partly because of Mephistopheles. This demon of the Empire was notorious in the hearts of every Kurlutzian. The path of the golden flames is not blindly converging, the Silver Queen's cold voice sounded again. What are you confused about? Did the Flame King leave you with a yes-man's attitude? You should recognize the choices in your hearts and differentiate between right and wrong. His Majesty is right, Vala unexpectedly agreed. You should have your own justice in your heart and be the master of your own destiny. There is no eternal definition of right and wrong. What is important is the opinion and position in your heart. As Knight of the Flame family, you should understand the true meaning of the Golden Flame Tao. Therefore, you should be more resolute than others. Your current confusion will only bring shame to your predecessors. Only then did the knight come to a sudden realization, revealing a look of shame. They drew their swords and bowed to Vara in apology, because next, the two sides were probably going to stand on opposite sides and fight. Great sage, thank you for your teachings. We will do our best. Walla only smiled. On the other side of the crystal ball, the Silver Queen looked at this scene with a frosty expression. Vala seemed to be helping her, but in fact, his words did not deviate from the definition of the Golden Flame Tao. He just put aside the question of whether it was right or wrong to discuss this issue, but in fact, he denied the supreme position she stood on. The key was that he planted the seed of resurrection in the hearts of these knights. This was the true meaning of the Golden Flame Tao. It did not bend to the will of any one person, even the supreme of the Holy Cathedral. Then she, a mere ruler in the secular sense, was even less of a problem. These damned fanatics. She hated them in her heart, and her voice became colder and more threatening. Vala, it seems that you are determined to stand on the opposite side of the Empire. You are even willing to stand with the notorious enemy of the Empire, Mephisto. Are you even going to abandon the dignity of the Holy Cathedral? Vala shook his head. Your Majesty, he said, I am only here today for the Holy Sword. The Silver Queen let out a cold laugh. So what? Do you know why the Holy Sanctum is divided because of you? It's because you old fogies are inflexible and inflexible. You're always pinning your hopes on inanimate objects. Could this be the belief of the descendants of the Flame King, the so-called Golden Flame Path? That is not dead, Your Majesty. That is the will of the sages. Remembering history is not standing still, but because there is something in the past that is worthy of our attention. However, what you do not see is that what my ancestor, the Flame King Gretel, left to this world 1,000 years ago has long been abandoned by the people of the world. What the sages wanted this world to become, but today it has already become another. The Silver Queen's voice was disdainful. Times have long changed, Vala, but you are still stuck in the past. This was not the first time that Vala and the Queen had argued about this issue, but like every argument before, it was destined to be fruitless. Vala was silent and did not refute. The Silver Queen knew that at their position, it was impossible to persuade them with just a few words. She sneered and secretly ordered Richard to take action. Because they were no longer in an advantageous position, the Queen did not intend to give them a chance to stall for time before she called for reinforcements. She knew that Sydney had not appeared yet, and since Mephisto had found Vala, there was no reason for them to let Tessie Castle go. Tessie Castle was guarded by the head of the Night Guards, Tessie Castle, who used to be Sydney's student. Although his loyalty was reliable, he would definitely not be able to stop Mephisto. At this time, Tessie Castle might have already fallen. However, she did not care much about the nobles that Mephisto had rescued. After all, they were just bait. Richard, Royale, and the others received the Queen's signal at the same time and turned to look at each other. Royale and Vala were old acquaintances, so they did not want to face each other. Of the remaining people, only Richard and Saipan had the strength to fight against Mephisto. As for Willock and Bradley, they were a little weaker, and could only be considered second-rate leaders in the Empire. After hesitating for a moment, Richard, the head of the Flame Family Knight Regiment, unsheathed his sword. The blade of the Empire's most famous sword, Steadfast Guard, flowed out like a pool of silver light, blocking the other three. He then said to Royale and the others, I'll stop Vala. You guys split up and stop Mephisto. Now that the situation had developed to this point, everyone understood that it was impossible to stop the other party at this time. The best choice was to find a way to change the balance of power on the battlefield before Sydney arrived. Out of the 3 leaders, Brendel was the weakest, so the moment Richard opened his mouth, the others understood what he meant. Among the 3, Grand Wizard Royale did not want to bully the weak. He smiled bitterly and went straight for Mephisto, who was not far away. With a sweep of his 5 fingers, a lightning bolt that was almost 100 meters long struck towards Mephisto. This was the 6th circle air spell, Chain Lightning. Although Royale was a wizard of the law, this kind of low-level, elemental spell was a piece of cake for him. He was also known for his supreme magic skills, and could cast spells below the 7th circle in an instant. His reputation as a sky wizard was not undeserved. However, Royale's strongest point was actually counterspell. His elemental mirror realm could reflect all mana, and that was how he got his title of Lightless Reversion. Therefore, he chose Mephisto as his opponent because he was at a disadvantage. It was like a lightning dragon that crossed the night sky, and the forest near the Cold Dew Manor was reflected in a snow-white light. However, in the face of this attack, Mephisto did not even use his sword. He just reached out and tore the lightning dragon into pieces. Sparks flew all over the sky. However, Royale's attack was only to buy time. As soon as Mephisto blocked the lightning, he felt the space around him folding layer by layer. He looked up and found that the space had been sealed into a spherical space from the bottom up. Although the sky and earth were still outside the sphere, there was a vague feeling of being separated by a crystal. He knew that this was a magic boundary set up by Royale, but it was not the kind of boundary that was made of paper. The boundaries set up by Supreme Realm wizards usually contained the power of their ultimate realm, so it was not wrong to say that it was a more changeable version of the ultimate realm. Mephisto instantly understood his opponent's intention. He pulled out his sword, and at this time, Royale had already hidden his figure. It was not a useless spell like invisibility, but a real leaving from the material world and hiding in a parallel dimension. At the same time, 2 roaring flames instantly formed in the spherical space. If Brando was here, he would definitely recognize that this thing looked almost the same as his fire giant, but its size was several times larger, and its strength had increased exponentially. This was the Fire Deity Elder. As soon as the Fire Deity Elder was summoned by Royale, it immediately roared and rushed toward Mephisto. The Ash Sword Saint was not a novice who had never fought with wizards before. He knew that this thing was just a means to buy time for his opponent to cast a more powerful spell. He did not think and directly opened the ultimate domain. A gray world appeared behind Mephisto. It was like a boundless, lifeless wilderness. Other than the endless gray, the horizon and the sky seemed to have merged into one. However, the Ash Sword Saint waved his hand, and suddenly, figures appeared on the gray ground. They seemed to have grown out of the gray world. They did not have faces, and their bodies were only gray. They held longbows and swords in their hands, and tens of millions of them stood in rows like an army. Without needing anyone to give orders, the gray figures raised their longbows and shot forward. Tens of thousands of gray arrows that blotted out the sky and covered the earth were like a storm passing through. The 2 Fire Jinn elders were directly shot into hedgehogs and exploded into countless flames on the spot. Mephisto held the giant sword in his hand and did not move. The gray army rushed forward and spread in all directions along with his gray domain. Royale, who was hiding in the parallel dimension, immediately could not stand still. Although he was not in the material world, Mephisto's gray world was the same. Although the space in the spherical enchantment was almost infinite, there was a limited place for him to hide. He had just fought with Mephisto, so he could not be thousands of miles away. Therefore, when Mephisto's army moved, he immediately knew that Mephisto had caught his weakness. This enemy of the Empire, who had experienced life and death several times, really lived up to his reputation. No wonder he could escape from the Empire's encirclement time and time again and continue to cause trouble for the Empire. Royale put away the general contempt and arrogance of wizards toward other professions and had to go all out. He quietly chanted a spell, and the sky in the spherical space was immediately covered with dark clouds. Endless lightning storms fell from the sky and instantly struck Mephisto's gray army into ashes. The gray army that Mephistopheles had summoned was, in fact, the manifestation of his law. Once the gray army was destroyed, a hole was naturally torn in his domain. At the same time, he was injured and let out a muffled groan. But it was also at this time that he found the location of Royale through the power ripples caused by his incantation. The grey sword in his hand swept towards that direction like a stormy sea. The surging laws immediately caused the entire space to tremble. Royer could no longer hide in the parallel dimension and had to reveal himself in the material world. The next moment, a sword light that was several hundred meters long immediately swept across his waist. Royale's body shook slightly as if it was cut in two, but there was no sudden scene of blood. His body that was cut in two disappeared into the air like broken water ripples. Illusion, Royale appeared on the other side of the sword light. His face was pale, and the ring on his right index finger had shattered. If it weren't for the life protection ring, he would have been cut in half by his opponent. That grey sword could actually ignore his magic defense, which made him horrified. After the previous round of battle, although Mephisto had suffered heavy injuries, he also lost an elemental ring and a life ring. The most important thing was that he was forced to reveal himself by Mephisto. The biggest advantage of a wizard in a battle against a warrior was the unpredictable spells that allowed them to always be in an active position. Once they were passive, it was the warrior's home field. Just as Royale opened a magic boundary and moved the space above the Cold Dew Manor out of the material world, Richard and the others also faced their opponents. Richard himself blocked in front of Vala, while Willock flew down into the forest below. But what the great commander of the Flame Family Knight Regiment did not expect was that the tower-defying Saipan stayed behind to block in front of Vala. His opponent's approach was beyond his expectations. Although his own strength was slightly inferior to Vala's, it was not difficult for him to delay Vala for a while. Richard's original intention was to let the other two take the opportunity to subdue Brando first. With the two of them working together with Bradley and the other three supreme class, the young man named Erwin had no chance at all. But he was a soldier, and his duty was to obey orders, but he forgot that his partners were not the same. Royale was a court mage and only obeyed the orders of the royal family, and Willock's situation was similar. However, apart from these two people, the man who was known as the Tower-Defying, or the Near-Divine Wizard, was a complete outsider. Richard could not help but look back at him, only to see that he was expressionless and did not intend to communicate with him. In fact, this person was not a person who was good at talking. His reputation was spread far and wide because of his terrifying strength and legendary experience. Saipan was once a real civilian. He followed an old wizard and was lucky enough to manifest his element. He once served in the Imperial Knight Regiment, but because his element, world reflection, was not valued, he left in disappointment. So far, his experience was not much different from most of the wizards in the Empire who pursued power and status. But just a few years later, when he reappeared in people's sight again, he had already activated his element. His elemental element, world reflection, could reflect everything in the material world. It seemed like a useless illusion elemental element, but after elemental activation, this law showed a terrifying power. This was because in Saipan's hands, he was actually able to make the reflection of the world of laws appear in the real world. This wasn't a domain created by an insignificant individual's comprehension of laws, but a true reflection of the world of laws. The power of this reflected world was almost 1,000 times greater than that of the extreme planes, so its might could be imagined. Therefore, the people called him the wizard closest to God, and it was not a rumor. However, this kind of reflection was not without a price. Even he himself had only completely reflected the White Tower in the material world once. In that battle, he almost razed a legion of the Zell to the ground with his own strength. That was how the title of the Tower-Defying came about. But after that, Saipan never showed such powerful strength again. Because of his early experience, Saipan had always maintained a distant relationship with the Empire. He appeared here at this moment because he was now employed by the imperial family. But this kind of employment was not a relationship of loyalty, but nothing more than a relationship of power or money. In the face of such a person, even if Richard was dissatisfied, he did not dare to speak casually. Besides, he also understood that the other party was not his subordinate. Well, Willock and Bradley should be enough to deal with that young man. If this guy stays, at least it will be easier for me. In the heart of this great leader, he could only helplessly comfort himself. Author's note: I spent some time yesterday to look up some details and information. At the same time, I took a lazy break. After all, I'm going to write a battle, so I need to understand the main character's attributes and details. That way, I'll be prepared. Also, I expect that after this volume is finished, I will update the main character's attributes. At that time, everyone can help to find if there are any bugs. Finally, I want to thank student Yuchenzi for helping me organize the information. You're tuning in to the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.